The more money you make, the more adversity you're gonna get. Just because I got a $2 million house and nice cars and nice shit doesn't mean it stopped. It's harder. I got more people relying on me. There's more pressure. Stop acting like somebody else has a different life than you. That's the bitch ass mentality that people have to drop.
Ben pop?
Ben pop?
No, Ben pop.
Like people, if they understood this, they'd be begging me to pay $40 more per month to own their power.
Sales reps get really lazy. When I get lazy, I get bored. So for me, it's about creating new challenges in my life, struggling in ways I don't need to. So I'm always finding external pressures in order to be able to push out, because that keeps me consistently activated, which has kept my solar fuel going for so many years. Yeah. Whereas there's other guys who kind of dropped out after a while. I'm like, you just need to figure out a new challenge. Go find another fucking mountain, go hike it.
Hold on. You don't have like some special powers you can control the sun, right?
Hey guys, I know I haven't posted on this channel in a while. We're doing a spontaneous trip with Jackson and Carlos to Salt Lake City for SolarCon. I heard Andy Elliott's gonna be there, Gary Vee, Jeremy Miner. I'm so pumped. I literally bought last minute tickets an hour ago. It's 10 p.m. right now. Flight's tomorrow at 7 a.m. with Jackson. So I made this spontaneous decision. We're going to SolarCon, even though I already switched to insurance like 2 months ago. But I love Carlos, I love Jackson, so I figured this would be a good vlog to put up on the Ben Pup channel, because I'd like totally abandoned the channel. I'm so sorry to you guys if you didn't know where I went. I have been posting every month still. It's just been on the new channel over there. But yeah, enjoy the vlog here going to Salt Lake City. I'm gonna try and record every single conference that's gonna be at the convention. I'm gonna try and record the full Jeremy Miner, the speeches, and post them here for you guys to see, take you guys along with me, and enjoy. See you guys in Salt Lake tomorrow.
How's it going, sir?
Ready for Salt Lake City?
Absolutely, man. We're out here. It's 5:50. I know it's 6:18 a.m. now. Flight leaves in probably about 20 minutes. We're just getting here right.
We're here with Brendan Whiting. We're at SolarCon. This is a very interesting guy we got here. He works for Andy Elliott on his sales team. This guy is 24 years old, just bought his second house already.
Come on.
Tell us about you. Like, what is your story? How'd you get into sales? What's everything that's led up to where you are today? We want to know.
Yeah, for sure. I grew up in a small town in Illinois. From as long as I can remember, I was a basketball player. I went to college and played Division II college basketball. And then at around 18 years old, I decided to drop out because I didn't want to. I didn't like college. I only liked playing basketball. I knew I wasn't going to go to the pros. And I got distracted, man. I just got around the wrong people.
Any injuries?
Doing drugs, drinking, stuff like that. I dropped out at 18, and then for 2 years I didn't do anything but party, make mistakes, get into debt, get arrested, get into legal trouble.
Damn.
Stuff. Yeah, crazy. And then at 20 years old,
Totally turned around.
Bro, yeah, 20 years old, I got approached at a bar by a guy who owned a car dealership. And he asked me to come work for him. And I was like, bro, I'm a loser. Like, I don't know if I can work for you. I was like, I have a criminal record.
Wow.
I am in a lot of debt. I'm broke. I gave him all these reasons. He's like, bro, you're exactly who we're looking for, dude. I like guys like you.
That's perfect.
You guys like
He gave
you.
you the classic objection.
He's like, you're gonna fit right in with my sales staff. So
That's exactly why I'm here. That's perfect.
Exactly. So I joined the team, and literally in a couple months, first couple months I was getting my ass kicked.
Damn.
But I wanted to figure it out. I knew that you could make a lot of money selling cars. So I looked up on YouTube, Andy. I looked up how to sell more cars. I found Andy's videos.
Oh, okay.
Got crazy obsessed with those. And then started just self-developing every day. And within about my 6 month in the car business, I made like my first 15 grand paycheck.
Nice.
And then after that, I scaled to making 300 grand a year selling cars.
That's incredible.
And then 2 years ago, Andy hit me up and he's like, "Hey man, you'd be a good fit for my team."
Okay.
And at the time,
How do you find you?
I was a student of his, so I was going to the events, networking. I was on all the Zoom calls. I was just a big client for the Elliott group. So you're right in the camera.
Tiny little camera.
You were recording,
Tiny
Oh
little
my
camera.
god!
right there.
You
Tiny
can't.
little guy.
It's huge. How do you freaking miss it?
How do you miss them?
But that's about it, dude. I got started with him 2 years ago. Been crushing ever since.
Are you making more than with cars?
Yeah.
Damn, that's awesome.
Yeah.
What an amazing company he's built.
What's that?
What an amazing company Andy's built.
Oh my
you can,
God.
You
Yeah.
can make like that much money as a salesperson with
Bro, absolutely. I mean, Andy has the abundance mindset. He wants everybody to make money.
Yeah.
He wants his clients to win. He wants the salespeople to win. I mean, so he gives us unlimited opportunity.
Wow. I mean, you're telling me earlier you get 100 leads a week to call.
Yeah.
That's crazy amount of leads.
Yeah. And you know the crazy part?
Yeah.
You get 100 plus leads a week.
Yeah.
You talk to people who are interested in bettering themselves
Yeah.
in different areas of life. And you're surrounded by probably the best leader in the world and the best sales team in the world. And still, a lot of people don't make it. It's because they have a broken mindset.
Yeah.
You know? But the people who have the correct perspective freaking dominate. I mean, we have some millionaires on our team.
How did you fix your mindset?
I mean, I would say, you know, like Andy says this all the time, but it's very true. It's you need new people, new experiences, and new information.
I feel that.
Like for example, when I was really poor, I had bad information. That's all I had. When I watched Andy's videos, I got exposed to new information. It started to change the way my beliefs, which started to change the actions that I chose to take.
Right.
When you get around new people introduce you to new things. New people, you already know what impact new people in your life have on you. And then new experiences, which is just
coming out to something like this.
Something like this. Surrounding yourself with more higher level people. Going through pain, like hardship, like having a heartbreak or getting fired or getting betrayed by somebody. All these things can make you shift your perspective. You know.
Absolutely. I mean, I gotta say, you know, like a day ago, at my house, dialing leads by myself all day.
Yeah.
And then I decided to make a split-second decision to come out here and being around all these amazing people. It totally, you feel different.
Totally. Yeah, man. And I will say, I'm a kind of guy where I like to work remote. And I like to work privately.
Yeah.
I don't need to be fired up because I'm a very driven person.
Yeah.
But
me too. But still,
so I can relate to like you wanting to like work remote, like you have your peace at home. Yeah. But I also know the feeling of when I've gone, say, 2-3 days back to back, working 12-hour days from home. Yeah. It feels really good to get around people and just experience people.
Your battery's full at that point.
You're full.
Your social battery is full. You've been by yourself for 2-3. I need to get out. You know.
And it feels good, man. And like I feel like it releases certain endorphins in your body.
Yeah.
You know.
I'm definitely an introverted person naturally, natural introvert, learned extrovert. I don't know if you can relate to that.
I can, yeah.
Yeah, and you know, as a learned extrovert, you still have a battery.
Yeah.
Of like, because you're kind of using your skills to have, you've learned to become an extrovert, but at the end of the day, you're still an introvert on the inside, and it's still draining.
100%. I think that it's interesting, man. Like, you got to have a balance. In order to bring your best to people, when you're out in public, you have to have some time by yourself. I do, like, because, you know, like I speak to people for a living. So I'm always communicating 24/7.
Well, you probably have a great self-care routine.
Yeah, and I've learned,
keeps you sharp.
I've learned what works for me and what doesn't.
Right.
And I notice that giving myself personal time makes me a lot more warm and radiant when I'm out in public talking.
Yeah, totally.
You know, so like if I take, like typically I work from weekends on Saturday and Sunday. I like wake up, work from like 6 to maybe 2 p.m.
Yeah.
And then I'll go out and hang out with my
the rest of your day.
Just have fun.
Yeah.
But yeah, man, I mean, I noticed that morning of peace and quiet, being by myself, being able to plan, all that stuff.
Yeah.
This makes my mind feel so much healthier.
Yeah.
You know?
Totally. What time do you wake up? 5?
About 5, yeah.
What are you doing from 5 to 6? Do you have like a morning routine?
So I actually don't have a morning routine.
So you're like the Alex Hormozy. You wake up and you're working.
Yes, precisely.
Yeah.
I subscribe hard to that mentality because I hit a breakthrough about a year ago where I took my sales game And I took pretty much every area of my life to another level. My fitness, my sales game, my relationships.
What's up?
And it was all because I just like stopped. I just started taking more action. I started freaking doing double the calls, double the emails, double the proposals, double the time with my girl, double the time working out, running.
Did you just create a 48-hour day all of a sudden?
No, I just
where'd all this time come from?
But I stopped dabbling in like these like, you know, activities.
Useless stuff.
Like cold plunging and all this stuff.
Oh, really?
And I'm not saying any of those are bad. Maybe they work for a lot of people, but
right. But you're still going to the gym.
I still go to the gym. So like literally, I wake up at 5. 5 to 6. I'm planning my day. I'm checking inbound, you know, things that come inbound, like my email, my text messages, my leads that have come in, and I'm like looking at my schedule, like what meetings I've come. I'm kind of envisioning how the day's gonna go while I'm drinking coffee. 6 to 7, I work out. I get back. 7 to 8, I'm at the house, hanging out with my girlfriend, eating breakfast, getting ready for work. 8 to about 5, 6, 7, 8, or 9 p.m. I'm at the office, and then I go home whenever I feel like I did an accomplished day. Right. You know.
Fire. Hey, tell us where we can follow you on Instagram.
Official Brendan Whiting, BRENDAN, last name WHITING.
That's what's up.
And let's kick some freaking ass.
Let's kick some ass. Shout out Jackson. Come on, hop in here real quick. We got a shout out to Jackson.
Yeah.
For getting me out here today.
Let's go.
We're on the podcast right here.
Oh, let's go.
He's super grateful you brought him out.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
Do you like this event?
It's been fun. Yeah. I'm really glad it came out.
It's about taking action.
How much was the event?
400, 600.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
Not bad at all.
Bro, if you like this, you're going to love Patrick Bet-David, bro.
All it takes is you learn one thing. If you learn one thing that helps you to make that additional 4, 5, 600, plus the plane ticket, 400, 500, if you learn one thing, you've already paid itself off. On top of that, your network, the people you're going to meet, and you're going to be more inspired to work. You can't tell me that's not something that you want. That's not something that you would utilize.
And every time you put yourself in a room like this, you give yourself another piece of the identity of who you want to be. Like, because you could be at your couch at home right now, or you could be at a fucking restaurant in your local town with a bunch of broke people, but instead you're here with high-level people.
Or you could be at Coachella right now, which is also going on.
We're successful. Exactly. But every time you step foot into a room like this, it just reaffirms your identity.
If any of my friends are watching this are at Coachella, we're at Coachella during this event. No hate to you. All love.
Have a good time. They're never going to see this podcast.
Exactly.
They're going to be hungover.
Yeah. All right. Bet. Peace out. Oh, put your Instagram as well. What's your Instagram?
It's Jack C. Morgan with 2 N's. Jack C. Morgan with 2 N's, guys.
We'll do a separate podcast. This is Brendan's time.
All right, guys.
Hell yeah.
What's up, bro? Oh, okay.
Yeah. They actually said that before.
It's randomized.
They're like, do you want us to tell you which ones we're going to give you?
No.
And me and Nick were both like, the one were kind of like, like I see your face, like, absolutely not. No fucking way. No way.
Yeah, okay.
So I went through, and we kicked out like a couple that were just stupid. Yeah. One of them was like, my wife doesn't like strangers coming to the house. I've never heard that objection.
Never heard that.
The funny thing though was that the ones we wanted to kick out were like, oh, I've never heard this before. Like one of them was like, I'm too old to do this. I need my kids involved. And like, and like two of the people were like, yeah, I've never run into that. I was like, you fuckers need to come to Florida. I was like, that's all we deal with.
That's all you do.
It's literally our sale.
Yeah, that's true. I've gotten that a lot.
Not as much at the door. Well, still even at the door.
Oh my god, yeah, Gulfport.
Yeah.
Dude, it's the whole thing.
Yeah.
That's what I did yesterday. I went through that shit. It was the dude was in the Vietnam War. And that's how I built rapport with him outside the door. It was literally, I was like, what kind of place are you, we're just talking about military? Mm-hmm. And a funny thing is, when we talk to Vietnam vets, is like, instead of going serious with it, I was like, man, your socks must have been wet all the time. Dude, yeah, he was like, oh man, yeah. And then we started talking about, I was like, can we go to your house? It's really hot. And he was like, yeah. And then we were ready to go.
That's cool. That's what Jeremy Miner was talking about yesterday, just cracking some
Jeremy Miner is nice.
Yeah.
Some
good little jokes like that.
Always crack jokes. It makes everything kind of like, oh, okay.
His funny one that I liked yesterday was, were you the ones that called Tico to tell him to raise the rate 30%? You did that?
Nice.
Wasn't you? Okay, thank God.
Nice.
I also said, oh, this is probably going to be too expensive for you. or something like that.
It's probably going to be too expensive. That's good. So he did a lot of take back. He did a lot of pullbacks, a lot of takeaways.
The mismatching, yeah.
You just saw fucking Luke tuning those guys. That was funny. Good to see these guys just killed on stage. Fucking rock the house.
What's up, bro?
Yeah, bro, it was at 9 a.m. So I tried to call you last night. Okay. I was trying to figure out why you called me one. What up, bro? Nice to see you.
The man.
Nice to meet you in person finally. I love your videos.
Nice to meet you too.
Likewise. What's your name?
Ben.
Ben Pop?
Ben Pop.
No, Ben Pop. Ben Pop? You guys need to ride over to the... Absolutely. Yeah, hop in. Let's go. Let's go. This is like a luxury Uber. Fuck the Uber, bro.
Fuck the Uber.
Come on, we got a lot of shit back here. Sorry, we were road tripping.
All right.
Let me move some of this out of the way.
Yeah, this is pretty close to California.
Coachella, I had to make a little road trip.
Oh, you went to Coachella already?
Yeah, that's right.
Ben Pop?
Ben Pop is here. Yeah.
Yeehaw. That was crazy good timing.
Yeah, absolutely. Aldo on this side, this is fucking speech. He was speaking at 9. He was speaking? Yeah.
Damn it.
Bro, what's spoke at 9 this morning? Spoke at fucking 9 this morning. What are you talking about?
How are all of you guys such low IQ dumb motherfuckers and we're always leading the pack?
There we go.
That's what it was. No, it wasn't. It was cool. It was Sam Taggart moderating. We had a series of questions. But
Dang it.
made me happy to see.
We were
Ashton Buzz will come up to me.
getting breakfast.
Yeah, this channel. You guys have millions of views. And it was just like, kind of crazy because I tried to go to your dumbass boss and tell him, hey, we should start a YouTube channel. But no, they fired me because they were threatened. And guess what? We're taking over the game. Carlos, Ben, Pop, Jackson, we're all taking over the game.
Fuck yeah. Look at that.
Whoa! Woo! Oh my God.
That was nice.
I'm so glad to meet you guys finally.
You too, bro.
Pleasure.
Perfect timing too. Literally like this whole weekend has been awesome so far, bro.
Yeah, dude. It's been crazy.
Dude, what is that thing?
That's cool.
What the heck? Don't get it
Ben,
twisted.
dude, I love your videos, bro.
Same to
Bro,
you.
I love what you've been cranking out. Thank you.
You do, bro. Thank you.
140 month.
Mid mountains.
We're here with Ryan.
Big Ryan.
Big Ryan. This guy is a legend. Went from 250 to 320 in 6 months.
Yeah, less than that.
Legend.
49 days to be exact.
Tell us your story of how you ended up where you are today and how it's changed your life.
Yeah, well, man, long story short, basically got around the right people, took action, made a decision that I didn't want a normal life. I didn't want to be average like a lot of people choose to be, and got around the right people, made the decision to be great, invested money, time, energy, whatever it took to get to the next level in life. And I think everyone should do that, and a lot of people don't. A lot of people, they want a big life, they want to do amazing things, but they just never do it. And that's what separates everybody from winners. So if you're listening to this today, make a decision today to be great. Shoot for the moon. I mean, accomplish everything you've ever dreamed of, visioned of, and it'll happen. But it's going to start with you becoming, number one, the best version of yourself, getting the best shape possible, the best mindset possible, developing sales skill or whatever skill you want to develop. But you got to become the best version of you. That's how you're going to win.
That's absolutely right. But there's got to be a moment. What was the moment in your life where you realized you needed to make a change?
Man, that's a great question. I just knew that I had more in me. Like I had more, I was working a great job, just a 9 to 5, had the house, had the car, had the boat, had the white picket fence. But I just knew, like, dude, you're Big Rai. You got more to give to the world. And that's what started opening my mind up to what's possible. And I mean, really, you can do whatever you want to do.
You were already pretty successful before that?
No, I mean, I was just a normal guy, average blue-collar guy. But I would meet guys that were successful. I'm like, if that weenie can do it, why can't I?
Right.
And that was just my vision. If this guy can do it, why can't I? You know what I mean? What's the difference between me and him? Nothing. It's just he believes more than I do.
We're all just people.
That's it. We're just human beings.
A lot of people, they tend to idolize people. Like, they'll see Andy here and they'll, like, freak out. Everyone's just a person here. And we're all capable of the same things, right?
That's it. Everyone, you're one decision away. I mean, Andy, at 39 years old, decided to make the change. He's 43 now.
Yeah.
So in 4 years, look what can happen. Totally recreate. So it's like...
Every time you see him, he's different.
Every time. So, but now are people saying that about you? Like, I think about that for me. Do people see me every year and go, oh, Ryan, you look different, you talk different, your bank account's different, your family's different? Because if not, I'm staying stagnant, I'm not growing. Right. I don't want to live like that. So that should be something to really pay attention about yourself. at all times.
I heard somewhere this guy, he said, if you're trying to maintain where you're at, you're not. You're always in a decline. You have to always be going up. Anyway, tell us where we can follow you.
At the Big Rai on Instagram. That's the best place to find me. At the Big Rai. Come on, baby.
Big Rai. All right. Perfect. Thank you, brother.
Building more emotion to get them to think it's more their idea versus me being, I'm very logical and naturally as a person, so it's very easy for me to make it logical to them, and it makes sense to them. At the end of the day, they need to have, it needs to be their idea. They need to be more emotional about the decision. And
what's the problem? Go back to the problem.
Getting cancellation 2 or 3 days later. So one thing I've kind of implemented that it didn't.
And it's affecting your conviction.
Yeah, exactly, 100%.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Mm-hmm. Okay. So that's not like a sales training thing.
Yeah.
That's on the back end of you learning, you getting sold on it, right? Mm-hmm. But sometimes the rejection, the failures, we are getting sold by something else telling us it's not right, mm-hmm. or something must be wrong.
Yeah.
The external. So you have to resell yourself. In its perspective, it's understanding. For me to have so I sell at $15, $20 higher per month than most of our deals.
Yeah.
Some of them higher, mm-hmm. With where we're out of in Utah.
Yeah.
And it wasn't always that way. But I sell at a higher volume now than I ever did before.
Really?
And it's because I've had to go to the trenches to understand more about, to get myself to that level of conviction. Mm-hmm. So understanding finance for me, I had to dig as far as like, how do these billionaires think about money? Mm-hmm. Grant Cardone, Chris Crone, how do they invest? How do they leverage OPM? Mm-hmm. And going to these high level people, I realized the game with finance and investing in real estate is the same thing as solar, except solar doesn't require money out of pocket.
Yeah.
It's massive leverage. Mm-hmm. And these guys are doing it, paying more money per month on mortgages, saying that you're still winning.
Yep.
And so here we are saying, because it's not saving a few bucks a month, we can't get, that's why we're canceling.
Yeah.
It's ridiculous.
Okay.
So you're taking the external stimuli, which is okay,
yeah. and
saying how you're internalizing that,
mm-hmm.
and it's affecting your conviction.
Of course.
And so the solution isn't sales training and like a tactic to get people more sold. Mm-hmm. It's they're reflecting your conviction. Mm-hmm. So it starts with you.
Subconsciously, it's portraying yourself outwards.
Bingo.
Yeah.
And so just because you had a couple fluke cancels, you started getting in your head.
Yeah, they were very fluke too. Like, couldn't get a permit for one. Roof came to be 20 years old.
And then here you get a few more, and then you're starting to think it must be something else. Stop.
The consistent one that I've noticed is the whole thing of, and maybe you have a better way to understand this than I do. After, I leave them 2 days later, like, you know what, we don't know we're going to be in the house for the next few years. We're going to move for 25 years.
You're going to be paying for energy forever, last time I checked. Mm-hmm. And that's number one. Second is, why'd you buy the home? Because you want to own versus rent. Not only that, you have control. Your bill's not going to go up. It's inflation proof. Mm-hmm. You can't argue inflation. Yep. Can't.
Yeah, it's bad.
So why would you not hedge inflation, lock in the rate? Mm-hmm. It passes over to the next homeowner if it's the right product, right? It passes over. So why would you not do that? Mm-hmm. And they own the home, right? This is where I always stumble.
Yeah.
And you got to be careful not trying to make them feel stupid.
Yeah.
But this is more for your conviction, okay? They bought the home knowing they're going to be moving likely in a few years. Mm-hmm. Then why did they get a 30-year mortgage?
So that money can go to equity, so they take the equity with them whenever they go.
Oh, yeah. Exactly. So don't take my word. Zillow says we're getting this kind of an equity gain. Yeah. Why would we not do that? Mm-hmm. I've got people that get approved the program that just to sell their home with it on them. Mm-hmm. Okay?
No way that it can hurt your situation.
Yeah. So...
Yeah. I have the most conviction for solar. I mean, I know you do. I can meet other people, I can immediately bring them on, I need to reignite that. So that's a big reason also why.
So there's 3 levels of your conviction. It's on the product, mm-hmm. okay, on solar.
Product, personal, and
then people. Understanding people, empathizing. If people give me objections, seeing their side and being able to relate to them and see them through the whole process, mm-hmm. right? And part of that is understanding you don't need to sell everyone. Sorry, India.
Yeah, you don't tell someone no.
Yeah. I'm walking away from people all the time, so I play the game of prospecting to keep myself like who's worth my time. Mm-hmm. But the personal development is the big foundation of all of it.
Yeah. Becoming an outward reflect how you feel about it. Making it sense of it.
How can you increase...
Same thing in life, same thing in relationships.
Yes.
Everything.
So how can you keep pouring into yourself consistently, day to day, week to week, month to month?
Kind of correct that.
Yeah.
And it's probably is exactly what we're talking about. I'm starting to understand it now. It's more, I'm letting those thoughts
in here, letting those thoughts project outward when I talk to Ben or someone like that, and it's that's what's going to affect.
Yes.
You know?
Yeah. What you think about and talk about.
I can't separate it too. Like I think you think you can. It's the whole dynamic of, you know, when someone says you're the average of your 5 best friends, you can be like, you know, they're not going to affect me like that. They do.
You will.
They do influence you. Yeah. So I always tell it to other people, and I'm going to take my own advice. So it's
I know. There you go.
It's funny.
Now you need to actively find reasons to say things out loud that you believe in the product. That people are paying for this. Why? Like people, if they understood this, they'd be begging me to pay $40 more per month to own their power. Mm-hmm. If they understood what I said.
They see how I see it.
Yeah. Dude, we helped them reinvest their tax credit to 4x their total bill.
Wow. Really?
So I'm like, dude, if they
that.
knew what I knew, they would literally beg for my time.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, 100%.
And so you need to have that conviction.
The whole thing, their question would be, why is not everyone doing this?
Yes, exactly.
That's what I always get told. Like, it's the whole thing, and you do a good job of assuming the pullback so much and explaining everything up front that you probably don't get that as much. I get it a lot more at the end where they're like, so why does it ever do this?
I get it, dude. I just don't let it get to me because I don't spend the time with it. Mm-hmm. I see guys, this is probably the most common mistake I see when guys are prospecting, trying to generate leads, is they're trying to sell people that are not sellable. Mm-hmm. My guys are still like, my guys know they're trained to walk away. If if a person says just a few words, my guys know to walk away.
They're not gonna waste time.
If they say, "How can I help you?" My people are trained to turn the other way and walk away.
Wow.
Don't even say anything.
Really?
Gone.
Wow.
Efficiencies, time management.
Yep.
Okay. People telling you no is not your problem. It's people wasting your time.
Yep. Because you're taking your energy.
It's time and energy. Yeah. That's time and energy I could have been invested. Dude, I remember having this experience multiple times, like vividly, trying to pitch somebody. Okay. First off, you feel like you're pitching, it's the problem.
Yeah.
Pitching and selling somebody that was just like, I'm so good at this, but it's not going anywhere.
Yeah, they're like, it makes sense, but...
Or they're interested and there's like, they can't figure out their schedule. I'm like, I'm wasting my time.
Yeah.
I go to the next door, lay down.
Someone's
like,
open,
wow.
Yeah.
Like, why not just move on faster?
Yeah.
You know?
Smart, yeah. And then you conserve more energy.
Yes.
Too,
Play the volume game. Play the volume game. I'm judging my prospects. People think, I got to convince them that I'm worth their time. Mm-hmm. No. They have to convince you that they're worth your time.
100%.
That's why I tell you to invest in yourself, because you'll actually believe that more and more. You'll become more valuable. Mm-hmm. People will sense it just when they look at you.
Yep. It's the same thing with relationships. It's the same dynamic sales. Yeah. That's why I love it. That's why I love the game.
All right, we're here with Nick Nascimento, owner of Sparta Solar, Xsell Sales Coaching. Sparta Solar, 6 months old, already did $25 million.
On pace for $25
million.
Yep.
So this is the guy you want to listen to. Tell us a little about how you ended up where you are today. 10 years in the sales industry. How'd you get into it? What's your inspiration for everything and where you are today?
So when I was in college, I wanted to get an opportunity that was no ceiling on my income, you know? Mm-hmm. And so I knew, hey, I'm not going to go work a construction job. That was the best gig I had. Oh, yeah. I want to control. I had done a mission for 2 years for the Church of Jesus Christ. And, and I'm like, okay, I want to go work for myself. I just want to do something I believe in. So I found solar, and that's where it all started for me. Went out and made $65,000 that first fall. Wow. And which today would have been about $400,000. How we get paid? Yeah, 10 years ago.
Inflation's crazy.
Yeah, inflation, and then the pay was different.
Yeah.
So that's how I got started, and since then I've built several companies in pest control. Oh wow! Now in solar, coaching business.
And so when did you decide you want to do sales training, and when did you realize you like to teach and lead?
So it's an interesting thing with top performers. We all love to teach.
Get back.
But that's the secret. Is it's called the protege effect. The fastest way to learning is teaching other people.
That's right.
Yeah, faster than even doing.
Yeah.
Faster than studying courses, all that, when you teach other people. So I teach other people to teach what they learn. And so it's a selfish thing for me. I get to help other people. It's amazing.
Even when you're new and you just know 5% more than everyone else, just go start teaching other people.
Yeah. The difference between 99% and 99.9 is huge. Like millions. So that refinement is what gets you to the next level.
Exactly.
So
that's awesome. You want to take over a little bit?
What is the most you've made as a solar sales rep?
Just shy of $1 million.
That's incredible.
Yeah.
In a year.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
What market?
Utah.
That's incredible. What is one piece of advice you give to someone just starting in solar?
Invest in yourself. Don't recruit too fast. Go all in on yourself. Develop yourself with your health, relationships, and don't obsess on passive income. Get your active income to $250,000 first, then learn how to duplicate your income and duplicate yourself. So that's part of what we do with Xsell.
It's all inclusive.
I want to ask you a little bit about content, because you're big on content and you're a big content guy. You have a lot of viral videos. So what is kind of like some tips on building a big content brand?
Just start, press record, document, just
everything.
Follow it. Yeah, so when I go knock, my best performing videos are when I'm out knocking.
Yeah.
So when I got around, high level entrepreneurs, I had to pay to get proximity with them. And one of the things I learned was what's the most valuable use of your time.
Right.
And sometimes it's when you're killing 2 or 3 birds with one stone. So when I'm out knocking doors, recording content, I'm producing money. I get guys shadowing me. I got a camera guy on me. I'm training my people. I'm making money. I'm pumping in revenue. It's win, win, win. So yeah, leveraging and maximizing your time. Document. Just get the cameras on you. And
how about a little bit more about you? Like, what kind of a family do you come from, and how do you get to how did you become who you are today, as driven as you are?
So my parents were very controlling. I've seen that like a strong correlation with successful entrepreneurs. My mom was insanely strict and controlling.
Yeah.
And so like my energy and effort is just an expression of me wanting to have freedom and control myself, right? And the drive comes also to impact and grow.
What did your parents do?
My dad is an industrial designer, so he does product design. He's the director of design for iFit.
Mine too.
Nice, yeah.
Yeah.
And then my mom's in sales.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you already have family in sales.
Yeah.
What does she sell?
She sells magazines.
So she still does it now, or that's what she did when you were growing up?
She crushes it, yeah.
Oh, still does it? Okay.
Yeah.
Is that door to door?
No, she runs a magazine business called Be Local.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so she sells ads and stuff like that.
Okay. So you learned everything you know from her, or?
No. Mom taught me
not much.
Mom taught me a lot, but not with sales. Not a ton.
You have brothers, sisters?
Older brother, half brother, lives on the other side of the world, and then I've got a younger sister, 11 years younger.
11 years younger.
So kind of like an only child.
Yeah, totally. Are they do they look up to you?
Brother,
you have an older brother.
Brother doesn't really talk at all. He's like in his own world.
He doesn't do sales.
No. He's a teacher.
Teacher, totally different.
And my sister, she's figuring life out right now. Bless her heart.
Yeah, of course.
So who does Nick look up to for inspiration?
That's a good question.
Who does Nick look to when he needs inspiration, motivation, and who does he want to learn from?
So, dude, I love motivational videos. Like, I'm not a motivated guy because I'm always seeking motivation from other people. I'm very disciplined, though. And so I love Eric Thomas, the hip-hop preacher. Andy Elliott's great. I really, really love Jim Rohn, Tony Robbins, Ed Milet as of more recent.
Do you? So your sale. Tell us about your company, your sales coaching. Are you strictly in solar, or do you do all industries?
No, all industries. Yeah. It's sales training for anyone.
Okay.
So there's 3 levers of driving sales. You have increasing education, which is increasing your close rate, learning techniques, tactics, how to win people over. That's education based. And then you have effort based. Has nothing to do with your close rate, but talking to more people, getting in front of more people, how to do that, how to have the discipline, the skill. That's another driver. And then you have increased efficiencies. So how can we save time to maximize our efforts to put them into getting in front of more people, right?
Okay.
So like reading people, cutting your time, not wasting time with people who are not interested, right? And so all 3 of those are effort, education, efficiencies, the 3 E's that drive sales. So, and then the foundation is personal development, people knowledge, and then product knowledge. So we train on all that. That's what our course is. It's personal development, self-development, and sales development.
I like your structure, how you let people have like some free access up front, kind of giving value first, and then...
Dude, that's the game.
Yes.
That's the game. Yeah, if you actually have something valuable, you don't need to sell. You just need to teach and get people in, add value. And the law of reciprocity teaches you give, they will return. And that's the best way to grow, because word of mouth is viral growth.
Yes.
And that's how you get word of mouth.
Absolutely.
So
all right. Let's close this out. Close this out.
Last question.
I got one.
I know it sounds like you're a man of faith, right?
Yeah.
With everything going on, everything's crazy. It's sometimes hard to keep a relationship good and right with the Lord. How do you go about doing it? How do you maintain your relationship with the Lord and getting busy with business?
Yeah. So first of all, I don't focus on things that are out of my control. So like news and trauma and stuff going on in the world. I focus on what I can do, how I can move the needle for my life, my family. and I focus on that, because when you focus on things out of your control, politics, government,
News.
you feel hopeless. And so and this is something we all can improve on, so I don't want to come off as like a preacher with this, because I'm striving to always improve on this. But gratitude is huge for me, and just thinking of all that I've been given, it drives me a lot more. I think when God sees that we're grateful for what he's given us, he gives more. And when we have a desire to serve people, I think he adds value. When we become more valuable, I think he also will serve us and bless us more.
All right, last question here, and then also share us where we can find you, social, everything. My last question is, tell us about your gym routine, bro. You're jacked as fuck.
I got a coach. That's the process for everything. I go to someone better than me, and I mimic, model, master their process. Faster way to success. So go, rather than me telling you, go fire and coach, go pay for them. You pay attention.
Right.
So
That's true. Local coach or someone national, someone.
So a local coach that coaches people, and then at a national level as well. And then one of my business partners, Brock, is also being coached by one of the top guys in the country. He also coaches me too. So yeah. So
all right. So
the routine is it's every morning. We wake up at 5:30.
Okay.
We plunge once a week, cold plunge, but every single morning we're weightlifting. Weight training has an amazing way to retain, burn through more calories, maintain higher energy, and you look better, you feel better. So I started with blood work, started with a program. I'd eat a lot more food.
Wow.
So all the above, dude. Yeah, blood work. You got to know your hormones.
Exactly. Yeah, a dial.
Have you done the 10X, the thing with 10X with
10X Health?
Yeah, 10X Health.
No, I had one of their former president on my podcast. That was cool.
Oh, really? I don't even know anything about that. But anyway, yeah, everyone. A lot of people probably already know who you are, but whoever doesn't, how can they find you? And
anywhere on social, Nick in sales. Nick, letter N, sales.
All right, brother.
Thank you. Someone that grows very quickly. Stay in touch with this space. The people like Alex Ramosi, people that are growing fast. This is going to be the guy. So stay in touch. Keep up with them.
All right, bro. Thank you, bro.
Appreciate it, dude.
Yeah.
Great meeting you, bro. Likewise.
Welcome back to the channel. We're here again with Carlos Morales, owner of Pacific United Power. We're here at SolarCon. We're doing a recap. Go check out the last podcast we did last year. We did a full hour long, everything about Carlos. We're just doing a little recap here. Tell us what's new with Pup, what's going on, what's new with you?
So, what's new with me in an entire year? Quite a bit. I'm probably looking at least 40 pounds less than last time we chatted, which is great. You're looking phenomenal as well. Life's fantastic. We're in Florida. Right now, I'd say with Pacific United Power, we've shifted a lot more towards a blitz model of sales, which is something I was honestly skeptical of before. And just for people who don't know, blitz is, instead of you knocking in your neighbors and the people around you, you go out to a territory, let's say for about 10 days, that's generally unsaturated. And when I say unsaturated, I mean you're knocking in smaller towns where the type of people that we are, where we like living in big city boy type vibes. Unfortunately, those people are underserved. So we go into those territories, people act as a tribe. We get anywhere between, in this next split, should be about 82 people coming out, which is nuts. To come out to one territory, we just rip it. Sell as many deals as possible, 12 hours a day for 10 days at a time. People are selling more deals than they sold in certain cases in the last quarter, literally in 10 days, because you bring that kind of energy, right? So Johnny ran one of these over in Texas. He actually ran a couple, and then I ended up meeting up with him. Our most recent episode of Real Sales Dynamics, it's me going out and visiting a Texas Blitz. Mm-hmm. I had such a remarkable time there.
Yeah.
Besides just the selling part, it's just the energy, that competitiveness, that edge that people have.
Yeah.
And so we're doing another one coming up here on April 26th, which this video may be released before or afterwards. And we're going to be continuing to do those throughout the entire summertime.
Cool.
Yeah.
How did you like Texas?
It was fun. So Midland, Texas is where we're selling. People don't know where Midland is, which means anyone who's not from Texas. Actually, I'm from Texas. I didn't know where Midland was. I had no idea. It was an oil town. It's a place where a couple solar companies have been before. As far as like day-to-day living, would I want to live there? No. Good God. When we were driving back, because I'd be leaving Leeds at like 9 p.m. to get to a sales meeting, which in certain cases wouldn't start until 10 p.m.
Oh my God.
Right? I'd have to order Chipotle while on the way to ensure that I was actually going to eat something besides, hot wings from a local bar. Right. And I really liked it for that time. It's one of those good places where you can make a lot of money, you can meet a lot of really interesting people, and what I really enjoy about it is it challenges you as a sales rep, right? Because sales reps get really lazy. When I get lazy, I get bored. So for me, it's about creating new challenges in my life. So if I don't create them in actual life, I'm going to create them in my own life by struggling in ways I don't need to. So I'm always finding external pressures in order to be able to push out, because that keeps me consistently activated, which has kept my solar fuel going for so many years.
Yeah.
Whereas there's other guys who kind of dropped out after a while. I'm like, you just need to figure out a new challenge. Go find another fucking mountain. Go hike it.
That's your secret, huh? That's why you haven't been drained all these years. You kind of keep and find a new goal every time.
You just find a new goal, right? If it's you've never hit 100 sales in a year, okay, hit the 100. After you hit 100 sales, okay, what is it, recruiting? Okay, you're gonna figure out better on recruiting it. Okay, now you figured out how to recruit. How do you get more people to sell? Okay, well, how do you do it in the long term or the short term? And then how do you grow from there?
Wow.
How do you develop better partnerships with installers, right? And how do you become more useful in multiple portions of the sales process? And it's been really great forming partnerships with different installation companies in Florida and things along those lines that have motivated me.
Right.
And then, of course, Real Sales Dynamics being the pinnacle of all of that for that, because it allows all of these crazy thoughts I'm constantly having that I want to express to more than, say, 30 sales reps at a time.
Yes.
To literally tens of thousands of people. Now we're over 30,000? 25,000 subscribers.
30,000 soon.
30,000 soon, I believe. I don't check the numbers, but it's good. It's a shit ton of people.
Ben Pup about to hit 1,000.
There we go. Fuck yeah, Ben Pup. Dude, I remember when we first hit 1,000. It was just like, wow, there's 1,000 people in solar? This is wild. Because at this point, it's like there's less people in the solar industry than there are who subscribe to our channel. And so now we're trying to grow out more.
So there's people that are watching that are on the edge that want to join solar.
Dude, I got people from fucking Bahrain who are subscribers, and you're like, well, what are you watching this for?
They're just entertained.
They're having fun with it.
It's so fun to watch people door knock. It's literally should be a TV show.
Yeah, which is kind of the point of what we're doing.
It's the future of TV. YouTube's the future of TV.
Absolutely. And, me and Garrett, when we're filming in a lot of cases, it's a lot of more of the tangible, we're in-person action on the doors.
Yeah.
And what Johnny's got going with Sam, where they have these kind of longer documentary time stuff, is fucking phenomenal. So
I loved that documentary you guys did.
Oh, so great.
So good.
Yeah, Sam is a wizard.
Yeah.
He's so good at what he's doing. And
go check out that documentary on the Pub channel. It's like an hour-long video. You'll find it.
Yeah. Just type in, I think, Texas Blitz. You'll see that on there. It's incredibly well done. Yeah. And so we're doing more things to kind of evolve the channel to start bringing people who are coming out of other industries.
Future of YouTube's long form.
It's a mixture, right? And that's the crazy thing is, like, our guys Sam, Garrett, both obsessed with algorithms, and sometimes we'll look at a video and we're like, this is going to pop. Doesn't. Then we had this video with Trent, who is a relatively new rep in Texas, and I looked at it, I was like, I'm not in it, Johnny's not in it, no one's explaining anything, he's just in it, out of nowhere, one of the most viral videos we've ever done. We're like, oh.
Was it a short or a normal video?
No, it was a normal video. And he just, I don't know, it just popped off, and then people started sharing it. A funny one is Hunter, who you know well.
Yeah.
Hunter's videos, every single time we post them, kills it.
I know why. I mean, it's a young kid.
Yeah.
People want to see that a young kid can do it.
Yeah.
And I mean, on average, everyone's older than the young kid. That means everyone that's watching it basically knows they can do it.
Or, it's Jacob Sampson, because he looks like their dad. And they're like,
he can do it.
This is the dad I wanted.
Yeah.
And it's that kind of vibe. So
it's either way, it's like if that guy can do it or this guy can do it. If it's in between, it's kind of just average. Like 30-year-old guy, like, okay.
Yeah, exactly. they're like, probably read a book or something. Fuck that guy.
Right.
But it's a lot of fun. So I've been having fun at these conferences. I've been speaking at a couple of them recently.
Yeah.
Which is kind of the reason to go to a conference is if you're going to speak at it. Outside of that, it's been a good time. Yeah.
Tell us, for someone that's brand new to solar, and let's say their first experience is coming to a Blitz, what's that like? Their first time in sales, coming to a Blitz for the first time?
I can tell you about the experience, guys who are having their first time selling solar that I'm talking to right now.
Yeah.
The thing about a Blitz, man, is that it's concentrated boot camp. Because it's just, one of the issues that happens to new guys is you started the company, you've run into this before, you're kind of getting mentored by someone, they're taking off days. In certain industries, but certain companies, they don't even know how their manager is.
Right.
They kind of get a script, but they've never really heard anyone say it. Versus you jump in on the Blitz, bro, you're getting trained twice a day. You got a really stacked team if you're working with a good company. I've heard nightmare stories about blitzes before, so I've tried to do everything I can proactively to prevent that. Like in my case, I've had 8 trainings with these guys before I've even met them in person.
Wow.
To make sure they're fucking dialed in. They know everything about the community. They know everything that's going to happen. So in their head, they're like, wait, I'm definitely going to get the sale out there.
Yeah.
Versus
Convicted. It's
the
a manifestation.
conviction, right?
You have to know you're going to get it before you get it.
And if every single night you're meeting with other guys and you're like, what did you do today? Okay, that's awesome. And you're posting on the wall. And the main thing you don't want is a fucking bagel.
Yeah.
Right? No one wants a bagel.
Right.
So keeping that energy going the entire time, that keeps it going.
I love that. That is so cool. Yeah, definitely. If you're getting into solar, you got to start out on the blitz.
Start with blitzes.
Yes.
It's way more fun. We'll have this one coming up, and then we'll have a couple more in the future. I got to get to another interview thing right now. But Ben, it was a pleasure. It's always a pleasure. You're a
Wolf
dear
of
friend.
Solar.
One of the best camera human beings in the world, salesman.
Thank you, bro.
Yeah.
All
Again,
right.
check out Real Sales Dynamics and let us know if you're looking to jump into the solar industry through Pacific United Power. Later, guys.
Just airdrop that.
Are you guys doing solar together?
Yeah, we do solar together, yeah.
Awesome.
You know Jackson?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Jackson's a good dude.
Yeah, he was
And he's a beast.
training with us when he was in the car business, and then when we got...
Oh, yeah, so you know him a long time.
Yeah.
Awesome. Yeah, and he kills it in solar.
I don't know if you got into solar. I don't know what got him into solar specifically, but there was a lot of people hanging around our conferences that were doing solar, and I think started talking to you about it.
Tell us your story. How'd you end up in sales? Let us know where you are now, what your story is, just kind of catch us up.
Yeah. So what my story is, how we ended up in
Sales, how you end up where you are today, yeah.
That's a packed question.
It is. So,
I guess at what level? Because I'm 34 years old, so...
When did you start?
I ended up in sales when I was, 12, selling 8, 9, maybe even younger than that, selling gum out of my locker room, my locker.
Were you that kid going door to door mowing lawns and stuff, too?
Mowing lawns. My brother and I had a lawn mowing business. And so, dude, we sold we went door to door selling, jobs for lawnmowers or to mow people's lawn, and we didn't even have a lawnmower. We filled like 20, 20 sold appointments, and then we had to go figure out a way to borrow somebody's lawnmower until we could buy our own.
Borrow their lawnmower.
But in general, I started selling cars when I was 19 years old. Did buy here, pay here. Jordan, watch out for that camera. Jordan, watch out for that camera. Yeah.
It's tiny.
But in general, yeah, 19 years old, selling cars at a buy here, pay here lot, which is just bad credit.
Oh, wow.
Tough to sell. It's a good environment because you're really learning how to do a lot of things in the car business. And then we got into selling cars with the Nissan store when we were 21, me and my twin brother.
Yeah.
Worked our way up into the Nissan store, found good resources, good people to train us and grow us, like Andy Elliott. Became one of the top Nissan salespeople in the country.
Wow.
And then Andy Elliott started his company and needed some sales guys, and we were his first couple sales guys that came onto the team.
Okay.
4 years ago, helped build the Elliott Group into the number one sales training company in the country. And now just running, building, growing, learning, training, building relationships. That's all we do.
What's like your day-to-day like on the Andy Elliott team?
Sales, man, from selling, my team to do more and get better to our clients and company just to produce results and figure out problems. I mean, sales is just all problem solving. So all day just solving problems, whether that be with our teams, our families, our companies, but it's a lot of phone sales, a lot of digital sales, Zoom calls, stuff like that. So just getting on the phones, getting on Zoom calls, coaching my team. I have a big team that I train and that I'm directly responsible for. So running a high-level team is just a lot of meetings, a lot of one-on-one conversations, pushing, building, and growing.
So when a business decides to work with Andy Elliott's sales training team, you're working directly with them, or are you just on the sales side?
So we have different products, and so there's different things that we just can one-time sell. And they're just
like a course?
Yeah, like a course or something. But the difference between us and I'd say anybody who's just selling a course is it comes with a coach. They buy their course. That you can't buy our stuff directly online, a lot of it. So usually what happens is our coaches are keeping up with these new sales guys. Like Jackson, he started with me when he was newer. Wow. We would keep up with him, push him to grow, sell him different tickets to different events. Making sure he's doing what he's doing, but then also being there to answer questions for him, provide some motivation, some inspiration when he's going through some tough shit. Most of these guys reach out to our team because we're positive. We've been there. We've been through the grind. We've been through the self-sabotage, the low-limiting beliefs. So we're a different company in the sense of you get somebody that's going to help coach you through it, not just buying it through a funnel and then not knowing who to talk to. You know, all of our guys are products of Andy Elliott. They've been top salespeople in their industry, so they know how to coach you through it rather than, be somebody that's kind of theoretically teaching you how to do it.
I heard a statistic, you're only like 50% likely to reach your goal, but on your own, and then as soon as you have an accountability partner, shoots up like 95%.
Shit, I would think anybody who's gonna do anybody who's gonna do anything big in life, you have accountability. Yeah. You have a team, you have a coach. Half my accountability is I've got people that I'm responsible for. Right. So if I'm not doing my shit, it directly affects their life. That's my accountability right there. Right? And then I have coaches that say, hey, Evan, you're not doing this, do this. I got Andy Elliott that's like leading his life by example. So my accountability is trying to live up to that. You make fucking promises, you better live up. That's all the accountability I need. But I got coaches and people that push me.
Who do you look up to? Who is someone that Evan looks up to?
Well, I look up to Andy. I work for Andy. It's the easy answer. Right? But like, I look up for, dude, I look up to guys like Kobe Bryant. I look up to the guys that have done big shit that I see. I've met a lot of influencers, a lot of badass athletes, and I've really come to realize that they're just normal people that are so much more dedicated than us.
Where we started.
That's all it is, bro. Like, I don't give a shit what any of these people say. If they wanted the life, they could have it. They don't want it enough. When I didn't make 7 figures, I didn't want it enough. I didn't know the knowledge. I had a missing structure. There was something missing from my life. Once I found it, then it was all about, do I want it? Can I implement it fast enough? Am I intelligent enough to put the pieces together? And do I want it? And that's the difference. So I look up to guys. I had a personal relationship with Kobe. I understood how his mindset worked. I saw him as a father. There were some cool things that I got to see with him. So that's a big person for me. But then, I look up to, I had a great grandfather, man. My grandfather trained and coached and taught. He was a high level, he was a teacher in the public school system for 50 years, dude. And his whole life was contribution. Yeah, it was just, his whole life was contributing back to other people, seeing something inside of somebody that they don't see inside of themselves, and getting it. I never thought I'd be a teacher, ever. Now I'm a teacher.
You're a teacher.
I just teach people to go do some of the shit that they know, and then I also teach people to do a lot of the shit that they may just not be seeing.
Right.
Yeah. So, I don't know, man. The best thing that you can ever do in your life to really truly get on fire is to train and coach and teach other people. You have to be a mentor in your life, and you got to be a mentee. If you can find that relationship, you got a good person. Like when I talk to Jackson and he goes to implement something and then he feeds back to me that he did the work, nothing feels better. Now, if I get people around me that I train and they don't do the work, and I know they're not doing the work, I don't want anything to do with you.
Right.
Maybe you haven't had enough pain in your life to understand when somebody's pouring into you that they mean it, and if it's real, and if they have the life that you truly wanted, go fucking do what they say to do.
Yes.
Now, if you don't do it, and I know that that's you, I'm gonna probably stop picking up your phone calls. Yeah. No offense, I love you, but maybe you haven't gone through the grind enough. Maybe you haven't lost it. Maybe you haven't restarted enough. Maybe you need to go down that rabbit hole like I did before. Then I started really getting coachable. But if you can be coachable, I love a guy that's broken on empty, that needs help, and that says he needs help, and that goes out and does the work. That's many of my team members here. But then I also like the guys that are on top and kicking ass, and they might get a little comfortable or complacent, and they might just need an outside perspective to come in and say, hey, bro, you're not fucking playing to your potential. You got lazy on the shit that got you to the top. Now you need to double down the extreme that got you to the $1 million to get you to 10 million. You need to double the extreme. What got you there? What got you to the $1 million? It took sleepless nights, investment in yourself, risk. Now that you're making $1 million, you don't want to risk anything. That's common.
Yeah.
Right. So you
can't maintain. You gotta keep growing.
Yeah. So you gotta get people that are willing to tell you, man. I remember when I made my first 7 figures, I stopped betting on myself the way I did because the fall is steeper.
Yeah.
And you're worried.
Yep.
But that's the way
it's a higher drop.
Yeah, but then you start thinking about that, you start playing safe. It's like going into a fight. If you're so worried about that punch that's going to come instead of fighting your style,
right?
You're going to get your ass kicked. Yeah, so you got to get loose, you got to get your mind loose, you got to be willing to still take the amount of risks that you need to.
So you started sales when you were 12, you said?
I started sales, bro. We all started sales the second we were born, bro.
Okay.
We started
Sure.
freaking asking our parents for shit. Yeah, my kids are the best salespeople in the world.
Girls
But
in high school, everything.
Oh yeah, but I legit started just selling stuff out of my locker when I was probably in 5th grade.
Wow.
And then
Okay.
I graduated to like selling drugs and bad shit and doing bad shit. Yeah, and I was around bad people, bro. And at the end of the day, I thought it was just good stuff. And then when I started getting around different people, my values changed and I started selling other stuff.
So my question for you is, when's a time in your life have you ever hit rock bottom?
Yeah. When I 5 years into the car business, I was the number 1 Nissan sales guy in the country.
Wow.
I thought my shit didn't stink. I thought it was cool to be the top guy and run over the people that are in the middle of the pack or the bottom of the board. It's all about me, the me mentality. You guys have seen those salespeople. You might have been one. What happens is you'll look up one day and you'll be the lone wolf on the team because nobody wants to be around you. And if you become that cancerous, you'll start to believe shit that's not true. You'll start to habit stack all these things. And what'll happen is you'll lose your gratitude, or something will happen, which happened to me. I lost my gratitude. I started making bad decisions. My dealership fired me.
Wow.
I'm the top guy in the I don't
top.
Well, I don't think they can fire me.
Yeah, of course.
Oh, wow.
But really, my 50, 60 cars is actually, they're losing that amount of cars by the cancerous,
Wow.
the shit that I'm doing. When that happened, I opened up a business, bet all my money on it, and I wasn't a business guy. I was a fucking high-level sales guy with bad habits. Lost all that money, started over.
Holy shit.
And I learned at that point, I started blaming everybody for all these little things that were happening to me. And then I finally started meditating, working out, looking in the mirror.
What a
And I
transformation.
started extreme ownership, and I started to really realize that I was the problem.
Wow.
Shit, that was the hardest pill to swallow.
What was the business?
I just started like a logistics hotshot company, and we were, it's like I had a cousin who was very successful in this industry. We bought a bunch of trucks, and it's like package handling and stuff like that. A company hires you.
Finding someone.
Yeah, and so we were just that middle guy for all these things, and
Transportation.
yeah, and I'm knocking on these doors. I get all these accounts in the back, and on the back side of things, the operations we had set up, these people were just funneling money, not doing the right things. Permits weren't in place. Shit was, yeah. Well, I didn't know because I was just on my own shit too,
Still with the sales mindset.
Yeah, but it was the best.
Worst fail.
It was the best thing that ever happened to me. Was losing all I had.
Yeah.
I'm so thankful for it.
It is so good, right?
Yeah, so good because it taught me everything I needed to know now. Like now I don't treat people that way. Now I learn from that. Like you can't buy that experience.
Didn't seem that way whenever
No,
you
you can't.
Hell no, it didn't. You know how it is, bro.
The Lord put you through it and you found out.
Yeah,
It turned out
I'm
being
freaking lucky. I'm blessed that I got put through that stuff.
So you went from that business and then you went back to cars?
Went back to cars. Long story short, I had a very big brand in the car business, and I told everybody we were coming back to the car business. Had a bunch of general managers over to my house to interview them. And there was one guy that didn't talk about money, and he only talked about culture and building a legacy. And everybody else talked money, and I wasn't wanting to do it for the money. I wanted to do it for a mission. And most millennials and stuff, they'll take less money for a good culture and a good mission.
Right.
The problem is this company didn't have any of that. So I wanted to go back in there and rebuild it the way we had messed up this other company. And that's what we did. We rebuilt this company and this culture to the top store in the state. And it was so rewarding. And I knew at that point we started getting people healthy, started training every day. And all of a sudden, man, I look up and it was the most amazing transformation. And I was addicted at that point to transforming companies and teams.
So throughout this whole experience, your brother was with you alongside everything? Or you guys ever go in separate directions?
No, we lived on different floors or on the same floor in apartment buildings. We always had the same jobs, yeah.
So you guys did the logistics business together, back and forth to the
Yeah.
cars together.
Oh yeah, we made every bad decision. Listen, we're twins.
Yeah.
It's a blessing and a curse sometimes. Like when you think one bad thing, you have somebody to roll with you to do it. You think one good thing, oh yeah.
Whatever
yeah.
you think is a bad idea.
Oh
you
yeah,
think
we're
it's a bad
like,
idea.
yeah, let's go.
Whatever you think is a
So
good
yeah.
idea.
But no, that's why it's so important that you have to surround yourself in proximity of people that are doing good shit, like not doing bad things, man. If I could, I'm 34 years old now. If I could go back to when I was 21, people say, I don't have any regrets. Bro, you're full of shit. Like, I love that's a little cool quote and everything, but if I could go back, I regret giving my life to people that I shouldn't have gave my energy to. Like, that's just the truth. But now I'm smart enough to know, like, did it sharpen me up to make me like make different decisions today? Hell yeah. But would I go back and do it over again? Yeah, it would save me years. You know, I'm looking at some of these 23, 24-year-old guys at our company, and we're training them the right way. They're so damn lucky. So lucky.
Oh, yeah.
How do you figure out your circle? Whenever you have people around you that you know shouldn't be around you, but it's very hard sometimes when it's family or coworkers, things that are hard to get away from. How do you tighten up your circle?
Well, you know who it is. So I think you kind of started off with saying, hey, how do you figure it out? You know it. Problem is you don't have the courage to cut them off.
Yeah.
And by the way, sometimes it's not the people, sometimes it's not even, it may not be the boys that you're going out and partying with or all this stuff. It may be the person that's just like not saying, hey, you should pursue your dreams. You should do this. It may be you get into solar, you go, and they're like, that's stupid. Why don't you get this job? Why don't you get that job? What you should do is you should just start to back out of those conversations. You know that those people are going to be there. Start to answer their phone a little bit less. Start to back out of those conversations. Start to ignore that stuff a little bit less till they understand. They'll understand that you don't want to be a part of that. The people who are super toxic in your life or that maybe you're doing bad shit with, just trim the fat. Write down who you want to be. Stop negotiating with it. Literally get a piece of paper. Write down all the shit you do want to do, don't want to do. And if anything you have to create a hard line in the sand. And if anything is is on the opposite side of that fence, that line, don't fucking do it. Stop being a dipshit. Stop doing the shit that you know is holding you back. Because if you do the right thing for 2 or 3 years with a good earning opportunity like a solar, high ticket sales, insurance, cars, whatever, you do the right thing in those businesses for a couple of years, your life is completely different.
Now, you work in an amazing environment with an incredible team. Can you be a little transparent with us? And do you ever go through a rut, or do you have such an amazing team that's always bringing you up?
Everybody goes through ruts, bro. It's life. You know, if you're not pushing hard enough, you're not going to find adversity. Like, our company has adversity all the time. Yeah. There's people that talk shit. Like, listen, look, go to my Instagram real quick here for a quick second. Let's just, you scroll through. If you look at this. All it is people.
Oh my God.
Mainly
like hate.
Look.
All his hate.
Who's buying cars from these dipshits? Who's
nipples.
Doing this? Look, just talking shit.
So much hate.
Right. So
that's good though.
Look. If you don't have haters, you're not in the game. Yeah. But if you're not going through adversity, you honestly have to love the adversity. My brother has 102-degree fever right now. He's here.
Really?
And he woke up like, dude, I need this. This is great. I have a chance to prove to myself what's possible. We spoke to 200 car dealers yesterday, and he did the most fire sales training I've ever seen outside of Andy Elliott. And when we left that training, I'm like, bro, you did so good. He's like, bro, I blacked out. And I'm like, you blacked out, but you fell back to your lowest level of skill set because you were prepared.
Incredible.
And after that happened, now he has this new self-esteem. When anything happens like that, he just had a breakthrough this weekend. And I'm so proud of him. Yeah. Wow. Are you begging for that stuff? I'm begging for it. My wife, we had a health scare the other day. We have a baby on the way. We had a health scare. It was scary, bro.
Really?
Like, it was scary. Without going into too much detail, I had to go pick her up, and like we thought there was something bad. Like, we thought it was bad, bro.
Jackson?
No, with our baby that's on the way.
Oh my God.
And at that moment, you have a chance. You know, a lot of people talk about sales training and mindset training and all this stuff. Bro, sales is everything. The way that I was framing her on the way to the hospital to think positive, the way that I was handling my mindset to not show distress, to not show discomfort, although I'm in a place of turmoil also, you know, she's like, I can't believe you're like, the next day she was so happy that I was able to hold my shit together. Yeah. Could I have did that 5 years ago if I wasn't training the way I train every day today? Right. No. So a lot of these dipshits that hate on our stuff online, what they don't realize is life is a war. You're at war all the time with your demons, your inner thoughts, your inner bitch voice, all this shit. If you're training it, you're putting positive podcasts in it, you're around positive people. When those adversities come and hit, and by the way, the more money you make, the more adversity you're going to get. Just because I got a $2 million house and nice cars and nice shit doesn't mean it stopped. It's harder.
Wow.
I got more people. I got more shit. I'm making more money. I got more people relying on me. There's more pressure. So stop acting like somebody else has a different life than you. That's the bitch ass mentality that people have to drop. You have to drop it, and you have to start to transfer into this mode where you understand that nobody in here has a unique thought. Nobody in here has some unique things they're going through. I could hit in 30 feet somebody that has a harder life and a harder story than you.
Yeah.
My guy Tommy right there overdosed 4 times.
Wow.
He was on heroin for 16 years.
He's still alive.
He's still alive.
That's
His
crazy.
girlfriend rescued him the last time. Wow. You know why he's on our team? Because he's been through it all. He's been sober for 2 years. He can speak to anybody. He understands what it's like to be at the bottom and to come back. And he's never going back to that life. He killed the old him.
Wow.
It's not about who you're becoming, or it's not about who you are. It's about who you're becoming. The reason why I'm telling you that story is because a lot of people think that if you've been through some shit, or like you've burned somebody, or you haven't been a good person in the past, you're not qualified to go get the big life. You're more qualified. You're more qualified to go get the big life. Tommy is so uniquely qualified because he's done all the wrong things. He can tell somebody what not to do. You know? So for me, I'm gonna go through the adversity. I'm gonna go through the shit, but it's all about how you handle it. Do you handle it with a good attitude? Do you understand that there's a bigger version of you? Do you look at the future? Are you happy about it? Are you making the day-to-day decisions that are going to get you closer or further away from that person you're becoming? Yes or no?
That's a really
It's gray. It's gray area. Write down right now, if you're listening to this, think about if it was December 31st, the last day of the year, whatever year you're listening to this. What would have happened over that last year? Write it down for you to get the best life that you wanted. Would it have been getting in the best health? What would it have been, bro? Like, what would it have been? Write it down. Write it down. Back into it. And then do it. Stop not doing it. Just do it.
So what you're saying is you still go through ruts, but the way you handle it has changed over the years.
Yeah, and I understand that the devil's coming for me. I understand that self-doubt's coming for me. I understand that there's imposter syndrome on every level. I understand that there's ruts. I understand there's comfortability. I understand humans. I'm very self-aware of myself. Like, I know when I'm not giving it my all, and it eats me alive. So I have the awareness to ask for help. I'm not an egotistical maniac where I think like somebody on my team hasn't experienced this and they can help me out, right? Like, I understand that these aren't unique thoughts for me, that if I look up an Elon Musk or a whoever, they've been through harder shit. So I literally, I know that this is, it's nothing unique. Let's just get through it. Yep.
We have no panel.
So anyways, I got a panel that I got to go to. Thank you guys for having me on it. And dude, let's kick some ass, man.
Where can we find you?
Macklin Twins on Instagram, official Macklin Twins, or Macklin Twins on YouTube, or Andy Elliott. Oh, sorry, buddy. Sorry. All right. Love you guys. All right, let's go.
Danny Klein is one of my favorite people in the world. This guy is amazing, brings the energy, cares about other people, tries his best, sales training, social media. If you guys don't know, now you know. Everybody give it up, your moderator, Danny Klein!
What's up, everybody? How you guys doing? SolarCon, what's up? Appreciate everybody being here today. We got the Elliott Army in the house. Guys, you know we like to start off with the energy, so I need you guys to get on your feet real quick. You know how we do it here. You know what's going down. We're going to start off right. We're going to have some fun. We're going to bring energy. And you know I got to pass it off to these two crazy fuckers to line up for you guys. Let's go.
How you guys feeling today? Our company, we believe in having a great energy, having a great attitude. In our company, that's what we do. That's who we are. Listen, do people want to buy in a good mood or in a bad mood? Do people want to buy in a good mood or a bad mood? Okay, so every day you're going to have to fight for this perspective. Am I right? So every day we're going to have to get together as a team and control our environment. I don't give a shit what's going on in SolarCon. I give a shit what's happening in here today. And if you're present today, you're going to learn how to build a business like we built, a team like we built. So be present today. We're going to control the energy of this room. We want to answer questions. We want to do a whole lot of stuff. But we want to get fired up with you guys. Is that cool? Okay, let's start it off. First, turn to your neighbor and say, be a beast, not a little bitch. Look him in the eyes. Look him in the eyes. Look him in the eyes. Hey, don't worry about the women in this room. I guarantee you they're more savage than those motherfuckers too. All right, everybody look up here. Here's the number one sales trick you're ever going to need. And some of you guys it's kind of hard. Okay? Listen, you're going to have to be able to master a stranger. Smile at people. Everybody go like this. Smile. See, some of you guys look like serial killers because you're like, oh shit, he's making me smile. He just shit his pants when he smiles. Just kidding, just kidding. He's like, oh, this is so hard. Listen, guys, man, it's all about frequency. It's all about having a good time. That's what we're going to do today. But before we start, Evan, let's go. Let's do the sales creed and let's see how much passion and intention we can do. Let's wake SolarCon up. Let's test it one time. Repeat after me. I'm an elite sales warrior. I'm an elite sales warrior. No, guys. That sounds like some insurance bullshit. Give it to me. Don't think about what the person is doing to your left or your right. Give me all you got. I'm an elite sales warrior. I'm an elite sales warrior. I will destroy my competition. I will destroy my competition. I believe I can close everybody. I believe I can close everybody. Success trains, failure complaints. Success trains, failure complaints. I have no ego. I have no ego. I have no entitlement. I have no entitlement. I have no limits. I have no limits. Let's walk and talk like a solar millionaire. I'm ready to walk and talk like a solar millionaire. I'm ready to level up my culture. I'm ready to level up my culture. I'm ready to build badass team. I'm ready to build badass team. Let's go. Turn to your neighbor and say, level up. Level up. Let's go.
Let's go.
How's everybody feeling? Is everybody all jacked up? Good.
Hey, that's how you start off right there. That's how you start off. Guys, listen, the reason we want to bring this together is, listen, we got the sales, we got the systems, we got the processes, we're learning tons of stuff, we're implementing tons of stuff, but the culture is the glue that holds everything together in your company. The culture is what holds and brings people together for a long time. And I think Andy and our team has done it a little bit differently, and people are curious what's going on. A lot of people are like, oh, it's the culture, right? Well, listen, everybody wants to build a following, so I want to open it up, introduce yourself, tell the people, who you are, what you've done, and why you decided to join the Elliott Group.
My name is Ian. I started with Andy when it was just a kitchen table and an idea. Like some of you guys that are just starting your companies, we had a big dream. We had, we knew that if we could get what we had out to the public, it would change the world. So I'm just the culture driver. I'm the guy that, I want to relentlessly kick ass. I want to be the #1 business in my company, in my industry, and overall I just want to dominate. And I want to beat my brother, pretty much. So it's a big driver to kick his ass every day too. So he's the #2 twin, I'm the #1. Everybody say #1. That's me. Okay, my name's Macklin. Got with Andy 4 years ago when we started building the Elliott Group, and the reason why I joined the Elliott Group is I just wanted to be around a guy. I wanted to be around a leader who could get more out of me. I knew that there was a guy inside of me that nobody had ever seen before, and I saw Andy as a self-leader who could build another leader, and I hadn't been around people like him before, so when I got around him, he made me some big promises, and he said, if you do these things, I'm going to show you how to live the best life possible. He's always kept his word, so I'm just proud to be here because that's one of my jobs in the Elliott Group now is to help other people see the life that we've been able to build, so it's pretty awesome.
My name's Kirby, and I've been with the Elliott Group for about 2 years now, and I think the biggest thing for me is that I always felt like I was missing something inside of my life, and so whenever I met Andy, I was like, how am I going to be able to get somewhere? I knew I was built for something. I knew there was something greater inside of me. And Andy was really the contributor of showing me like, hey, you can get there and do those great things, but there's no way you're going to be able to do it alone. And so when I saw a team like this, I was like, there's no way. Like, this is exactly what I need.
My name is Jacob Hagerman. I came from Arkansas. I've been with Andy for 4 years, and when I first was in Arkansas, there's nobody talking about big visions, big dreams, and actually sticking to them. And so when I got a chance to meet Andy, the way that he spoke to me was with so much certainty and belief of what it is that he's going to accomplish that I've never seen that before. And so when I got an opportunity to latch myself to a company like that, I jumped at the first opportunity because, like Evan and Ian have said, Andy's always made a promise and then delivered on it in a fraction of the time of when he said he would. And there's not many leaders out there that will actually do that. And so that's what brought me on.
Oh my gosh, these are my brothers and my sisters. Can we please just give a round of applause real quick? I love these men and women like crazy. And I want to say, like, we're so grateful for this opportunity. We're grateful that everybody showed up today. My name is Selena. I found Andy Elliott 3 years ago, and Andy gave me the blueprint to selling. And he said, hey, as long as you do everything that I say here, all the way from A to Z, I promise you that not only are you going to have more money than you know what to do with, but you're gonna feel so fulfilled internally because you're able to help more people. I've been selling since I was 18 years old, and I'm like, okay, if there's a better way to do something and I can help more people, I wanna do it. And we scaled, the company that I worked at, we scaled to making record-breaking units. And I said, if you changed my life and my industry, you can help me do it with more people. And those people start off by you guys being right here. So I decided to join the Elliott team. And we've been rocking it since. I've been with Andy for 2 years now.
Let's go. Listen, a lot of these guys are underdogs, and they were all crushing it in their own respective industries. They were smashing it, and they left something for, for a bigger cause, right? They wanted to do something bigger. Like me, myself, I went from delivering Chinese food, dropping out, getting in the car business, literally almost getting fired with a $200 commission check. And I found this guy, this sales trainer on the internet, that didn't have a whole lot of views, and I decided just to make the jump for something bigger. And I think we all kind of bonded together, from all coming from a place of making a lot of money and going back to nothing. I want to ask you all guys, right, why did you decide, or what was the thing that bonded us all together in the very beginning? Like, how do we all get so tight?
I'll answer this question. The way that you continue to get culture tight and get people, to really bond and love each other is suffer together. Figure out things that bond you, which how we do it is working out together. So all of our team, there's strict core values and things that we believe in that are non-negotiable in our company. So if you see the guys in our company, all of them are working to get in the best shape of their life. We believe that gives you the best attitude. If you can do that, it delivers to your clients. But every day we do a run together. Every day we're working out together. Back in the day, Andy was on this crazy Goggins kick, and he would make us do these 110-degree heat runs together where we would literally die.
I almost died.
He had a heat stroke. And I remember carrying him down a mountain. Well, people would pull up and they'd be like, this is illegal. You're not supposed to do that. We're like, not in the world we live in.
Yeah, there's no HR in our company.
So we would do these crazy things together, and then it felt like we were brothers. And every time we bring new people into our company, we specifically make them go through these journeys with each other and with our team. And there's nothing, culture isn't built inside of the office, it's built outside of the office. So if you're gonna do that, you gotta put people through hard things together.
Another big thing that people see from the outside is there's a lot of couples. If you guys look around, there's a lot of people that work together. We're big on the family. Andy talks about sales training and mindset, but you hear him talk a lot about his wife, his family, his kids. He brought his kids up on stage. What do you think the integration of the personal life, the family, the kids, what do you think that does for culture? Like, why don't other companies do that when it's something that's so simple? And what do you think it does for the culture?
I think most companies try to separate them. We bring them in together. Like, it's not work-life balance, it's work-life integration. And our families are with us in our company on our journeys. Many of the guys that are around here, their wives are with them. Like, we got Jesse Cloud in the back, his wife's right next to him. He was the top performing salesman in the car business, and then came in and brought his wife with him, and then now they work together. But I think so many companies try to separate them, when in reality, the person that's going to control their success or hurt them or harm them the most is the person sitting next to them. It's the person that they're sleeping with every night, and a lot of companies don't bring those people in, and there's a disconnect. Bigger companies don't even know who those people are. In our company, those people are the people that matter most. Andy even has sales meetings with the wives or the husbands that are outside of our company to bring them in, and it's a sales meeting on the vision of the company, painting the vision of, hey, what are these guys working for? Where are they going to? Do you even know what's happening in the company? So it's the job of the leader, and it's the job of us to bring all of that together. A core value of our company is God first. We go to church together every weekend. We notice if people are missing from church. So when our kids are running together, our families are running together, you guys may be thinking that's not how my company runs. That's totally cool. We ran in the world, and we didn't like the way the world ran, and so we said, hey, we're just going to create our own environment, which is working out, God, family, taking really good care of each other, taking good care of the people around us, because ultimately, you leaders out there, your people are bringing the culture to the communities. They're bringing it home. And what's going on out in that world? A lot of fucked up communities, and it starts in a lot of the communities. It starts in a lot of the companies that we have here. So what we're trying to do is inspire companies to bring the good culture to the communities, because that's how you're really going to change something in this world. You're not going to change it through the politics. It doesn't matter if it's the sleepy guy or the orange guy. It's still going to come down to what we do, amongst our companies and what we do.
Yeah, in addition to that, there's a massive disconnect between couples when, if you're spending all day and you're knocking doors, but your wife doesn't know where you're at, and she's got 2 kids at home and she's frustrated, Like, you guys are on 2 separate missions. Like, she doesn't actually know what's going on, and you guys have to be on the same mission together. Otherwise, there's going to be a lot of friction. When you come home after knocking doors all day, then you get home and she's bitching at you, you're like, fuck, this sucks. But she doesn't understand. Or vice versa, if she's the one hitting the doors, because we have some badass ladies in here. Like, there's a massive disconnect that causes friction. Plus, the power of doing it together as a team will take you so much farther. Imagine you being like yourself, or imagine having someone that's always supporting you 100% along the journey. It's a game changer inside of the company. And then also, it's like when you go home, because we don't have a lot of business problems, we have a ton of personal problems. And it's like, but if shit's great at home and you're on the journey together, like, imagine the power that you're bringing to the table in the company too, and like how much of a difference that's gonna make.
Well, the crazy thing is that at leading a team, most of you guys, who's the team leader here? Who has people underneath them? I bet you guys in the last couple of weeks, you've had to deal with nothing but bullshit on your team, people's problems. I can count on one hand in the last 4 years of any type of conversation I've had to have with anybody on my team with a personal problem. Because Andy onboards us, showing us what it looks like to treat your family the right way and bring them with you. I never was a part of that, but now that it's a part of our company culture, I never have to spend time talking about all of this BS that I see other companies having to talk about. So get it right in the very beginning, but get it right with yourself first, and then show your people, coach them on how to be good humans, on how, and the money's a byproduct of it. If you're coaching people on how to be a good boyfriend, a good husband, and they're doing it, or a good wife, or whatever, like, all of a sudden, now they're unstoppable because that gap isn't holding them back.
You know what's so funny is that we're never going to teach you guys to do something that we're not personally doing. We are a product, and we're not going to, because then that would make us frauds, and we're not here for that. So what I would encourage everybody in this room is everybody that's like wives or at home, like what Maria was talking about, go put everybody in a group chat or create a WhatsApp chat. We have that for our wives. So like one of the wives is like, hey, we're going to the park tomorrow at 5 o'clock, who wants to join? And then it's like all the Elliott wives all walking around the fountain with their kids. So you can start just by doing something so simple like that. But if you're not on the mission, including things, doing things together, all day the past 2 days while we were here at SolarCon, their wives are back home, girlfriends at home, so I go over them, and nobody needs to tell me to do this because I'm my own leader and I'm gonna step up for their wives. But I went over to them and I said, hey, I'm taking a video for Valerie, I'm taking a video for Miranda, we're gonna text it over to them, and you say, hey, I miss you, I love you, I can't wait to see you in 2 days. I promise you, I'm out here working hard, we're at SolarCon, and I texted to them. 2 seconds later back, oh my gosh, I miss Danny so much. Like, this means so much to me, because Danny's probably not thinking like, I should sit here and take a video.
What she's doing.
Yeah.
She's being honest.
Yeah.
She's our lead woman, okay? She keeps us close.
So like, go do that. Like, if you want to take action right now and go change and do something, I encourage you, as soon as you get out of this room, just go take a video for your spouse that's back home because they're missing you for 3 days. That alone will show how much effort that you care. And then imagine we do all of that. Now we're creating that team culture.
Come on. Yeah, she's a total contributor of a team, and a lot of you guys, like, if you're a team member, you might just be thinking about yourself all day, and that's your problem. You need to be thinking about how you can raise the standards of the people around you. When you're feeling lonely, what's the best way to, get away from that? What's the best way to get out of depression? Be helpful, serve people. So many people are just worried about selling people. We got these people worried about creating these emotions in our company and creating these emotions within each other and helping each other and truly giving a shit, that it is really truly the difference. It's truly the spark.
Absolutely on point, guys. All right, so I want to talk about hiring and firing, but I want to start with hiring first, because obviously in this space, recruiting is huge. You want to build your team. You want to build it massive, as big as you can get it, right? But also, there's some people that you don't want on your team. I want to start with Selena, but I want to talk about how do you hire? What was your experience getting hired on with the Elliott group? And like, how do we hire inside our company?
Oh my gosh, mine was a little psycho. Mine was kind of crazy. Mine was a little bit different. But so Andy doesn't hire, for an example, he doesn't hire if you're not a product of his training. So I invested in a lot of money on my own. It's funny because the company that I was working for wrote a check to Andy Elliott for $20,000. He said, hey, go train my team. But I thought to myself, okay, if this guy goes and pays for me to go train, I live in Washington State and I'm flying out to Scottsdale, Arizona. I'm gonna sit by the pool, I'm gonna have a couple cocktails. but if I pay for it out of my own pocket, it's gonna force myself to learn because somebody else isn't paying for it. So I said, forget this. I paid Andy $600 every single month to be on his training platform, and I paid for every single seminar ticket. Because I knew if I came out of my own pocket that I would like really pay attention. 6 months later, I'm running the company, we hit record-breaking units, and I'm just like, I gotta do this. And I remember, you guys, Andy's, to have a one-on-one with him 2.5 years ago was $5,000 to spend all day long with him. I'm like, this is incredible. Ran the credit card for $5,000, spent all day long with him. He looks at me and he goes, Selena, where do you see yourself at in 5 years? I started crying, and out of nowhere, I'm like, I want to work for you. And he goes, okay, you got to go talk to my wife. I was like, oh, shoot. Oh, he's like, this is exactly what you're going to say. She's going to ask you these questions. This is exactly what you're going to say. So I went over there, had a long conversation, and she goes, okay, well, we'll let you know, we'll get back to you. And I'm like, well, I'm a salesperson, so what am I gonna do? Follow up, right? I sent her flowers the next week. I was doing everything to be like, can I get on the team? I wanna get on the team. And Andy was like, hey, you're not hired. It's just, it doesn't work that way. This isn't a hiring process. And told me, like, go kill it at your store. We taught you how to do it. And I said, you know what? I am so passionate with how he changed me that I literally sold everything. I up and moved. I got a U-Haul, and I said, I've already built a car dealership. If I can do it in Washington State, why can't I do it in Arizona? So I packed up my stuff, moved to Arizona, and I lived at a place where there's dealerships around. I said, I'll just apply for a dealership. And then I'll just drive over to the Lions Den once a month, and I'll get private coaching done by you guys, so I don't have to pay for an Airbnb and plane ticket. Once he realized that literally my entire apartment was packed, he's like, oh shoot, she's serious. Driving on the way out, and we're like, all right, we got a spot for you.
I'm going to give you guys a hiring tip. Who hires people in the room? Raise your hand. Okay, so here's a hiring tip. Listen, if we're coaching a company, what we're going to do is give them a system, a password. This is scalable. If I gave Selena a password, I'll just talk about her for a second, or if I gave one of them a password and I said, hey, man, Danny, you're fired up. You've done a great job, man. It looks like you want to work at our solar company. And I sent you home with the password, and you come back 2 days later, and Danny, you've done 3 chapters of training. Does Danny want it? No, because Danny, what can we not coach, guys? People who don't want it. When we run people through our sales training platform, we're hiring people that want it. We're not hiring people that don't want it. A lot of you have people in your companies that don't want it because they say they want it, but then they don't really want it. You need something to test them on, something that you can hit a report and see what they've done, when they've done it. If I looked at Selena's report, you know what I could see when she wanted to work for our company? I could see that she was taking the training at 2 in the morning, at 12 at night. She wasn't drinking, she wasn't hanging around a bunch of weenies. You know what she was doing? She was training to be great. We knew that she wanted it. This whole company right here is our training system. All they got to do is log right in, give somebody a password, say go home and train, and then check back in with them and be like, bro, you did 900 chapters. You're all in. That's the kind of person I want. A lot of you right now, you're just hiring people that fog the mirror. And in turn, that just slows you down. You have to hire people that have the want and need. And if you have a system like we build behind it, then it's really good. And the second part of that is refuse people. Like, I knew you were going to say it. That's why I just channeled your thought right into my brain. Refuse people. Yeah, object that ass. Like, when they say they want to work for you, put them through a process and see if they want it. And when they want it, tell them, hey, listen, we basically teach people how to post different things that they're going to attract top-level talent. If I write a post, if I put some stuff on Indeed, if I'm recruiting, I'm making it clear that I want top-level talent. When the top-level talent calls in, or we sit through an interview, I'm going to freaking mess them up. I'm going to say, hey, listen, Timmy, you look great, you sound great, everybody tells me they want it, but you wouldn't be able to hang here, bro. You don't look like top-level talent. What do you think about that? And then I'm going to shut up and listen. And I'm going to see if he gets all flustered, if he cries, if he stands up and says you're right, which I've had happen before after a guy was a professional job interviewer, and he's like, "Whoa, thank God, man, I knew I was a top-level talent. I'm glad you didn't hire me." I'm like, dude, you said all the right things. Thank God I didn't hire you. But what happens if he's like, dude, respectfully, I am top-level talent. I don't care what you and your company think. I'm going to kick ass. If I was in this company, I'd kick everybody's ass. What if he says that? Now we got a killer. Now we got somebody that has some grit. Do you guys want people that can overcome objections and push through the tough shit? Okay, so why don't we hit them with that right in the very beginning, and tear them up and see what they say.
100%. I was gonna say this, like when I got hired with Andy, it wasn't just based off of like, hey, you know what, here's all your accolades. I see a lot of leaders, they'll look in their past, at their past accolades, they'll go, oh, this guy was a killer at this company, but in reality, what's made it great where we have our team, it's not about just the accolades and the fact that this is the person has the it factor, it's, hey, what's the heart look like? Because when shit gets hard, let me ask you this, in the solar industry, if you go and you don't pay a guy one time, guess what, they bounce, yes or no? Yes, okay. Any bit of adversity that comes to the company, if that person's not bought in with their heart, they're going to leave. When we joined the Elliott group, we were in a 700 square foot conference room, and he's like, we're the #1 in the world, and I'm like, fucking we're in a broom closet. Like, what's going on here? But the deal is I was bought in. And then I went without making any money at the very beginning. But I knew that the company was gonna do something because I believed and I had the heart inside of it. And so we all got dosed with the case of figure it the fuck out, which is what we did. And we all wanted to do that. With your teams, is that what you want? When things get different, when things in the market start to go from peaks to valleys, do you want your team to band together and figure it out? Or do you want them to just leave and go find another company where they can make a paycheck faster? What is it that you want? Hire off the heart and how bad somebody wants it and how bad they want to be inside of your company because they believe your mission. But as the leader, your vision has to be so big that you can fit every single person's visions under and inside of that vision. Because the second that you think small as the leader, the second Andy thinks small as a leader, we're all probably going to go somewhere else. Because guess what? You have to be in front. You have to make the company big enough for everybody to get what they want. That's where the buy-in comes from. You gotta hire with the heart.
All right, so let's say they hire on, right? They're fucking fired up, they're ready to crush it, we hire them on. But then this comfort sets in. The culture killers, the toxic shit comes in, right? They start getting lazy and comfortable. What does that conversation look like? What do we do? Maria, you started off.
Yeah, so I would say that it's a combination of, a lot of times, it's a combination of do we get comfortable or are we just fucking scared? And I can tell you from my experience that I was scared shitless. I was the biggest weenie inside of the company. Actually, Andy told me no, that I wasn't allowed to come onto the company.
You cried every day.
I cried, and I had to basically almost kill myself to prove that I was wanting to be here. But one of the things that Andy did was that he doesn't let people in the company just stay low. If you're low energy, just like these guys have picked up on it where they're like, hey, if you're low energy, we're not gonna let you stay here because you're gonna bring other people down around you, and it doesn't work like that. Like, you cannot operate in that way. And so one time when I was pretty new, and I was a little bitch, and I was crying all the time, Andy says, all right, everybody, whole team, you're gonna come into my office. Maria, get the fuck in here. And he said, so everybody stand up. Go ahead, stand up. Everybody stand up, let's go. And he says, tell me you're not shy. And I was like, but I am shy. And at this point I'm crying, I'm shaking, and I'm like, dude, this is gonna fucking suck, something's about to happen. He's like, you're gonna roar in front of your entire team as loud as you can. And I'm like, no, I'm not. He said, yes, you are, do it right now. And I was like, done. So I was like, but like, what's gonna happen? I'm so scared, right? Just like right now. So I said, fuck it. I was like, ah!
Let's do it with her. Ready? 1, 2, 3.
Ah! I said, fuck it. I'm gonna break down to 1,000,000 pieces. And from that moment forward, I grew because he knew I needed someone to push me over the limit. I needed someone to tell me that nothing was gonna happen if I just pushed a little further, if I pushed through that barrier. So I was either gonna go backwards to my old shitty life, or I was gonna break through and I was gonna grow.
I love it. Sit back down. If you want to let out a roar, you can.
You guys got anything to add?
People, sometimes you just need to yell.
Out of fire.
Oh, well, listen, dude, you're gonna have to
How to kill comfort, right?
Listen, let's just be honest. There's a lot of you guys in here that are already comfortable. We know it. We can see it on your face. Like, you can't hide it. I can see it in your eyes. I've been there. If you've ever made, let's just talk. If you've never made a couple $100,000, you go make a couple $100,000. You feel rich. You almost get entitled. You get a little bit of ego. I learned that I lost it all. The very first time I ever lost it all, I had to restart. I made a couple $100,000. I thought I was indestructible in a company. I became toxic, and the boss fired me. I was one of the top reps in the entire country, but I wasn't above the team. I had to learn that the hard way in my mid-20s. As I go to make bigger money and go to make 7 figures, you can find yourself comfortable. You need people in your company that can freaking citizens arrest your ass. when you're making bad decisions. And so that's what we have. We constantly pick on each other. We figure out what people are doing, right, and what people are doing wrong, and we let them know. There may be some people that trick your way into their culture or trick your way into their company, and they say everything, and then behind the scenes they're tearing it apart. Anybody ever been there? Okay, when you find those people, throw them the fuck out. What are you waiting on? A lot of the times you feel handcuffed to them, some of them because they're your top reps. When you fire somebody in your company will go up 20 to 30%. Anybody ever been there? But the whole time you're like, I don't want to. Bro, I'm telling you, sometimes it's good to have a public execution and let somebody go if they're making the bad decisions, if they have bad intentions. There could be people that have bad days, but they don't have bad intentions, and that's on you as the leader to coach them through it and find out what's going on in between their head. And if you can do this and your whole team can recognize it and police it, it's not exhausting. At first it's very exhausting when you're going to build something like this. But after a while, it just becomes second nature. They're doing citizens arrests left and right. I don't even have to do it half the time anymore. But, we got to make sure that we're policing it because it's important to us. This is our family. It's not just a team. It's not just a job. It's our freaking life.
I'm going to open it up for Q&A, but first thing I want to say is, listen, it's a high level of accountability. Bosses and managers kill fucking companies. What's your title? What's your title? Sales. Everybody up here is sales on the front line. Guess what? You don't get paid to run the training. Oh, we're going to give you a bonus. We're going to pay you a salary. Listen, you almost like put your people down and like give them that level of comfort. You need to breed other leaders and other people that will build up your people. You want to promote people to that manager title instead of just breeding other leaders. But I want to open up for Q&A. If anybody has questions, I want to take some questions. Let's start with you. Let's come up. Here, go ahead, give this mic. And then you can direct it to any specific person, or we'll go all the way through.
Who's getting some value?
What's up, guys? Do you guys have any tips for creating culture that is online? Like if your business is online and everything is virtual?
Yeah, what I would say is even if you're doing virtual solar, you have to have a way to keep people accountable. So you still need a system of training. They have to be able to log into something and prove that they're getting better. You also have to be able to watch what they're doing and be able to keep track of like their KPIs. If you don't know that a guy did 10 presentations and all 10 of them were dog shit, then you have no way to grow that guy. You have no way to see what that guy's doing. You have no way to motivate him. Also, if you have a virtual sales team, I'd bring them together every once in a while, quarterly, monthly, fly out. If you notice that a guy did 50 presentations and we could just make a number up and that's low compared to the other guy and he continues to maintain that way, that stagnant route, your job is to be a coach. Your job is to recognize and have an awareness of what's going on in the team. And if you have that awareness, dude, you might need to get on a plane and go save that guy. You might need to get on a plane and go do the next demo with him. A lot of the times if you have somebody drowning, you're like, man, that guy's just drowning, he sucks. Hey, how about going and knocking the door with him? If you're virtual, say, hey bro, I'm gonna help you close this next deal. Sometimes people just need somebody to believe a little bit in it. We had a Thanksgiving party at Andy's house, and we recorded all these little separate videos. Like they recorded one, I recorded one, my family recorded one, and the underlining tone of every single video was, hey man, because it's in confidence. We didn't tell everybody it was going to be at Thanksgiving. Everybody's crying. They're like, dude, there was this moment I lost belief in myself, and you were there for me, man. You were there for me. The team was there for me. It doesn't matter if they're virtual, wherever they're at. You got to have a system of accountability, and you got to believe in them in the low moments when they're ready to give up and when they've lost it all. You can be there to inspire them and show them the way. And that's really hard virtual, so you have to have great communication.
Creating an emotional tie is really important too. So if you look at us, we all have these necklaces on. These are our dog tags, and this was gifted to us by Jacqueline and Andy. So it's cool because whether we're at the same convention or not, or if I'm like 2 hours away from Salt Lake City, I still feel connected to everybody because we all carry around this same exact piece. This is called an emotional tie. So you can create, when they started, see their bracelets? You guys have, Jacqueline and Andy started off with these bracelets at first, and then now they did the dog tag. So what you can do if you're virtual, find something, it doesn't need to be $1,000, it could be something that's $50, $10. But what I would do if I was you is I would mail something out to everybody, write a handwritten letter and say, hey, you are me and I am you. I got your back for life. And that's another way to stay connected virtually too, creating a tie like this.
And one other thing, I know one guy that does a virtual team, and one time I was literally trying to get a hold of him, I was trying to call him, and he sent me screenshots where he had over 100 phone calls for the day, calling every single one of his people. So it all comes down to like leadership. Obviously you don't have that in-person vibe, you can't like run and scream and get hyped with us, but what you can do is you can call every single person and let them know you care and that you give a fuck and you're here to let them win. And you have to do that on a consistent basis. Like it's a full-time job in leadership, bro. Full-time deal. All right, other questions? What other questions we got? Right here.
Hey, so I'm an installer and it's about firing. On my crew I have an electrician. He's really close with the boss's family. Talks about like mother-in-law and all this stuff, but he sucks. Horrible. How would I go about to the owners of the company I install for about like, hey, you guys should just fire this guy. He does inspection, he doesn't do his job correctly.
Yeah.
How would I go about that?
Hey, this one's super easy. Let me ask you this. If you had cancer growing in your left arm, would you cut it off or would you let the cancer spread to the rest of your body?
Cut it off.
You'd cut it off? Well, good. Anybody that's a cancer to your company and you know that they're a cancer, it's been diagnosed, it's confirmed. They're going to destroy the culture. They're going to destroy what has been built. You need to cut it off quickly.
Also, second note is how much time have you spent with that guy?
Every day.
Every day. Do you talk to him about being a good human? Do you try to move him in those ways? Because a lot of the times, sometimes people aren't aware of really what's going on. Like they're not aware of like their shortcomings. And what leadership is you show somebody how to be a better person. You show them another version of themselves that they've never seen before. So ultimately, if you're the leader and you get better, everybody gets better. So if he sucks, I'd say you suck. And that's just the truth. Now, is there some notion that like he doesn't have something and he was hired the wrong way and all this stuff? Yeah, but ultimately, dude, you always have to look at yourself no matter what if you're the leader and say, man, like when we lost people, me and Evan were like, dude, like some people would say, that guy was the totally wrong person. But you still have to be able to learn from that moment and go back and figure that out. And then you have to be able to, if that guy's really directly connected with the owner, you have to be able to have very direct conversation with an owner. I'm not a fucking yes man to Andy, ever. Me and him get in the biggest arguments. We never leave the room, but we will fight, we will yell, we will cry. And I'm gonna stay there to get my point across, but he knows I got the right intentions, right? So I'll sit down with him, I'll say, hey bro, here, have a seat. Hey, your boy over here, I know he's your cousin. Let me introduce you to 15 things that have happened over this last week. 15 things that I've tried. Here's the evidence. Here's what I'm trying to do. How can you help me support getting this guy to the next level? How can we do this together and get him to the next level or phase him out because it's not good for us? And then if it is cancer, like Jacob said, and it's totally bad, well, then we might just have to let it go.
Thank you. What else we got? We got one more? Right here. What you got, bro? How we doing? How we doing? Right on. So, quick question. It's a two-parter. First is I'm trying to get more aligned with my significant other, just on what my vision is and my long term. Because I see it as a lifetime partnership with her, and so I travel for work 2 weeks on, 2 weeks off, and so that can get really hard for her. So the first part is how I can convey that to her that this is just a temporary situation, and long term we're going to have decades together. And then secondly, when I'm with her, what are some ways other than doing the videos, and especially when I'm away as well, just being more present and showing her that I care. I want to hear from the woman on this one.
Yeah, I think this has to do with the leadership as a man within you guys' relationship. It's obviously you guys aren't on the same mission together, because if you were on the same mission, she wouldn't be so frustrated the times that you're gone for 2 weeks. But then also, it sounds like you're not really spending quality time together when you are home for 2 weeks. So if you're spending your time when you are with her, worried about work and things like that, and the fact that you've been gone for 2 weeks and you're just complaining about what's going on, there's a disconnect between the two of you. You guys aren't on the same mission together, you're not spending quality time together, but also, for whatever reason, if she really isn't on the same mission as you, she doesn't believe in you for some reason. Whether that means that you fell through on promises that you made her before, or maybe you've been in this industry for so long and you said, yeah, babe, I was gonna make this massive life for us, and now you've been in the game for a couple years and you haven't done shit. So it's how is she supposed to believe you and follow you and do all the things that you say and be with you through and through, but you're not even doing what you said you would do. So it's really difficult. So it's you guys have to get in line. You have to start showing her. You can't just tell her. None of you guys can tell your wife or your husband of hey, I'm gonna do this, I'm gonna do this, I'm gonna do this. Like, go do the thing. Don't just keep talking about it. Like, continue to have that, and that's gonna build the confidence in you guys' relationship, and then she won't question you. And then it's like, dude, my guy's gone for 2 weeks because I know he's out there supporting us, he's fighting for us, he's doing everything that he can. Like I believe in him 100%. So like, I'm good if you gotta peace out for 2 weeks. When you get back, I'll be here for you, and then we'll spend time together then. So like, you gotta do some self-reflecting on how you're representing as a man to her.
Why isn't she here with you? Does she ever come to any of these things with you?
First time at one of these events ever.
Okay, so like, you gotta start to try to bring her along with some of these things, especially early on. Like, get her bought in, make her feel like show her what's going on here. There's so many of us, we just say, they don't care, they don't know. Well, then you go home and you just throw up all of these things and these people and these things that you've just learned, been there a million times. So just try at least 50%, at least, half the time when you go out to these things, try to bring your loved one with you.
And then imagine taking what Evan said, what Maria said, plus you take the video, plus you do what I'm about to tell you, then she's gonna feel more a part of things. This is so crazy because I've learned so much from my significant other as we both travel, but sometimes I feel like I'm not a part of what he's doing too, or I'm like, is there a disconnect? If you've got a Walgreens by you, or if you have a Walmart by you, go on the app right now. You can do a mobile order for photos. You can have the same day photo printed out on the app. You can print out a bunch of photos of the two of you guys, and you know what he does for me to remind me, like, hey, I'm with you, like, even when you're gone or if I'm gone? He printed out 20 photos, and on the back of every single photo was a love letter written on it. So throughout my time, like here at SolarCon, I'm opening up my bag and I look, and my bookmarker is a photo of us. Then I go into my hygiene bag and I open that up, there's another photo of us, right? And then there's my electronic bag with all my cords, because he knows all the places that I can get my bag. And then I got a little snack bag, and he puts all those ones. So just imagine you do that, plus you take all these things. Now I feel like he's here with me, even though he's not here with me. Does that make sense? Like, I feel still emotionally connected. And then I got my team, and then creates that environment. So do that, try that out.
A lot of this too, it's like, she's doing all the small things, but like, you can't forget all the small things as you progress in a relationship. Like, my husband and I have been together for almost 11 years, and like through 11 years, the shit gets a little weird sometimes, and like shit gets hard, and you forget to do those little things because you get so used to each other. And we've been working in businesses for so long together that it's like we're just so accustomed to, like, oh, we're just around. And it's like, then we turn into friends, and things just get weird after a while. So it's being really aware and conscious and treating it like day one, and remembering, like, you still got to do the flowers, you still got to do the love notes, you still have to do the little pictures, like, you still got to send the good morning text when you guys aren't together. Like, there's so many things that you've got to do that keep that fire lit as you're continuing to progress through this.
Yeah, bro, listen, like, and to top all that off, I would take that to the bank. But one thing too is, like, man, my business plan is our business plan. Like, we run it together. I'm not gonna build out this massive thing and be like, oh, here, I'm gonna do this, just like they were saying. We build it together, so she's included. Like, me and my girlfriend, we're doing 75 hard together, and we hold each other accountable, and guess what? Like, we're growing closer together because of it. I really appreciate it, y'all. Thank you. Let's go, you in the back. We got time for one or two more. Right here in the back, Austin.
How do you establish, like, authority and differentiate it from equality amongst your teams? I know you guys are saying, like, you need to lead them and be, like, the one to lead the way, but you also say, like, you never want to hold yourself above them. So how do you balance that out?
I think everybody knows when the leader's present. Simple. Are you the one that's, like, the most passionate? Are you the one that's pouring into people? Are you the one that's, like, showing up and just, like, doing the little things to show them exactly what you know? Or do you have to get the leader title? Like, what are you doing that just goes above and beyond? Selena's talking about a lot of stuff that goes above and beyond for a relationship. You can do that with your team too. So figure out different ways to, Ian said it a lot too, be there for them on the rough days, be there for them to talk them through the hard stuff. But more than anything, they know who's leading the company. They know who walks like the leader, who talks like the leader, who's showing up with the confidence as the leader. You don't got to be a big dog running around talking shit. Nobody likes that person anyways. Nobody likes freaking hypocrites either. Nobody likes people that are going to say all this bullshit and then not do anything about it. You know, be one of the people that's closing the most deals. Get back on the doors and show them who's the real savage. You know, like, you got to be able to pick up that phone when one of your guys is struggling and say, dude, I got this. Let me show you how Big Daddy does it. Like, bam, close that deal. Like, you got to be able to do that stuff. Pit bulls don't have to establish authority. Only Pomeranians. They're like, rah, 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 Pitbull walks in, they're like, oh shit, like, yeah, let's go. You know what I'm saying? I don't know.
And
That's
dude,
what I thought in my head, at least.
Obviously, leader starts with self-leadership, bro. Like, if you're leading by example, just like they're saying, they're gonna naturally follow you, right? You don't get to pick who you get to lead. They get to decide who their leader is. And on top of that, massive empathy, bro. Like, there was a time when you sucked. There was a time when you were lost. There was a time where you were trying to figure it out. And you have to be able to still connect with them so they trust you to tell you all the shit that they're going through so you can help guide them on the path. Gabi? Let's go. We got time for about 1 or 2 more. Back here, right here.
So my question is, how do you get to grow a company and then recruit? Because you guys have massive success and you have an amazing team. I mean, everyone's here. So thanks for sharing your knowledge. How do you get to grow a team? I have a team of 2 people plus me.
So I kind of halfway heard your question. I feel like it has something along the lines of doing like how to grow and recruit, right?
Yep.
I think the biggest thing is that so many of you guys worry about and struggle about recruiting people, but like the Elliott group doesn't have a problem recruiting because we have a leader that people want to follow. And so you have to become that leader that people actually want to follow. And even coming to the side of what he was saying about like how to establish that authority. A lot of you guys in the solar space have been burned by somebody at some point. And there's always this argument, this conversation of, oh, well, so-and-so stole people from my team. No, bro, they didn't steal people from your team. The people actually believe in that person more than they believe in you. That's the biggest game changer. So all of you guys are worried about recruiting people, but like, fuck recruiting people. Who do you need to become to acquire those 100 people? Right now, God doesn't believe that you're the one that is able to do that. And if you can't change one person's life, God's not gonna bless you with 100 more people to be able to lead.
Totally. Hey, what I would say too is, when it was just me and my brother and Andy, Andy had already become what she said. He was becoming that. He was already on that mission for a long time. And then that's why he attracted some level 10 players. And then these other level 10 players, when it duplicated leaders and it started to grow, and then the second part of that is we were blowing social media's ass up. So then Jacob wanted to come on, and then Selena came on, and everybody wanted to be a part of that. Like you see some companies in here, they're dressed all the same, like Velez Solar right here. People are seeing them online, they're like, what the hell is that? I want to be a part of that. Why are they so fired up? Why are they looking, they're like, what is this? Why do they invest in their people? Like, what is going on? But going back to what you said, it's just really, you got to become that, and then if you can put it everywhere and find those right people and you're the right person, it's crazy. Recruiting is just easy. They just come. We get thousands of people a day that reach out that want to be a part of our company that we put in other companies. Just because that's how it works for us. We just say, hey, you're going to go right over here to Velez or somewhere, because we just don't have the capacity. We don't really have the need. But there's so many people that want to be a part of a culture. Millennials right now, dude, they can go find a paycheck anywhere. They want to be a part of culture, and you can see culture in companies. You can see it right away.
And one thing too, bro, you have to document literally everything. One thing you'll notice is almost every single person here on stage, including myself, has a brand. Andy has a brand. You'll notice every single team. So you need to push your team and yourself to start growing social media, start to get that brand going. Because without eyes, I mean, you're just gonna be stuck like doing ads or some shit. I don't even know. Yeah, let's close it out. I'm gonna have these guys give their one best tip on just building culture, building a team to close out everything. Selena, you close it out for us.
I'd love to say, whether it's personal or business, have a little bit more courage. And don't do the things that everybody else is doing. It's boring. Mediocre. I got glitter in my hair, and all day long people are coming up to me because they're like, what is that in your hair? Be the most interesting person in the room. That starts with courage.
I'm gonna say this, give it up to Selena. I'm gonna say this, when it comes to building that culture, especially as those of you who are the leaders out there, it's pretty common for people to get burned, but the way that you're gonna build a very powerful culture, my best tip for you is never let your heart get cold. There's going to be bad people in this world. We know that. They're not going away. We are just trying to separate ourselves from them and weed them out of our lives. And so through all of the times I've seen Andy and Jacqueline get burned by people, thousands of times, never once has their heart grown cold to the team. They still show up every single day for us. They love on us even more and more and more every single day, and they continue to show that they are not going to change, which makes us want to work just as even harder for them every single day. So never let your heart get cold in a world where people are already cold-hearted in the masses.
say my biggest tip is to be able to believe in yourself. A lot of the times as we're growing up, there's an age like between the time that you're born and like 4 or 5 years old where you actually you had full belief in yourself. You never questioned yourself. You were the kid that was jumping off the monkey bars. There were all these things. You were going to be an astronaut. You were going to be the president. You were going to run the world. There were all these things that you were going to be able to do. And somehow along the way, as you got older, beyond 5 years old, where people started brainwashing you to not believe in yourself, to say that you couldn't do certain things, to say that you couldn't achieve certain things. They started telling you were ugly, you talk weird, you're too loud, you can't say things you want to, you've got big ears, you're funny looking. There's all these things that people started to trick you into you believing, when really there's nothing wrong with you at all. You have everything that you need, but until you believe that you actually have everything and that you're capable of doing anything that you want to, you'll always hold yourself back and you'll always stay mediocre. So I would say believe.
I'm going to say the thing that a lot of people don't want to talk about in this room, which is what Andy talks about, which you guys see it online a lot, your physical shape. There's a lot of people in this room that are going to chase money their entire lives. There's a couple guys that I'm looking at right now that are sleepy. They're literally falling asleep right now, which is crazy because your physical shape, you're falling asleep in life. You want the husband, you want to be the best husband? Do you think that your wife wants you in the best shape? Do you think that your kids want you in the best shape? Why don't we talk about that in America anymore? It's disgusting when I'm walking through an airport and I don't see any males that look like the leaders anymore. Everybody is just doing what's easy. They're eating what's easy. Their discipline blade is not sharp anymore. It's terrible. It's so terrible. So we don't fat shame in our company. We just point out what is actually the truth. Do you want to be in the best shape? If you were, would you believe more? Would you sell more? Would your wife like you more? Would you like you more? Would you look in the mirror and then now all of a sudden when you're saying a word track, you actually believe the shit that's coming out of your mouth? It's the fucking truth, guys. Stop chasing the money. Stop chasing the money and start chasing the person. Become the person. The money is the byproduct of who you're becoming. He's a freaking savage. He's been in our office all the time. How old are you? 42 years old. The dude is shredded. He's happy. He can outrun half of you 20-year-olds. It's insane.
Only half? I think like 90.
Okay, maybe 99% of you. So here's my tip. Physical, mental, business. You want to be great at business? Everybody raise your hand if you want to be good at business. Okay, then get your physical shape on point, then your mental shape will be on point, and then your business will be on point. Alright, so here's the last tip I got. This guy just texted me, he said, Ian, I can't believe that this guy on your team texted my guy at 2:45 in the morning. What the hell are you guys always on? I'm so thankful. This kid was at the end of his rope, and my guys are coaches, so all these people are coaches. They're literally coaching your team on the back end all day long. Do you believe that everybody needs a coach in life, yes or no? Do you believe that your people need people like this talking to your people every day and brainwashing them to be great? We believe that. That's what we do at the Elliott Group. So I'm going to make a special offer to everybody in this room. You can come see us at our booth. I'm going to give you $5,000 in Elliott Group credit today only on our training platform. $5,000. I just came up with that in my head, so I'm sure everybody's like, in my company, they're like, what the fuck? Yeah, I'm gonna do it because listen, nothing changes unless you change. Nothing changes unless your team changes. Nothing changes unless we get our head out of our ass and go really start kicking butt, start really building really good companies. Nothing changes unless we get a little crazy, right guys? Nothing changes unless we implement some of these things. It's all these things we're talking about, they're in a training system where you can log in, you can understand it, and it's systematic, and you can start moving and putting this through your company and scaling it. We've scaled companies from 100 installs a month to 1,000 plus. We can do it with you if you're fired up and willing. We don't want the people that don't want to do the work. We want the people that want to get after it, that want to build something great, and they're ultra committed. But everybody, before we end this, come on up. You can. I want you guys to just stand up real quick, and then we're going to end it on this. Okay, I believe that you got to set the pace if you're a leader. Say set the pace. Set the pace. Say set the pace. Set the pace. All right, you got to set the standards. Look, turn to your neighbor and say set the standards. Set the standards. No, turn to your neighbor and yell at him and say set the standards. All right, set the pace, set the standard, and lastly, set the tone in your company. Everybody repeat after me. Set the tone. Set the tone. Set the pace. Set the pace. Set the standard. Set the standard. Set the pace. Set the pace. Set the tone. Set the tone. Set the standard. Set the standard. Let's go, baby. Come on. We fucking love you.
All right. Hey guys, another episode of the podcast. We are here with Jackson Morgan.
How's it
This
going, guys?
guy has been in sales since how old?
20 years old.
20 years old. You started in the car industry?
Started in the car industry, that's right.
What were you doing before that?
Before that, I was a power lineman for Duke Energy, the enemy.
No way, I didn't know that.
Absolutely, yep.
See, we have a lot of surprises going to be coming up in this podcast here. Make sure you stay tuned to all the way to the end, because we have a very special surprise for you. Actually, I have no idea why I'm saying that. I have no idea what the surprise is. I'm going to cut this all out. Anyway.
Special surprise. The surprise is subscribe. I'll like one of your videos.
All right. So,
send you a letter. Send you a love letter.
Let's bring us back to when you were 18. How did you start this? How did you start working for Duke?
So it was back when I was 18. I was living over in St. Pete. I was living with my girlfriend at the time. And I was a serving for an Italian restaurant, a really popular place, Bella Brava, over in St. Pete. And that's where I got to learn customer service. That's where I got to learn to take care of people. That's where I got to learn to speak to people, kind of manage a little bit. So that was where I kind of figured out that I like to speak to people. I like people. I wasn't really making that much money, and my brother, he was doing really well as a power lineman, and I thought, you know what, that's what I want to do. I want to make good money. I want to go work hard, so I took that path. And I did not like working with my hands. I did not like waking up at 5 a.m. and digging holes. It just wasn't something that was too fun. But that job taught me so much about working hard. It taught me so much about discipline, about getting up and doing things you don't want to do. And that's the biggest thing I was grateful for from that job, is that it taught me so much about working hard. And I had to go through that for a year, and after a year, I had a friend that was killing it in the car business. And the easiest way that helped me to make the transition over into sales when I had no sales experience was, this guy, he was crushing it, and I thought about it. If he can do it, I can do it.
Right.
And that made it very easy to make the decision. So I got in the car business right as the market had went up. It kind of shifted, and it got to be a point where you could make a lot more money per deal. So I got into the best time, started to make a lot of money in the car business, started taking care of the people around me. And I've never looked back. Sales has been one of the best things that's ever happened to me.
And is that about the same time you started following Andy Elliott? And did he help you learn a lot when you got into car sales?
Yeah, so there was really no one in the space at that time that was teaching directly on car sales. There was a few people, but nothing that was that good. Nothing that really resonated with me. So I started to learn a lot about Andy Elliott at the time. That's where I got connected. I got plugged into sort of the personal development side of Andy Elliott and sales in general. And I kind of realized this job of sales that we have, I got to learn. The better I become as a human being, the better I can serve people, the more money I'm going to make. That's what made me fall in love, is I got to become a better human being, and in turn that helped me to become a better salesperson. And I fell in love with it because I already love personal development. I already love growing and getting better. And I get to do that now for a living. It just made too much sense. I didn't have that opportunity when I was working construction. Those guys were talking about reading books. They were talking about, how to spend their time investing and becoming a better public speaker. So surrounding myself with sales was a way to help me grow.
So what was your favorite thing about selling cars?
I would say the fact that I got to negotiate and close. So because in the car business, everyone knows, you're always negotiating back and forth, and learning how to actually negotiate, especially as a young kid. I was young, I was 20 years old, and I was coming in, and people were, in their 50s, 60s, 70s, and I was selling them $70,000, $80,000, $90,000 vehicles. And I had to explain to them how to finance it, explain to them how interest rates work, things like that. But also, learning the art of negotiation is so important, and some sales industries don't really offer that.
Right.
But every single time I make a sale, I was the one negotiating in that specific industry, so it helped me to learn to keep my composure, helped me to learn to control my tonality, to help persuade and influence people.
That's definitely one of the biggest industries for negotiation.
100%. Every single deal I had to negotiate every single time. People already come in with the mindset they're going to negotiate.
Yeah, that's like you don't go to a car dealership and buy the car on the first offer.
Exactly, 100%. So you already knew.
That's wild.
And I had to learn the sales and the tactics that would help me to help people trust me and help to push them over the edge.
And then you switch to an industry where you have no negotiation at all.
Solar, there's no negotiation. It's information. Solar sells itself. Yeah.
So tell us how your transition went from car sales to solar. How did that happen?
Yeah. So I started to kind of realize that the level that I could get to with cars. You look at some of the top 1% producers around me. They were doing well, but they weren't at a level that I knew I could achieve, and the level that other people were at.
You want more for yourself.
Yeah. So what is it?
You wanted more for yourself.
I wanted more for myself. Yeah. I knew I could do more. So once again, I knew somebody. I met somebody. Someone around me. He was also plugged in with Andy Elliott, and the guy was crushing it. He came from the car business, so he had kind of a similar experience that I had. Went to solar. He was doing a great job of doing it. It was the same mindset as if this guy can do it, he can do it well. I know I can do it too. So that was what made it easy to make the transition. Exactly. Car business started to shift down. They started to, some things happened where they didn't really treat me properly, and I was a great employee for them. I did really well.
Really? Like what?
So I ended up having, it was the biggest deal I ever had in the car business. And
Wow.
it ended up being like a deal that was like $50,000 over sticker. And I was the one that, this was a previous customer that I sold this vehicle to him that he was otherwise not going to do it. And with it being $50,000 over sticker, they were supposed to pay me 20% of that. And they wanted to try to turn around and say, hey, we're just going to pay you a flat rate. So they were going to try to pay me $1,500 versus the $6,000 and change that I was owed. That was in my agreement. Because it was just so much money. They'd never paid someone that much money for a car deal. Yeah. They tried to justify it in certain ways that really didn't make sense, and I had to go back and forth between the manager, general manager, and the owner of
it's not worth it. They lost their top guy.
They pushed me away and they lost me because they showed me that that was more important to them than keeping someone that would have made them hundreds to millions of dollars in the company. So ultimately, I said, hey, you know what? If you're going to treat me like this, I'm going to go find somewhere else where someone's going to value me. So it gave me the right opportunity to switch over into solar, and I got into it at a great time and started learning that industry. And man, solar has changed my life.
Yeah, it has. Look at you. You're living in a nice ass apartment.
Yeah, we're living in a nice car. Not a nice car here, nice cow.
Not this car.
Yeah.
But yeah, you got a nice Corvette now. You live in a nice condo in Tampa now, and just got a good life.
Yeah, man. You start to take care of your life in all the areas, and you can start to have the things that you want.
Absolutely. Do you have any tips for anyone that's getting into sales? How they can get better and achieve what they want to achieve?
Yeah, I mean, first off, I would say, and this sounds very cliche, but it's the most important thing is sales is directly correlated to how you take care of yourself and how much believability you have in yourself and what you do. At the end of the day, the better you become as a salesperson is going to be directly correlated to the better person you become. So first thing is going to the gym. Every single day for the last 6 years, or not every single day, but at least 5 to 6 days a week, I'm working out. I've worked out very consistently. So already that has given me something very powerful in the form of discipline. So it helps me to have believability to go take care of other people. I'm constantly learning. If I'm in the shower, if I'm riding my car somewhere, if I'm doing anything, I'm putting on a podcast and I'm learning, I'm listening to an Audible book. I'm not wasting time watching Instagram reels or wasting time on YouTube. If I am on YouTube, it's watching educational content to learn. Constantly filling my brain with things so I can learn on these one-liners, on these tactics, on the things other people say that help make them successful.
You're a high-performance guy.
Yeah, I mean, it's just, you become addicted to it. It's like one of those things, you can analogize it to someone who switches their diet. When someone starts eating clean, after eating bad for so long, at first it's kind of challenging. It's kind of like, it's nasty, how can I do this for so long, I want to go back to eating Taco Bell. Yeah. But when you start eating that good, you start to feel so good. And it feels amazing. You have so much more energy and you realize, oh my God, this is why people have been doing it. And this is why so many people have been talking about it. And then the moment you go back and switch, and you eat the bad food again, you feel like shit because of it. And it's the same thing. You get addicted to feeling good. You get addicted to accomplishing things. You get addicted to learning every single day. Because at the end of the day, I don't feel good unless I do those things. If I go a whole day and I don't do what I know I needed to do, I don't feel as good as otherwise. So it's keeping yourself accountable.
Same thing as getting too comfortable once you have a couple $100,000 in your bank account.
Exactly. Very easy for people to get complacent. It's the number one killer.
So what do you do to stay motivated once you have a nice apartment, nice car, you're comfortable?
Yeah.
What keeps you motivated?
I mean, I have people underneath me that rely on me to do well. Yeah. At the end of the day, right now, I know for some people it's going to be kids. For some people it's going to be their wife. They have a support system like that. I don't have a wife. I don't have a kid. So for me, it's, if I don't perform, if I don't go close deals for people, if I'm not leading from the front, my people who have families to take care of, they're not able to put food on their table. At the end of the day, I have to go perform, and I have to continuously lead, because if I don't, they're not succeeding, and I'm taking away food off of their table. Right. So I let them keep me accountable. Because at the end of the day, the people around me, the people that I have underneath me, are what matters to me the most. And I have to continuously perform in order for them to continuously make money, which is important.
You're a good leader, dude. You're gonna go far with that attitude where you really care for your people, and you're like kind of like what Andy's philosophy, like I got your back for life, and you definitely have your people that you have their back for sure.
Yeah, I care about people, man. If you come lean into me, I'll lean into you, and I'll give you everything I have.
Yeah, you do, and you're real for that.
Yeah.
Awesome, brother. Tell us, where can we find you on Instagram?
Jack C. Morgan with 2 N's on Instagram.
YouTube soon, right?
No, YouTube coming soon. We're going to start putting out more content for you guys. My goal is to provide value to anyone that needs it, but to provide value to you guys. My goal is to go through the hardships so I can give everything I know to anyone that needs it.
Yeah.
I'm not here to sell something to someone else. I'm here to help the people around me. So plug into me, guys. If there's something that you need help with, if there's anything you want to reach out to me about, reach out to me. I'm here and I'm here to help.
Yeah, we're here to help, both of us. Like, DM us. Like, you don't have to work for us to get help. Like, I can help you with whatever you're doing.
Yeah, don't be scared to reach out.
Yeah.
We're people too, man.
Yes. All right. Thank you, brother.
Peace out. Thank you, man.
SolarCon, ladies and gentlemen, Jeremy Macklin.
Times have changed. You gotta do something.
The change has been slowly coming.
I can't knock on another door again.
But now, with a whole new model,
We have to disarm the prospect.
the sales game will never be the same.
We're humanizing the sales process.
One man is rewriting the rules
Tomorrow is the day where you guys get to the next level.
and taking it to another level.
And the next level and the next level.
The 7th level.
You just feel how natural it is. You feel how open you become to your prospects, and in response, they usually become more open to you.
Founded by Jeremy Macklin, 7th level is the only friction-free sales system guaranteed to raise revenue.
In my life, it's been revolutionary.
And his followers are feeling the difference.
His training has transformed everything.
It is precise, and it really draws out emotions.
The sales world has already transformed. We need to catch up with it.
People around the world are starting to catch up.
We're going to tie in a new model of selling to your product or service that you sell.
These tools can work for anyone in any industry at any time.
It's not getting people to buy your product, it's letting them convince themselves to purchase what you're offering.
This new model is taking the industry by storm.
With this training, I will literally never be without money again.
And it's time to get on board before the ship sets sail. It's 7th level with Jeremy Miner.
You know, thinking about going solar, talked to a few different companies. They all seem very similar to me. Do you sell solar? Why should I go with you? Why should I do it?
Let's figure out if this is something that actually makes sense. Because there's multiple different companies out there, and I've got a couple of different opportunities, things that we can look into.
Why should I go with you?
I don't sell solar, Rasmussen.
Why should I go with you?
Well, it's not a matter of whether you're going to go with me, it's going to be a matter of whether or not you're going to be eligible for us.
Well, I mean, you guys all say that, though. Why should I go with you?
Yeah, well, the thing is that at the end of the day, you're going to end up getting energy from one company or another. We're just trying to figure out what's going to be the best fit in your situation.
Do you sell solar? Do you sell solar? Why should I go with you?
Well, we're the only company in your area coming to you, so rather than give all that marketing money away to the companies that market, we pass it on to you as a homeowner.
Okay, so I want you, and you to come up on stage with me real quick. Let's go. Right up here. You can just step right up or you can go around, whatever you want. All right, perfect. Okay, come here real quick. Thanks for volunteering, I appreciate that. Now, I'm going to start over here. Who's one of your competitors that you might lose a deal from here and there? And don't tell me you don't lose any deals. Who's a competitor you might lose a deal from?
Well, the competitor that we usually lose deals to is actually Encore and they
Okay.
business.
Okay, so let's say any other competitor. If I asked Encore if they were still around or anybody else, the same question I asked you. If I said, why should I go, if I'm talking to them and I said, why should I go with you? What do you think they might say?
They might say that they're the best company, they have the best products, the best price.
Okay, so something similar. Now, if I asked one of your competitors the same exact question, I said, why should I go with you? Why should I go with them? What do you think they might say? If I asked your competitors the same question I asked you, why should I go with them? What would they say? What do you think they might say?
Well, I want to probably say that they say something along the lines of they have the best product out there, top of technology, great installation reviews,
just something similar. If I asked one of your competitors the same question, what do you think they might say?
We have a 25-year production guarantee, 25-year roof penetration. We're going to cover everything from installation to the whole project.
I like to talk. I like that. Okay. So what I think I just heard all of you say up here is that in your prospect's mind, you all sound the same. Could that be a problem for you? Okay. All right, guys. Thank you very much for volunteering. Now, be ready, because I've been known to bring you back up. So be ready. Be on your toes. And that goes for everybody, because a lot of times I just bring you right up here. I have no shame. All right. Now, if I asked you to describe the word sales or selling in one word, what would that word be? Somebody tell me. Helping, what else? Persuasion, what else? Solution, what else? Service? I like all of that. What? I like that. What if we, I think I agree with all of you. What if we took, he said sexy, somebody said sexy. What if we took everything all of you just said and we wrapped it into one word, and that word was change? You see, all selling is, all sales are about one thing only, and that's change. So whether your prospect is wanting something better or they're moving away from pain, it's all about change. It's about how good you are at getting your prospects to view that in their mind, that by them changing their situation, and that means going solar, that by them doing that, that is far less risky for them than them doing nothing at all, staying in the status quo, their problems stay the same, and nothing ever changes. In reality, which is more risky? Now, here's your problem though. Human beings don't like change, even though we say we do. Think about that for a second. All selling is change, yet human beings don't like change. And why do we not like change? Well, we especially don't like it when it's initiated by some pushy, high-pressure salesperson who's ready to pitch their products or services too quickly in the conversation. And repeatedly, human behavior shows that we value something that is more familiar to us, even though we might not like it that much, over something that is new, something that is foreign to us. Think about it for just a second. Everybody knows this person. Raise your hand if you know somebody, relative, friend, colleague, and every time you talk to them, they just complain about the relationship they're in. he said this. Raise your hand if you know anybody that just complains about the relationship there. Everybody does, right? And you always wonder why they stay in the relationship, even though they don't like it that much. Well, that's because they're a human and they're afraid of change. See, that's what you're going up against to pretty much any degree with any prospect you're talking to different levels. So how do we help your prospects overcome the fear of change? It's quite easy once you learn the skills how. It's very hard if you don't. Hence, sales is a numbers game. Now, here's the question. We're not selling the thing. Let's start here. You're not selling the thing. You're selling them the results of what that thing does. So if we're talking about solar, you're not selling them ongoing solar. You're not selling them solar panels. You're selling them the results of what solar does for them, which could be locking in the rate, which could be protecting them against the rate hikes, which could be lowering the bill, which could be eventually not having a bill. See, that's what you're selling, the results of what solar does, not solar itself. Here's the question I have for you. How are you going to have a competitive advantage over everybody else in your market in the next 12 to 24 months with all the regulations, everything happening? Is selling going to get easier or harder? Yeah, the industry starts to get regulated. It makes it a little bit harder. Not as many laydowns anymore, so we're going to have to up our game. So how are we going to have that competitive edge? How are you going to stick out in your prospect's mind? Lots of competitors all saying to what? They're the same thing. They're the best. They're the number one, just like you. How are you going to stick out? The next three things. It's simply this. The ones who learn what to say and ask, notice I said learn, what to say and ask, that will cause their prospects to want to open up, to want to engage, rather than trying to get rid of it. So the next three things. Let's go to this. How are we going to become the trusted authority in the next 24 months, next 12 months? Step number one. Becoming a problem finder and problem solver, not a product pusher. Product pushers don't do that well in our day and age. Number two, asking the right questions, but at the right time, and especially with the right tone. Because your tone, write this down, your tone is how your prospect interprets the intention behind everything you say and everything you ask. And then step number three, the most important thing I will share with you today is how do you eliminate sales resistance to get your prospects to let their guard down. All right. Now, I'm going to tell you a little bit of my background. Because my background relates, yes, that's me, a long time ago. My background relates to what is necessary if you want to take your sales ability to a level that most salespeople only dream about. So I got started in sales 23 years ago as a broke, burned out college student right freaking here in Orem, Utah, just down the road. And I got my first job, I'll start it here, baby. I got my first job selling home security systems door to door. Raise your hand if you sell door to door. Raise your, okay, I know my people. Okay, here we are. And basically the company, they give you a script, they give you a couple books by the sales gurus. They drive you out in a van, and they basically like kick you out of the van. You're like, hey, go make some sales, it's gonna be easy. It'll be easy, don't worry, we'll pick you up after dark. I was like, that makes sense. I still remember, it was the last one dropped off, the last block. I looked back over to my sales manager. His name was Xsell. He had this like curly blonde hair, like the surfer guys. And Xsell said this. He said, yo, Miner, remember, when you knock on the doors, show them your enthusiasm. Show them how excited you are. Show them that you believe in the product and they're going to believe in the product. I was like, that makes sense. If I show them that I believe in the product, then somehow, magically, they're going to believe in the product. What did I know? I was 21 years old. So I started knocking on the doors, and I was really excited. And I started talking about my features and benefits and how we were the number one this, and we had the best this, and we had a AAA rating with the Better Business Bureau. And I started noticing from the very first store, I started getting all these objections. What? You tell me about that. We don't need it. We can't afford it. Your prices are too high. I need to talk to my spouse. I need to think it over. I need to do more research. I need to keep looking around. Can you call me back in a week, a month, a year later? Raise your hand if you ever get any of those objections. Oh, only a third of you? Some of you don't get any objections. Tell me your secrets. And I finally got to a point, after about 7 or 8 weeks of nonstop rejection, barely making any sense. And door to door, how high is your base salary? Oh, 0. So you don't sell, you don't make any money, right? And so after about 7 or 8 weeks of that, hardly making any sales, I remember standing on a curb one late Friday evening, ready to get picked up. I worked 12 hours of that day, sweat rolling down my chest, my back, hot, humid June air. Legs, after 12 hours, what do your legs feel like on the doors? Just jello. You know, hey, I'm one of you. We come from the same cloth, right? I still remember my right foot, like rubbing against like the hot asphalt. And I made 0 sales that day, so I made $0. In fact, that entire week, I made 0 sales and $0. And I thought to myself, you know, maybe selling just wasn't for me. You ever felt that way yourself? You ever noticed that you had more going out of your bank account than you had coming in? Well, that's where I was at, completely desperate. And so my manager picked me up that night, Xsell surfer guy, and he popped in a Tony Robbins CD that completely changed how I viewed sales for the rest of my life. And Tony said something like this. Now, forgive me, Tony, I might be butchering this if I have sinned. But Tony said something like this. He said, you will fail for the simple reason you don't learn the right skills that are necessary to succeed. You will fail if you don't learn the right skills. Now, he went on to say, everyone is taught skills. But he said, there is a difference in skill level. He said, there are some people that have acquired a greater knowledge, a higher skill level, that if you learn from them, you get a greater result than other skills. And I thought all selling was the same. I thought you just said the same thing, you got the same results. And it was like a light bulb moment went off in my head that maybe, just maybe, what the company was training me and what I was learning from the sales gurus, maybe they just weren't the right skills anymore. Maybe they just didn't work as well. So I committed to myself that I was going to have to master those skills. Because I know you, like me, want to provide a great life story for your family. That's why you came here. That's why you committed, and that's why you got ministry. Now, here was my dilemma though. I'm going to school. My professors, you know, behavioral science is the study of the brain, how human beings make decisions. Why is a person persuaded to do something or not? Might be important if we're selling. And my professors, they were saying the most persuasive way to communicate was over here. But the sales trainers in their programs, they were saying was here. It's like the exact opposite. So I'm like, how do I do this? How do I learn the right questions to ask? How do I learn how to use my body language? How do I learn how to use my tonality that would work with human behavior, that would get my prospects to do all the work rather than me do all the work? That would get my prospects to sell themselves rather than me try to sell them. I used to try to do that. That would get my prospects to overcome their own objections rather than me trying to do it, and get my prospects to pull me in rather than me push and pressure. And overnight, selling became very, very easy and exceptionally profitable. Now, why did I tell you that story? You see, I'm not anyone famous. I don't have tens of millions of social media followers. In fact, I'm just like you. I'm just a guy, very early on in life, figured that if I wanted to provide a greater lifestyle for my family, I was not going to be able to do what other salespeople were doing. I was not going to be able to say the same things, ask the same questions if I wanted a greater result. I was going to have to learn a more advanced sales ability to get to the next level. You see, unfortunately for me, I was not born out of my mother's womb with advanced questioning skills? Raise your hand if you're born with advanced questioning skills. Anybody? Oh, nobody. What? I wasn't born with advanced tonality skills. Raise your hand if you're born with advanced tonality skills. Nobody? And I wasn't born with advanced objection handling or prevention skills. Raise your hand if you're born with advanced objection handling skills. Oh, nobody. So when we hear that, oh, salespeople are born, that's a what? That's a myth. Anybody show me scientific data that it's in your bloodstream or your DNA? No, I had to acquire those skills. I had to learn those skills. So if a kid who grew up in the middle of Missouri on a cattle ranch outside of a town with less than 800 people can acquire those skills, what does it mean for you? It means you can acquire the same skills. Even if you're already doing well, I don't care what you're doing, you can make 2, 3, 5 times the sales you are now once you get to that level. Now, how are we going to do that? Because it's all talk until we what? Acquire a higher level of skill set. So step number 1, let's start here. Let's start having some fun. Becoming a problem finder and problem solver, not a product pusher. Now, I'm going to ask you this question. Do prospects in your industry have problems and or emotional needs? Raise your hand if your prospects you talk to have problems and or emotional needs. I probably see every hand raised. Now you guys over here, they don't have problems over here? Just nothing? Okay. So I want you to grab a pen and a piece of paper. See, there's never been a product or service ever invented that doesn't what? Solve a problem and or an emotional need. Does a $500,000 Ferrari solve a problem? Not really, unless you're racing it. But it does what? It solves a emotional need. Higher status. Maybe I've got to prove to my fellow classmates in high school that I've arrived, right? Maybe I've got to show my dad who said I would never amount to anything that I'm successful. See, everything that's ever invented solves a problem and or an emotional need. So here's what I'm going to have you do. I'm going to come around and ask you. For the next 30 seconds, take a pen and a piece of paper. I want you to write down the 2 biggest problems that your prospects have. I'm going to count down. 2 biggest problems that your prospects have. Don't say they don't know what to do. Just what are the 2 biggest problems that you can solve? 2 biggest problems. I'm going to come around and ask. 2 biggest problems that your prospects have. Who's got it for me? All right, hey, good job, man. Can you stand up and yell it out? 2 biggest problems your prospects have. Oh, you don't sell solar? Oh, well, could somebody that sells solar? What the hell? Okay, you. Yes, go ahead. Can you stand up and like yell? Yeah, those are big problems you solve, right? Okay, so I know you got good problems. Okay, here's what you consider. Your prospects have problems. Now, raise your hand if your solution solves those 2 problems you wrote down. So everybody that wrote down a problem, raise your hand if your solution solves those problems. Everybody should be raising their hand, right? Okay, now, here's what I think I hear all of you saying. If your prospects have problems and your solution solves those, why are so many not buying from you? What's the missing link? They have problems. You have the solution to solve it. Why are they not buying from you? Now, can I make a few suggestions? The missing link is not your prospects that you talk to. Oh, the prospects I talk to, this is a bad neighborhood, wah, wah, wah. Oh, the leads I talk to on Zoom or the phone, they're just broke, they just don't have a good mindset. Hasn't got nothing to do with that. It's not your mindset. It's not that you don't journal enough. It's not that you don't meditate enough. It's not that you don't take enough cold showers. Not really going to help you sell more when the prospect opens the door. It's not that you don't read enough personal development. I love personal development. How's it going to help you when the prospect says hello? If you don't know what to say and ask to get them to let their guard down. It's not that you're not motivated. Hell, you're here. And it's not that you don't work hard. Raise your hand if you work hard. Only a third of you. Okay. So if it's none of those, what could it be? Now, before I say what I feel it could be, can I ask you a question? I already know what you're going to say. Can I ask you a question? You're going to get angry at me? Okay. Raise your hand. Horrible question. Raise your hand if you want to triple your sales right now. So whatever you did last year, if you want to triple it. I don't care if you're top 1% in this industry. You want to triple it. Now keep your hand raised. Keep your hand raised. Keep your hand raised. Okay. Now, keep your hand raised if you can triple the hours you're working. What? How are you going to triple your sales if you can't triple your working hours? You already work 8 to 10, or you just put in 16 or 24. That's not a big deal. So if you want to triple your sales, what are you going to have to do? You're going to have to learn better questions than what you ask now. You're going to have to learn how to use your tonality to cause the prospect to want to open up to you emotionally. You're going to have to learn how to prevent objections from even happening in your prospect's mind. And once you do, what becomes possible? You make 2, 3, 5 times what you are now, even if you're already at the top. Now, who likes reading books in here? I love reading books. 23 years ago, my first sales seminar, I believe, was in this building with a guy named Brian Tracy. It was after my first door-to-door program in the summer. Anybody ever heard of Brian Tracy? Really good friends with Brian. My first product when I launched 7-Level in 2018, I actually did with Brian, Ultimate Closers Masterclass. Brian said something here, this was in 2001, that stuck in my mind forever. He said, use your vehicle as a university on wheels. So from that day forward, I read or listened to 5 books a month or 5 sales training programs a month times 12 months a year. So that's 60 books or 60 sales training programs a year times 24 years. So that's 1,396 books or sales training courses on sales, persuasion, and influence. Now, in every single book or program I've ever read, it always says sales is a numbers game. ABCs of closing. You have to be a problem solver. But as I started going back to layers, I always question everything. Never accept somebody telling me this is the way to do it. And I started thinking like, well, hold on. If the prospect doesn't buy from me, how am I solving their problems? See, I can't be a problem solver until after they buy, not before. How does that make any sense? So if you want to sell a lot more, you got to be a lot better at what we call problem finding. Write that down. Now, what does problem finding mean? Realize this. I think all of you know this. When you knock on the door, or you get on Zoom, or who sells here virtually? Who sells on the phone, or who sells on Zoom? Okay, keep your hands raised. I'm just trying to see the. Okay, and put your hands down. And then who sells door to door? Okay, it's about 65, 70%, 30%. Okay, so what do I mean by problem finding? I think all of you know, when you first knock on the door, you get on Zoom or the phone, most of your prospects genuinely do not know what their real problems are. Would we be right? Okay, or maybe do they sit there like when you're knocking, they're like, oh, solar. I just had an Excel spreadsheet I've been going through about like all the rate hikes the last like 10 years and then where it's going for the next 25. I'm so glad you came in. Where can I sign up? Anybody ever get any of those? Oh, so they don't really know their problems. Oh, get the guy over there, he gets them all. No, you get all the good, you get all the pink leads with the sheets, the good leads? Okay. Inside joke. All right. So they don't really understand their problems. Now, they might know they have a problem, but they don't really know the depth of the problem. And they especially don't know what? The consequences of what happens if they don't do anything about solving the problem. Would we be right? Now, what are most salespeople? Unfortunately, this is not your fault. Most of us have been trained this way. Most salespeople are trained to be what we call product pushers. We ask a few logical-based questions. What problems do you have? What have you seen the bill up to? If I could show you a way to cut your bill in half, would you be interested? And then we go into our sales pitch, talking about the features and the benefits and how we have the best this and we have the best that. And that is like taking a bucket of mud and throwing it up against the wall, hoping and praying that something we're going to say is going to magically cause the prospect to want to buy. And I call that hopium. It's a drug that so many salespeople take. We just hope and pray something on our slide deck or a nice Excel doc where we're going through the numbers is going to magically cause them to want to actually change and buy. Hey, don't take the hopium drug if you want to be in the top 1% in your industry, okay? All right, let's go to step number 2, because now we're going to get into some tactical training. Let the games begin. All right, step number 2 is asking the right questions, but at the right time, and especially with the right tone. Now, here's what most salespeople don't understand. And it's because a lot of us don't have a background in how the brain makes decisions. Check this out, and I would write this down. This is very important for you. According to behavioral science, there are 3 forms of communication. Now, the first mode of communication, we call it Air 1 type of selling. I'm not going to give you the scientific term for it, you might get bored. But if I said the words, boiler room selling, what's the first image that just came to your mind? Boiler room selling, what's the first image you just thought of? Quickly. Okay, copies, would it be this? Hey, I got a great opportunity for it. We talk about the features and the benefits and how we have the best this and we have the best that. We try to convince them that we're the number one, blah, 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 blah. But according to the data, pesky data, just the data always gets us. We're the least persuasive when we tell people things like this, when we attempt to dominate them, when we attempt to posture them, when we manipulate them, when we push and pressure. Now that doesn't mean you're timid either. That doesn't mean you get to them like, well, let me know if you're interested and get back to me. You're not going to close that many deals either. Okay, but we're the least persuasive when we use techniques like this. It's the same thing. Just imagine this. Your spouse or like one of your teenagers. You want them to do something. They need to do something and you start pushing and pressuring them to do it. What do they typically do back? They push back. See, that's just human behavior 101. All right? Least persuasive way to sell. Now, I'm going to give you a few examples of the least persuasive way to sell. Now, hold on. You're not going to get upset with me if I show you some of this. I'm just the messenger. Don't shoot me here. Okay? Presenting. What, Jeremy? What the hell? Okay. We've all been taught we have to have a great presentation. We have to, here's a picture of our corporate offices. Here's a picture of our customer service award. Here's a picture of our founders. They have the most integrity. I've heard that a billion times. Here's our AAA rating with the Better Business Bureau. We have the best this. We have the best that. How many salespeople do you know that say they have the 17th best product in the market? Oh, they all say they're the best, right? Oh, Jim, yeah, you really don't like this. We're the 19th best in the state. Nobody says that, right? We all say what? We're number 1, we're the best. So just so you know, psychologically, when you say things like that every salesperson has told them, your prospects trust you less. Especially if you talk down about your competitors. And why do they do that? Because they're used to every salesperson who's ever tried to sell them anything from a vacuum cleaner, to pest control, to a car, to a life insurance policy, to cybersecurity, to solar, saying what? That they're number 1, they're the best. Even if you are the best, your prospects don't typically believe you, okay? All right, telling your story. I hate to tell you this, when you're selling 1-to-1, nobody cares about your story. Whose story do they care about? Their story, right? What about putting sales pressure on them? See, there's a big difference in getting the prospect to feel so much internal tension from our questioning ability and our tone that causes them to feel like they have a much bigger problem than they originally thought they had compared to putting external sales pressure on them. I'm going to show you some differences here with some solar specific training here in a second. And then, oh, here's the big one. I'm going to get ready for the crowd to yell. This is a big one. assuming a sale, especially if it's too early in the conversation before I've built enough trust with that prospect. Now that doesn't mean as you get into in the prospect's home or get them on Zoom, as you build a bigger gap from where they are to now where they seek it, they build trust, you can be far more assumptive. But if you assume too early, you will typically trigger sales resistance. Hence, sales is a numbers game. Oh, maybe we're causing it to be more of a numbers game by the way we're communicating. Now, it's exactly why most of the, not all, most of the sales trainers you might have learned from say sales is a numbers game. Just work harder, knock more doors, get more no's, work, call more leads, get thicker skin, more no's lead to the yes. Basically, you know what they just told you? I hated this when sales trainers would tell me this 20 years ago. Here's what they just told you. What I'm training you doesn't really work that well. So unfortunately, you're just going to have to work harder. You're just going to have to get more no's. You're just going to have to knock more doors. How does that give you a competitive advantage over anybody else? You're just going to work 2 more hours a day the rest of your life? No, we don't want to do that. I want to play the numbers game. I want to play the skills game. Now, the second form of communication is consultative selling. It came out in the late 70s, early 80s with methodologies like Sandler Institute, books like Spin Selling, where we were taught to have a discussion, where we were taught that we needed to ask logical-based questions to find the needs of the client, which was revolutionary in that time compared to boardroom selling. But what's a potential downfall if we only ask logical-based, what we call surface-level questions? What type of answers are our prospects going to give to us in return? Surface-level answers. And to human beings, on emotion or logic. It's 100% emotion. I'll just show you. Every decision you make with your brain starts with your emotional side of your brain. I feel like having a drink because I'm thirsty. I feel like taking notes because what Jeremy just said might help me sell more. See, every decision you make, I feel like going to the bathroom. You can't even go to the bathroom without your emotional side of your brain. We start with our emotional brain and we justify with logic. But what's the problem with that? Okay? Now, I'm going to give you, this is why I always say this. You can never sell to just the needs of the prospect. You know why? Because most of your prospects don't really know what they need when you first start talking to them. Would we be right? Do they know what they need right when you knock on the door? Okay? I'll give you an example. Now this is for hypothetical purposes. It's not going to happen to any of you in here. Let's say tomorrow morning you wake up, you get a massive migraine, you're like, oh my gosh, my head hurts so bad. I've got a migraine, I'm going to get some medication, I'm going to go to urgent care because that's what you think you need. What's my budget? $100 copay. You go, the doctor starts asking you some questions, some pointed questions about the pain and where you feel the pain in your head, how long you've had the pain, and what the pain's doing to you, and what the pain's preventing you from doing, and other questions. And suddenly, her questions start to get you to feel internal tension that you might have much bigger problems than you originally thought you had. She then suggests you do a CAT scan. It comes back that you have a tumor. Not only that, it's terminal, you've got 30 days to live. Holy hell. Now she says the solution is get that tumor out is a $2 million surgery. You have 90% of your insurance covers that, so you got $200,000 left over. You thought you needed migraine medication for $100, but her question ability allowed you to now see what your real problems are, right? And your budget just grew. That's why I say you can never sell to the needs of the prospect, you sell to the real problems your questioning and tone ability allowed them to find that they didn't understand they even had. Now, third mode of communication. Now, okay, let's do this. I didn't want to do this, but I'm going to do this. We see a lot of scripts. We train 161 different industries, including yours. Solar is about the 5th or 6th largest industry we train now, okay? We see a lot of scripts in our offices, and we have this big boardroom with like scripts everywhere from every industry. I see a lot of questions. These are surface level questions. So when we ask like, hey, if you could change one thing about your bill, what would you change? It doesn't make any sense. Well, of course I'd want it lower. It's too much of a rhetorical question, right? What about this one? I've seen this one before. If I could cut your bill in half, would you do it? Too early in the doorstep, what do they say? Oh, for sure. Let me sign up. How often does that one? Or what about this one? If I could show you a way to save thousands, would you sign up today? How often does that work? See, these are surface level questions that typically trigger sales resistance. Now I'm going to show you tweaks on these here in about 5 to 10 minutes, okay? Now, the third mode of communication, according to behavioral science, we're the most persuasive when we get others to persuade themselves. Now, the question is, how do we do that? When we ask, we're called neuro-emotional persuasion questions. Write that down right there. NEPQ, neuro-emotional persuasion questions. Write that down. Now, here are the 5 stages of NEPQ. Now, I could stand up here for the next hour and 10 minutes, and I could tell you to set goals. I could tell you gotta get motivated. I could tell you you gotta get thick skin. You just gotta work harder. That you're gonna fail before you succeed, and all of that generic stuff. But you didn't come here for that, did you? You came here because you want to learn what to say. You want to learn better questions to ask. You want to learn how to use your body language and tonality to instantly get your prospects to let your guard down, because you already know that setting goals and motivation is just part of it. That's why you're here. You already know that that's not really going to help you sell more, because when the prospect opens the door, when they answer the phone, when you get on Zoom, if you don't know what to say, if you don't know what to ask, if you don't know how to use your tone, there is no sale. So that's what we're going to cover today. All right, let's start here. In society, in general, how are salespeople viewed in society in general? Can anybody tell me? Higher status or lower status? Lower status, right? So how do we get your prospect to start to view you at a higher status than someone who's just trying to sell them something? Now, behavioral science, this is called social dynamics. Anybody ever read, what's that FBI negotiator's book? Never Split the Difference with Chris Voss? So he talks a lot about mismatching and higher and lower status because he understands social dynamics, okay? Now, we have to decide today, because there's 2 things we can do. Should I show you some predictable statements and questions that most salespeople have been taught that actually lower your status and you don't even know? Do you want me to show you this? Now, I'm only going to show you like a couple here while I come out and talk to you, role play, all right? I have to role play it. I can show you probably a couple hundred. But can I be real with you? Here's my concern for you. If I show you some of these, and you're using them right now, it's really going to mess up your brain. It's really going to mess up your mind when you start talking to prospects on Monday. So are you sure you want me to show you this? Okay. Because we have to make a decision. We have to decide which pill we're going to take. We want to just take the blue pill, everything remains the same, we just end it all right now. I'm kind of hungry anyways. Numbers game, just keep going through the motions. Hope and pray the regulations are not going to affect us. Opium drug. Or are we going to take the red pill? Are we going to play the skills game, where we actually take control of our destiny, where we learn higher skill levels so when the regulations come, we're not really affected like all the other salespeople that keep selling the same way? Which one you should do? Blue pill or red pill? Which one do you want to do? Red pill? Okay. I like to play the red pill game. The red pill game, like, you make a lot more sales, and you get to help a lot more people. It's just a lot more fun game to play. All right, so let's start here. These are called NEPQ connection questions. Now, NEPQ connection questions, let me get a drink here. NEPQ connection questions helps disarm your prospect and immediately get him into results-based thinking over price or cost-based thinking. Now, who in here sells virtually real quick? Who in here sells virtually? Okay, cool. Here. It's on. Okay. Now, so there's obviously tweaks when you sell door-to-door compared to virtual. Okay, but I'm going to show you. Okay, we got some static up here. Can you come back here? That's a really, how do you get a seat like that? So, oh, you sat there? Okay, so can you sit here? Can you squeeze him in? You're so kind. Okay. Now, When I ask some of these questions, I want you to pay attention to my tonality. I want you to pay attention to my body language. I even want you to pay attention to my facial expressions. Your face, your facial expressions are actually the remote control to your tonality. Try having a confused tone with a straight face. It's going to be hard for you to do. So there's 5 types of tones you have to master. If you want to level up to wherever you're at right now, 5 tones you got to master. And there's subcategories of these. I'm just going to go through 5 of them. There's a curious tone. There's a confused tone. There's a challenging tone. There's a concerned tone, the tone that shows empathy. And then there's a playful tone. Your tone is how your prospect interprets the intention behind everything you say and everything you ask. Okay? All right. Now let's just start here. I'm just going to make it easy. Let's say you get on Zoom, or let's say that you are in door-to-door, and the prospect, let's say the wife answers, you didn't talk to her, you talked to the husband, and she doesn't know who you are. She's like, oh, how are you doing today? So I get on Zoom, and you ask me if I asked you how you're doing today, what would you say? If I said, how are you doing?
I'm doing fantastic.
Okay. Now it doesn't really hurt you to say that, but it doesn't really help you. So everything I say and ask in that conversation is always to get the prospect to let and keep their guard down. Is it easier to sell when their guard's up the entire time or when their guard's down? I think we all know the answer, right? So what do I have to do? So ask me how I'm doing today.
How are you doing today?
Just hanging out, being the boring guy. What about you?
Yeah, I'm doing great. I think you're gonna have a great rest of your day.
Okay, let's do that again.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, just hanging out, being the boring guy. What about you? You know typically what to do? Oh, I'm sure you're not boring. And what did I just do? What did I just do? Oh, I'm sure you're not boring, Jeremy. What did I just do? Getting the prospect to let their guard down. Now, what if I didn't use a playful tone? What if I just used a monotone tone? What if I said, oh, just hanging out, being the boring guy. What about you? Whoa, that's really weird and awkward. See, the tone affects everything. How about again? Oh, just trying to stay out of trouble. Are you getting in trouble over there? No, I'm sure you're not getting in trouble. Same thing, tone. What about this? I'm going to show you a few easy ones. Let's say that the prospect shows up late. You're standing out, you're out in your truck waiting for an appointment at the house. They show up 10 minutes late. They get on Zoom 5 minutes late. They're like, oh, I'm so sorry I'm late. What would most salespeople say? Oh, don't worry, it's no big deal. That's okay. But what do I want to do to raise my status? Well, what am I going to do with you? Should I forgive you this time? And what does that do? Playful tone? Well, I don't know what I'm going to do. Should I forgive you guys this time? Does that raise my status or lower my status? I raise, and I get them to start letting their guard down. Some of you look like deer run over with headlights. Are you with me okay? All right, late. Now, let's keep going. Any of you could answer a question. So how do I get them into results-based thinking quickly over price or cost-based thinking? Remember, I'm not selling solar, I'm selling the results of what solar does. So let's say they get on Zoom. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, absolutely.
Hey, can you see me? Is your video broken? I can't see you.
No, you're great.
It's just a way to get them to turn their video on. Okay, if they don't have it on. Okay? Don't say something like, can you turn their video on? I'd really like to see who I'm talking to. Whoa, stalker. That sounds awkward, right? Okay? Now, okay, so it looks like you looked on the calendar about looking at possible ways to maybe blocking your rate and maybe lower your bill, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I was actually referred to you. So.
Oh, no, we're not that cool. Hey,
Okay.
so when you saw the ad where you saw Jake talking about kind of the different things going on with solar, what was it that he kind of went over that caused you to, I don't know, maybe want to look into this further?
Yeah, I like both. I like the fact that I could save money and make money. I paid too much in taxes, and I heard there's tax incentives.
Yeah, possibly. We'd have to see. A lot of people aren't eligible for it. I'm not quite sure. Now, hey, you're not going to get angry at me if I can't do that, are you?
But I'm optimistic.
Okay, let's see what I can do. Yeah, because I would say the first part of this is, the first part of the call is pretty basic. It's really more for us to find out, kind of what your usage is and really, kind of what your rate hikes that, Nevada Energy's been making you pay compared to maybe what you're trying to get the bill down to kind of see what that gap looks like. And then, towards the end of the call, if you feel like, hey, this might be what you're looking for, we can go over some different options and talk about possible next steps. Would that help you?
Yeah, that would be amazing.
Okay, let's stop. What did I just do? Okay, I'm going to go back here. There's a lot going on there. Now, if I'm selling solar, I'm selling the results of what solar does. Ways to, now why would I say possible ways to lock in your rate and lower your power? Why am I being neutral there? Why don't I say, hey, it looks like you booked on the calendar because you wanted ways to lock in your rate and go solar. Well, I didn't say I'm just still looking. I have to neutralize some of my words in the beginning because I don't have much trust or credibility in the first 30 seconds of a conversation, right? Now later I get more assumptive because I build a much bigger gap, okay? Now what am I doing here? And lower your bill, right? It was like, yeah, right. Now hey, now here's where I'm taking the focus off me and I'm putting it on the prospect immediately. I've got to connect them to get their R down. Hey, so when you saw the ad that, Jake was talking about, like, some of the rate hikes going on, what was it that he was going over that caused you to, I don't know, maybe want to look into this further? See, I said, maybe look into this further. And then the prospect starts telling me why he responded, but more importantly, who does he tell? Himself. That is the first part of what we call self-persuasion. Now, instantly, I'm using it for, okay, yeah, the first part of this call, this is a status frame. I want them to know that there's possible next steps after this conversation. Now, most of us have been trained, if we're on the phone or Zoom, hey, at the end of this call, if you feel like this is a good fit for you and I feel you're a good fit for us, we'll show you to get started. Now, do we really believe that at the end, if the prospect's like, I'm ready to go solar, you're like, no, I'm sorry, you're not a good fit for us. See, they don't believe that type of BS, so why do you use it? You instantly lower trust and it's pretty much over at that point. So I'm still going to neutralize. Yeah, the first part of this call. Now watch my hands. Watch what I'm visually doing in their brain. Watch my hands. Okay, I don't have this memorized, so I don't sell solar. The first part of this call is pretty basic. Why would I downplay the call? Why would I say, I'm so excited to be on here with you? Why would I downplay it? Now behavioral science is a term called mismatching. Anybody heard of mismatching? See, in a sales scenario, if I typically upplay something, most prospects will downplay. If I downplay something, they typically will upplay. And I don't mean to be negative. You should not go solar, it's horrible. That's not downplaying. Okay? I'm going to show you a few techniques on how to do that. Now, look at my hands. Find out more about your usage, the rate hikes that have been making you pay. Where did my hands go? Been making you pay. Why did I say making? Why not say rate hikes you're paying? Making you pay. See, Americans do not like to be made or forced to do anything. See, little words will trigger different emotional drivers in your prospect's brain. They've been making you pay compared to what you're trying, look at my hands, making you pay compared to what you're trying to get the bill down to see what that gap looks like. What did I just create in that prospect's brain? A gap. Instantly, visually. And then, now here I'm neutral, and then towards the end of the call, if you feel like, hey, this might be what you're looking for, we can talk about possible next steps. Would that help you if I did that for you? Why would you use might be and possible? Why not just assume it? Because especially with A-type personalities, you're in danger of being like, well, I'm still looking around, I didn't say I'm ready to buy, and the guard goes up, and now you got to sell against their guard. See, I don't want the guard to go up. I want to make selling easy. I don't like objections. Do you? Some of you do, I know you do. Okay, now let's keep going here, okay? Let's get into some door-to-door stuff. Now, there's obviously tweaks to this when you're selling door-to-door. What do most salespeople say when they knock on the door? Door-to-door. Something like this. Hey, how you doing today? Hey, are you the homeowner? Hey, my name's Jeremy. I'm with XYZ Solar. The reason why we're out here in your neighborhood is solar, not interested. Okay? Hey, how you doing today, man? Yeah, are you the homeowner? Yeah, I'm the route manager with Orkin Pest Control, and the reason why we're out here today is, hey, how you doing today? Are you the homeowner? Yeah, I'm the regional manager with Apex Alarm, and the reason why I'm out here today is, what did all that sound like? The same. So when I sound the same as every salesperson trying to sell them anything door to door, where is the prospect's mind immediately going to? Salesperson trying to sell me something, the guard comes up. That's a defensive mechanism in our survival part of the brain. Boom, salesperson, oh, not interested, right? How many do you get telemarketing calls within 12 seconds? Oh, not interested. And you hang up, you're like, I don't even know what they said. Because you heard their tonality. They sounded the same with their tone. So how do I interrupt that pattern? How do I get them to let their guard down? Now, I had to learn this the hard way. Okay? These are NEPQ connection questions. See, when I got into door-to-door alarms, and I think some of you should thank me here, because my first summer was in the summer of 2000, and you didn't wear shorts. They told you had to wear like nicer pants, like, you know, nice pants, and you had to like kind of dress up with like nice stuff, and you had to wear your name badge here. So when the prospect came to the door, you looked like a salesperson. And I'm like, okay, after about 100 doors, I'm like, I should not look like a salesperson. I don't think this is working. I don't like doors slamming in my face. So what I did is I went and got a tape measure. You need a tape measure, right? I went and got the, you know the old man, like white New Balance shoes the grandpas wear? Oh, I was wearing theirs when I was 21. They're awesome, okay, especially when you're walking on the And then, let's see, I went and got a construction vest. You know, I got a neon green one. And then I got an orange one. I just switched off. It was like superstitious. Like one week I had a better week. I hit like 30 installs. I'm like, don't go lime green the rest of the month. Okay? And when I knocked up and I put my name badge, I don't want to hear, I put it in my pocket. He's hiding that thing. And when I knocked on the door, I learned not to sound like everybody. So I knocked on the door, and you have a pen, or a pen. You might have a pen back here. Who's got a pen? I've got this. Okay, thank you. Now I knocked on the door. This is the magic wand. I had a metal clipboard. I had papers on it, like I was taking a survey. So literally when the prospect came to the door, they had no idea. They didn't know if I was reading their meter. They didn't know if I was a construction worker. They had no idea. So instantly, I'm not even sure you're in sales room. So I'd be about 6 to 8 feet back. I know most of you do that now. Where do you think that came from? Oh, summer 2000. We had to learn this the hard way. The pioneers of the trade. So I'd knock on the door. I'd be kind of looking around the yard because, you know, you put the alarm sign up, the sign for free, you get a free alarm. That's how it kind of pay the monitoring. If I sold solar or roofing, I'd probably look at the roof. I'm kind of looking around, like I'm kind of confused. Why would I want to do that? Yeah, I'm looking around. So when they come to the door, I'd see them to the side. And they'd come to the door. I'd be like, yeah, are you guys the property owners here? And you know what they do? Yeah, we're the property owners. What's going on? And they immediately come out of the door. That is an example of a pattern interrupt. Do you see when I walked out on stage and I didn't say anything for 26 seconds? That is an example of a pattern interrupt. Because you're used to speakers coming on stage and saying what? Hey, how's it going? You know, awesome, how's everything going? Which is great. When I came on stage and didn't say anything, you're like, holy shit, what's going on? And you started paying attention. You put your phones down. You're like, what's going on? Interrupting your brain with patterns. See, I show you everything we do. Anybody want to learn that type of stuff? Okay? So I lead in. Yeah, are you guys, look at the pen here. I'm having watching. Are you guys the property owners here? Yeah, we're the property owners. What's going on? Now, you start doing that. Now, right when I do that, I've got to be quick. As you know, there's a lot going on in the prospect's brain, right? And you're knocking door to door, okay? There's a lot going on. So instantly, right when they're like, yeah, I'm in the Homer, what's going on? So instantly, can I see them? Got one of our clients out here. He's like, yeah, we use iPads. And I used to use clipboards. You guys have advanced. Yeah, I love the clipboards. So anyway, so what I did at this point, so they'd always say this. They'd always be like, yeah, what's going on? I'm Homer. And I'm like, yeah, I'm Jeremy. I apologize. I only have a few minutes. I've got to go. I've got an appointment. Now, why would I do that real quick? Why would I say I only have a few minutes before my next appointment, so I have to go? What am I trying to do? I'm trying to get the prospect to what? Let their guard down. If they feel you're staying, where does their guard go? Up, sales. So I'm like, oh, I apologize. I've got an appointment in a few minutes, I've got to go. And I'd close a couple of steps back. And then I would go, I'm not sure if you know what's going on, if you talk to any of your neighbors. You know Kathy? She has that red door, she always walks that poodle. Now, what did I just do there? Where's my, oh God, what is this? I might have to go over you guys. Now what did I just do there? So right at the, okay, so what am I doing? So instantly, what I would do is I would take your Don't let me forget this. You promise? Okay. So let's say I would take it, yeah, I'm not sure if you speak to your neighbors or know what's going on. You know Kathy, she has that green door, she always drives that Kia, you know, the blue one. Now, where did I just take his mind? Kathy, blue door, Kia. His mind started thinking about that subject. What did I just do? I interrupted his pattern. See, I'm always interrupting patterns, right? On the doors, you gotta be quick. Yeah, I'm not sure if you speak to your neighbors or know what's going on. It might actually be easier if I showed you. Now, when I'm doing that, I'll come back to that, okay? I want to show you this. There's a lot going on here, okay? Yeah, I'm not sure if you speak with your neighbors. It might be easier if I show you. Now, I can't be like, hey, I'm not sure if you speak to your neighbors. It might be easier if I show you. Because what's going to happen? Be defensive. So I act confused. Why do I act confused? I'm not sure if you speak with your neighbors or know what's going on. It might be easier if I actually showed you. What does that do? Triggers curiosity. I'm triggering their brain to be curious about what I'm doing. Is that something I want? I want them to engage. I want to trigger curiosity. Now, why would I do that? Let me go to the next slide. Now, I don't have all this memorized, guys. I'm not out there selling this. We got a bunch of big clients that make a ton of sales. But who wrote this script? Okay, let me show you something here. So right when they do that, I'm going to go right here. So these are situation questions. Instantly, I want to get them to understand what the real situation is because most prospects don't understand what the real situation is when you first start talking to them, right? So instantly, I've got to kind of say a few things, okay? So I've got to kind of say a few things. On the door, you can't just ask 12 questions and they're just going to sit there and like open up with you, right? All of you know this, okay? And then I'm saying, yeah, they all, I'm not sure if you know what's going on or it might actually help you. This is your home and these are all of your neighbors. They all get our electricity from us. And, you know, not Nevada Power. I know we're not selling those old solar panels, if that made sense. I'm sure you already have them off of Earth. The reason why we're out here is we just compete with that energy. Like, what was the main reason why you chose that energy to do your power? Now, what did I just do there? What did I just see? So I say a little bit. Yeah, they'll get our electricity from us, not Nevada Power. No, we're not selling like the solar panels. If that made sense, I'm sure you already have them up there. The reason why we're out here, we just compete with, sorry about that, we just compete with that energy. Like, what was the main reason you chose them to do your power? And what type of tone did I just use there? Confused/concerned. What did I immediately see in that prospect's mind? Anybody tell me? But there might be something wrong they don't know about. What was the main reason you chose them to do your power, though? See, I'm seeding doubt with my tone rather than telling them something is bad. Because if I tell them, they don't believe me. But I can seed it with my tone that I might know something that's not good for them. You guys with me on this? Okay, am I really just shut it all down? Am I boring you guys? Okay, I'm sure you got more here. All right. And if instantly your prospects are going to say what? Now this is if you're in an area that's not deregulated. If it is, you know, there's tweaks to this. Now, prospect says, oh, I didn't have a choice, okay? And then I'm going to lean in, and I'm going to say this. Pay attention. Yeah, I know it's kind of a cheesy question. I mean, are you opposed to homeowners having a choice? Now, why would I say opposed? Why not say, are you open to homeowners having a choice? What's the number one word your prospects are conditioned to want to say? The word no. See, it's very hard for them to say, yes, I'm opposed. It's very easy for them, no, I'm not opposed. What do you got? See, you've all been taught you got to get 76 yeses to get the sale. I might train you that actually, in certain contexts, I'm going to get them to say no that will eventually get to the yes. See, I'm going to trigger, are you opposed to homeowners having a choice? Well, no, I'm not opposed. I want to trigger that reaction. See what I'm doing there? Okay, then at that point, then I want to go into what we call an identity frame. I want them to move away from other people. Okay? Take a look at this. Yeah, I mean, you seem different. I mean, you'd be surprised how many people are closed-minded and they just keep paying the rate hikes every month without knowing they don't really have to anymore. I feel bad for those people. Now, why would I say that? What would that be? What do I want to identify with? Yeah, you seem different. You'd be surprised how many people are closed-minded. They just keep paying the rate hikes every month without knowing they don't have to anymore. And I feel bad for those people. Now, what do they not want to be like? Those people who keep paying the rate hikes every month without knowing what? They don't have to. They don't have to anymore. And why would I say, I feel bad for those people? Why would I say that? I feel bad for those people. Yeah, okay, it's kind of, it's a joke, right? I feel bad for those people. See, I'm getting them to identify and move away from being like everybody else. Now, where is, I lost my microphone. Thank you. Okay, I did my clicker. All right, I'm gonna show you a bunch of work here. Okay. Hey, you guys are clients here. How does this work? Joseph Roper, stand up real quick. So why do we want to do an identity frame? Now, does anybody know Joseph Roper? He's one of our first 1,000 clients. This guy makes mad amounts of money, a couple $100,000 a month, not bad, just door to door. So why do we want to have that identity on it? What are we trying to do?
We're giving them an identity.
Yeah.
It's not an idea, it's an identity. And we want them to be open-minded, which is probably the biggest suggestion when it goes to this to be open-minded.
Right, put that microphone a little bit closer. Yeah, move up a little bit.
So we're giving them an identity that they're the type of person that is open.
Yeah. So we're getting them to move away from the people they don't want to be, that they're more open. Okay, then, right when we do this, well, let's go over here. Now, Robert, just come up here with me for a second. Okay. So right here, once we do that inner frame, we can't just freeze and stop, right? Because what's going to happen? Oh, is it solar? What's it all about, right? I'm going to start prepping your questions. So right when we do that, we immediately got to start talking a little bit and then pull it away, okay? Yeah, and so how it works when it works, because a lot of homes already been eligible for this, but instead of being stuck in like those never-ending contracts, kind of like with Edison, where they can just raise your rate to whatever they want to, and you just have to pay it till you die. So, I mean, it's pretty boring, but we just have a program. Instead of having to buy those 30,000 solar panel system like your neighbors did a few years ago, we're just able to offer you electricity the panels produce, and the electricity just costs less than if you keep buying it from Edison. Now, we're getting a little ahead of ourselves, because like I said, there's a lot of homes that are eligible now. You're not going to get angry at me if I can't help you, right? Now, there's a lot going on in there. What do we just do here? Why would we downplay it? Why would we say, I mean, it's pretty boring. Why would I say it's pretty boring? So you guys are like, it's exciting, it's great. Why would I downplay it? Yes, and they start to, do they trust me more if I downplay something or upplay something? Because if I upplay something, do they trust me a lot? If I don't have a lot of trust or credibility 3 minutes into the door approach? Probably not. But if I downplay, they typically start to what? Trust me more. Okay, that's a behavioral science mismatching, okay? Now, why would we say, instead of you having to buy those 30,000 solar panel systems like your neighbors did a few years ago, what am I trying to move myself away from? All those other solar salespeople that they didn't buy from. See how how many of you get like, oh, my brother went solar and he had a bad experience. See, I'm trying to move away from that we're different. Why does that work?
Yeah, it's not like they haven't heard about solar before.
Yeah.
And if they had, it's not a good experience. That's why they haven't done it.
Yeah.
So you need to separate yourself from that.
So you're trying to separate yourself, okay? Now, instantly when I do that, why do I want to pull back? See, I tell a little bit and then I pull back, like they can't have it. See what I'm doing there? Yeah, now, hey, we're getting a little ahead of ourselves because there's some homes that aren't eligible. Now, if this doesn't work out, you're not going to get angry, right? Now, why would I say that in a concerned tone? Why would we want to, now, if this doesn't work out or I can't help you, I'm not going to get angry with you, right? Now, what do you think they're going to say? Oh, no, I wouldn't get angry. Yes, I'm going to get angry with you. Those are, what do they say?
That's genuine, and it's fun, and it's playful, it's an authentic relationship.
Yeah. So it's like, oh, I'd always do that arms. No, I wouldn't get angry at you. Now, what did I just do? I'm still getting the prospect of what? Let the guard down. See, I'm always disarming. Okay, let's keep going here. All right, now I want to show you this. Okay, now immediately we're going to get into the lecture. Now, hey, your your electric bill, could you tell me a little bit more about this? I know a lot of you are pretty low, but why did they make you pay lately? Now, why did I do that? Why would I downplay their bill? Your electric bill, I know a lot of you are pretty low, but why did they make you pay lately? Why did I downplay their electric bill? You guys are always what? Upplaying. See, I got to downplay, and then did you see what I did? Can you tell me a little bit more about your electric bill? I know a lot of you are pretty low, but why did they make you pay lately? Making you pay lately. Why would I use a concerned tone?
First you're downplaying, so I'm going to upplay it.
Yeah. Right? Hey, I know your electric bill. I know a lot of you are pretty low, but just roll quickly. Why did it make you pay lately? Just say whatever you want.
It's been ridiculous.
Ridiculous?
Yeah, it's super high. Been going up.
Hey, it's not that bad. What did they make you pay?
Yeah,
Like
it's been
what?
like $300-$400 a month.
What was it 2 years ago?
Close to like $250 maybe, so it's gone up a lot.
That could be trouble for you. Yeah, if you see, this is your neighbor's bill here, Bill Myers. You can see here, see his bill here. So this is what he was paying 4 years ago, 13 cents a kilowatt. How familiar are you with what a kilowatt means?
A little bit, I don't know.
Yeah, so like every could be trouble. So every time the thing goes around, they just charge you 13 cents. So that's what they were charging you 4 years ago. But now they're charging you guys, it looks like, I mean, it's not horrible, but it's like, I think 32 or 33 cents. So it's just triple your bill is all. Now, what did I just do there? I'm downplaying, okay? See what I'm doing there, okay? When you said, oh, it's ridiculous, I'm like, that's not that bad. Why would I say that? What does that cause him to do? More trust? He's like, no, it's bad. But if I start, oh yeah, it's really bad, you're going to start losing trust with me. Now, I don't do that the whole way. I'm just getting you to let your guard down. It's like, hey, look, yeah, if you look at your neighbors here, what he was paying. Now, do your prospects all know what a kilowatt is? You just go right through like they do, don't they? Most of them don't know what you mean when you say kilowatt. Before we started training Big and Solar, I had no idea what that meant. Never assume that they know, okay? And so I go right into the bill. Yeah, if you look at your bill here, it's 13 cents, now it's 34 cents, so it's just triple your bill is all. Now, there's two things are going to happen here real quick. I don't even know where my little clicker is. Can somebody find that? I typically lose those. Can somebody bring it up? Thank you. Now, two things are going to happen automatically. Thanks, Heather. Okay, so they're either going to pause for a second, or they're going to react to the bill. Like, oh my God, that's high. Or they're going to say something, or some people will just pause. Depending on what they do, I have to read their body language and tone in about 1 to 2 seconds, and then I'm going to say, these are problem awareness questions, okay? I'm going to say, if they didn't say a word, I'm going to lean in, like after about 2 seconds, I'm going to say, so do you like how much they're making you pay? Why would I say that? Why not say this? So do you like how much they're making you pay? No, it's not that bad. How many of you ask questions to your prospects that you feel are good, and they give you vague, generalized, surface level answers? Do you know why? The biggest reason is because you ask them too fast, and you give your prospect no time to internalize and think about what you're asking. So I'm going to verbal pace the question. See those little periods? Those are verbal pauses. So do you like how much they're making you pay? Okay? Or now, if they before they said that, okay, if they reacted to be like, oh my gosh, that's horrible. I mean, do you want to have to keep paying the rate hikes if you didn't have to? And what type of tone am I using? A concerned tone. Why would I use a concerned tone? What does that help me do? Shows empathy. Does that build trust? Or does that raise my status if they feel like I care for them? Or lower my status? Raises my status, okay? Those are problem awareness questions. Now, let's move on here real quick. We're going to skip that part, we're running out of time. Let's go to solution awareness questions. I'm going to show you a few more examples here. Now, this is another example of downplaying something to get them to upplay, okay? Okay, so just pay attention right here. Let's say that we're able to lock in the rate permanently, so it's at the 224 that you have right now, like we do with other clients. So, I mean, it's not even going to be a ton that you're going to save. I mean, you're only going to save like 10, 11,000 over the next 10, 11, 12 years. I mean, for a home this big, it's not even that much money for you guys, but what would that do for you personally to keep that money rather than just being forced to keep giving it to Edison? And what did I just do? Why would I downplay the money they're going to save? Because on the flip side, you're going to save a lot of money. You're going to save 10 or 11,000 over the next 10 or 11 years. I mean, that's not that much money. That's over 10 years. That's what you get, don't you? You're so shocked that you're saving so much money. You're like, well, that's not that much money. It's over 10 or 11 years. But if I downplay it, I mean, it's not going to be that much. I mean, you're only going to save 10 or 11,000 over the next level. For a house this size, that's not even that much money for you guys. But what would that do for you guys personally to keep that money rather than just keep giving it to Edison? Now, you know what they say? Oh, well, I mean, every little bit counts. I mean, a penny saved is a penny earned. See, I'm triggering the exact opposite. I'm downplaying so they upplay. I'm getting them to pull me in. Look, who's doing all the work? Who's doing all the work? Who has the problems? The prospect. Who has the solution to solve it? I do. So why would I qualify to them? I'm getting them to qualify to me because I'm the one that can solve the problems. Does that raise my status or lower my status? You see the difference in what we're doing here? Okay, let's keep moving on here. Now, ever get this from a prospect? Does anybody ever get an email that says something like this? Read that. Anybody, raise your hand if you ever get them like that. I know we really liked you and what you had to say, but you know, we decided that now's not a good time for us to go solar. We'll get back to you when we're ready. Keep in touch. Who in here gets that one? Thank you for letting me use your pen. But what are you going to do when you get that? You're going to call them back, go over facts and features, try to prove that they're wrong and you're right. How many of those sales do you win? A few, maybe like 2 out of 10. So you keep doing it, right? You get the adrenaline rush. Remember, sales is a numbers game, so you think that's normal. You see, I'd rather get like 8 or 9 out of those 10. So that sounds a lot better. See, I'm playing the skills game. I don't like playing the numbers game. Skills game is a lot funner, you make a lot more money, help more people. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to call them back. Where's that microphone at? But, oh, you're a runner right now. So I'm going to call them back. I'm going to say something like this. Who wants to be a prospect? Anybody want to be a prospect? You be a prospect? Oh, these guys are good. Okay, come over here real quick. So I'm going to say something like this. Hey, what's your name? Hey, Michelle. Hey, I got your email. It's totally not a problem. Can I ask you something? Well, how can I communicate to you that you might be making a mistake without you getting upset with me? I'm just concerned because what happens if you don't do anything about this? In Edison, they keep raising rates every year like they have, but now, like you said, you're 75, 80, you know, still having to pay the bill every month, but now, what's the bill going to be? 3-4 times higher, and now you're on a retirement limited income. I mean, how would you guys pay for it at that point?
I guess I haven't thought that far. I'm just a little nervous about taking on a lot of debt right now.
Nervous?
Yeah.
Well, you tell me that. Which is more risky? Is it more risky to like go solar and in 25 years you have no bill? Or is it more risky to stay with who you have, keep paying the rate hikes? They're not horrible, 10% extra a year, and then you keep paying the bill forever. I mean, reality, which is actually putting you more in debt. Oh, you wouldn't say that.
Yeah.
You're being too easy. Okay, so let's just go back and do what we're doing here. Okay, I know you wouldn't say that. All right, so here's what I'm going to show you something. Now, what am I doing here? Why would I slow down? Thank you very much. Okay, so why would I say this? Yeah, that's not a problem. So I'm going to agree. Yeah, it's not a problem. Can I ask you something though? Sure, go ahead. They're not going to say no. How can I communicate to you you might be making a mistake without you getting upset with me? Now, what are they going to say? No, you cannot communicate. I'm upset with you. Nobody will upset. They're like, sure, go ahead. And then immediately I'm going to loop back around. This is called looping. And I'm going to ask what's called a consequence question. Now, notice my tone was more challenging in the beginning here. What do I say here? Well, what happens if you don't do anything about this? So what happens if you don't do anything about this and, you know, Edison keeps raising the rates every year like they have, but now you're 75, 80 years old, so you have to pay the bill every month, but now the bill's 3 times as high, and now you're on a, like a, retirement income, and how would you guys pay for it at that point? Now, why would I start challenging and then end with a concerned tone? Because when I challenge that, I raise their emotions, and then I go back, how would you pay for it at that point? I lower my tone to the concerned tone, a tone that shows empathy. Does that build trust, or does that cause me to lose trust? Build trust. See what I'm doing there? Okay. Now let's keep going here. Now, let's say if they're like, well, I guess I'd have to figure out, well, do you want to have to keep paying them that much if you didn't have to? Well, if I didn't have to, well, I mean, you certainly sound motivated, but for you, why look at doing this now? I mean, why not push it down the road like a lot of people do and just keep paying the rate hikes that don't know about solar? Well, for you, why look at doing this now? Why would I say, why look at doing this now? Why not just say now? Where did I get their brain to think? Now, like it's a time machine. Why look at doing this now? Why not push it down the road and just keep paying the rate hikes like a lot of people do who don't know anything about solar? Now, why would I say that? Why not push it down the road like a lot of people do who keep paying the rate hikes because they don't know anything about solar? See, this person now knows about solar. They don't want to push it down the road, keep paying the rate hikes like all of their people. See what I'm doing right there? Okay. Now, all right, we don't have a lot of time to go through more questions. My team wanted to give you this gift for free. This is our newly created NPQ Black Book of Questions. This is the second version, 2.0 version. We came out with the first version, probably a lot of you have already got it online. We advertise a lot. It's 118 pages. The first one is about 53. The first one was all generic. This one has a lot more industry-specific stuff in it. I even put your industry in it quite a bit. Would it help you if we gave this to you guys? We're going to give it to you for free. You guys want it? You don't have to have it. I'm okay. Now, my team said the best way to get that is to use that code there, or just text NPQ to that number, and then some AI bot will like send that to you. I'm going to give you 9 seconds. Go, go, go. I'm running out of time. All right. Okay, step number 3, most important. How do you eliminate sales resistance? It's all about neutralizing the hidden pressure that's in the conversation you're having with your prospects. Now, all of you have heard of what? ABCs of closing. I like that. But I'm more interested in always being disarming. How am I getting their prospect to let their guard down and keep their guard down all of the time? Now, I want you guys to watch this real quick. This is like a tie-down frame that I thought was cool. I'm going to show you a couple tie-down frames. I watched some of your stuff on YouTube. This guy's like, this is a really good idea, this tie-down frame. How many of you sell one a month or two late? It takes a couple months and it doesn't get installed. And they cancel. Raise your hand if you ever have anybody cancel on you. Okay. I'm going to show you a few tie-down frames too. These are called APQ tie-down frames. So I'm going to show you this, guys. I think this is really good. I think it's really good. I'm just going to show you a few tweaks that might help you with this. All right, let's see if we can play that. Can somebody play that back there in the back? I can't play it on my end. We have somebody that can play that in the back?
I always ask this final question, okay? I need you to really think about this. And just answer however you feel, okay? If I was to snap my fingers right now, you had a brand new roof, you had the solar put up there, and it was all completed, right? You knew that you had that fixed amount of that 222, and then somebody was walking down the driveway, you'd be shocked, and they rang the doorbell,
that we don't have,
and it was United Co-op, and they tried to convince you to rip the solar panels off the roof, rip the new roof off the roof, and go back to your current situation, what would you say?
Okay, that's pretty good. Now, I'm going to show you a few tweaks we might make to that help even more. Because that's all about the utility company, but what about the neighbor? What about the neighbor that says you shouldn't go solar? What about their best friend Bob that says solar sucks? What about their financial advisor that said the savings aren't really working? How are you trying to prevent it from not happening if somebody else in their family said, oh, I went solar and now it's not very good? See, I want to tie down every possible thing it could be so I prevent that from canceling. Because why do you want to do all the work and just 2 weeks later they cancel? That would suck. Yikes. No bueno. So here's what I'm going to do. Let's see. Let's go back here. Now, I don't have all this memorized here, but here, somebody back here sells solar. Somebody back here says solar. Okay. Can you come over here? Just stand up here, yeah? So hey, I've got a question before I go, and then I'll let you know when the technicians are coming. Come over here, because I gotta read this. I'm not smart enough. Hey, so can I ask you something before I go?
Yeah, what's up?
I mean, it's kind of a cheesy question, but if the utility company knocked on your door today, like I said, this is cheesy, but let's say they gave you the option, come over here, instead. Say they gave you the option to lock in your payment the next 25 years. You know the $224 you're paying now? So that's just what it will be each year. By your neighbors will be paying what? More? Yeah, probably, right? With the rate hikes. So it'd be the same. So never raise it, and then let's say that right at 25 years, they call you like, you've been such a good customer, you never have to pay us again, it's completely free for the rest of your life. What would you tell them?
You know what? That sounds incredible. Thank you so much.
What a good idea, right? Now, on the flip side, though, I don't want you to get your hopes up. So let's say that 3 or 4 years later, after they locked in your rate, they then come back and they try to persuade you, they try to sell you to go back on the old plan where they can just raise the rate every year wherever they want with no end date. They force you to pay it, or they do what? You don't pay it, you have to do what?
No lights.
Yeah, no lights.
Run your house off candles, like Andy says.
Make you pay the bill to that. What would you tell them in that situation?
Hell no.
Yeah, exactly. Now, what about your neighbor, though? Your neighbor Bob, or what about a relative, even someone close to you? They came to you, they try to convince you to keep paying the rate hikes, or they try to persuade you that, you know, it's good for the economy just to pay more for your utility bill than you have to. And what would you tell them?
I think you're wrong.
Well, okay. So you're not going to be one of those people that call me back in a couple weeks and saying that, you know, your neighbor convinced you to keep paying the bill forever, are you?
Oh, no, you're great, Jeremy. Thank you so much.
Okay, so what did I just do there? Because some of you guys are funny. See, I'm closing down any option I have for them to cancel. You with me here so far? All right. Hopefully you got some pictures of that. Let's go to another one. I'm going to show you some other tie-down frames that we do. We think it'd be cute for your industry. Okay? Let's have some of those here. These are falling asleep on me over here. What's going on? See, probably when you have to speak at 7 or 8 at night. Oh, okay, well, come up here. Please come up here. Guy in the cool shirt. I don't have this memorized. Okay, so you come over here. I gotta look at it, you know? Okay, so this tie down, you're already ready to go. Technicians are coming. Now, hey, what's your name? Fernando. So Fernando, now, hey. Now, hold on. I want you to pay attention. Tell me what type of tonality I'm using at the end of this, okay? Now, hey, before I leave, you're not going to be one of those people that call me back in a week or two and say, Jeremy, you know, the bad energy convinced us to keep paying the rate hikes. I don't think we should lower the bill and lock in the rate. I think we're just going to keep paying the rate hikes. You're not going to be one of those people calling back saying they convinced you to keep paying more, are you?
Oh, no, after I talk it over with the wife, and we actually make a...
We're not going there. You're trying to give me an objection. I know what you guys are throwing me a hard objection. I know you guys. So I come from your ball game. I played your ball game. I know what you're trying to do. All right. I know exactly what you're doing. I love you guys. Door-to-door guys. I love that. Yeah, because you know what? Now, then I'm going to go into story mode. Okay? I'm not just going to say, yeah, because I'm going to lower my voice. Yeah, you know, because we're about 5 months here. You don't know him. He lives about 3 miles from me. His name's Bill Myers, but you know that gated community over there with like all the palm trees? You know all those rich people that think they're better than everybody else? You know what I mean by that. And this guy was like, yeah, I want solar. I want to save money. I can't believe they're raising the rates. But then Bill, he calls me back like a week later and he says, yeah, I changed my mind. I think I'm going to stay with XYZ Energy. I was like, well, I don't care. I was busy. I didn't have time to talk to him. And I didn't say that to him. I was just busy, so I just left it at that. But then guess who calls me 3 months later? Who guess? Yeah, Bill Myers, yeah. So good old Bill calls me, he's like, hey Jeremy, I got my last bill. I didn't even notice it. You were right. My bill's doubled in like 3 years. I need solar, but I'm sorry, I didn't realize I was getting hosed by these. They should come back out and get me up. And yeah, they give me a few days. I'm busy with our clients. So then I go back over there. I fill everything out. I submit it. Guess what happened? Got denied. You know why I got denied? It was horrible. Because the power lines are so old around here, they can only handle so much electricity at a time. So when we submitted his application utility, they denied him because there's so much electricity being backed in the grid because several of his neighbors had maxed out the transformer. So he got denied and had to keep paying the rate hikes, but his neighbors were paying less with solar. So how do you think Bill felt knowing his neighbors were paying less, and in 25 years they wouldn't have a bill, but he was going to have to pay it forever? Got denied. You know why I got denied? It was horrible. Because the power lines are so old around here, they can only handle so much electricity at a time. So when we submitted his application utility, they denied him because there's so much electricity being backed in the grid because several of his neighbors had to maxed out the transformer. So he got denied and had to keep paying the rate hikes, but his neighbors were paying less with solar. So how do you think Bill felt knowing his neighbors were paying less, and in 25 years they wouldn't have a bill, but he was going to have to pay it forever? Yeah, it could be trouble for him. So you're not going to be like, Bill, call me back, saying the bad energy, convince you to keep the paying rate hikes, are you? Well, how does your spouse feel about paying the rate hikes? Does she want you to keep paying those, or does she want it lower?
Well, she's the one that actually pays it, so I never told her that.
Well, if you really thought about it, does she want you to pay more or less?
I mean, I'm assuming she wants to pay less.
Yeah, she probably would. Well, what happens if you go to her and she doesn't want you to put solar in and you have to keep paying the rate hikes? What are you guys going to do then?
I don't know, you know, she's the one that always makes that final decision.
Oh, she makes the final decision around here?
I played myself with that one, yeah.
That could be. Oh, hey, look. Hey, look. I don't want you sleeping on the couch tonight, getting in trouble, but she wants you to keep getting more. She didn't have to. Oh, you're trying to be a tough guy. Ah, okay. I knew what you were doing. I played the ball game. You guys. Anybody ever get this objection? I want to think it over as we wrap it up. Hey, type, anybody get this objection? I want to think it over. Anybody get this? How much time do I have left? Okay. All right. Is this a real objection? No, it's not an objection at all. The real objection is what they don't want to tell you. So when they say, I want to think it over, and you say, I don't understand. What do you need to think it over? You said you wanted to pay less. Why would you need to think about it? What do? Guard up, get defensive, and how many of those you win? So you just try to do a logical trap. And it works here and there, like 1 or 2 out of 10 times. But see, that's the numbers game. I'd rather play the skills game. Because I know that's not the real concern. So what's my first job? I've got to get them to what? Let their guard down so they feel comfortable enough to tell me what the real concern is. So I'm just going to agree with it, okay? Oh, let me show you. Yeah, this sounds good. Yeah, that's not a problem. What's your time frame on getting back to me in the next day or two just to see if I'd be available for you? Now, why did I just do that? I have no intention of leaving the home, I'm seeing with the phone. I have every intention to find out what the real concern is. But if they feel like I'm about to leave, does their guard go up or does their guard start to go down? Oh, it starts to go down. We're starting to get it now. Okay. Yeah, that's not a problem. What's your time frame? That's not a problem. What's your time frame on getting back to me the next day or two to see if I'd be available for you? Why did I say to see if I'd be available for you? Does that raise my status or lower my status? Oh, it raises my status. Okay, so I'm always doing that. And now, a lot of times they'll be like, oh, they waffled. I guess I could call you back in a few days. Well, possibly. I'm not sure if I'd be randomly available like that with my schedule. What I can do, if you have your calendar handy, I can pull up mine and have you book a specific time with me. That way you don't have to chase me down and vice versa. Will that help you? And what did I just do? That way you don't have to chase me down and vice versa. Who am I getting to qualify to? See, I'm getting them to qualify to me, even when I'm doing this, and I have no intention of leaving because I have every intention of closing the deal. Okay? So would that help you? Yes, that would help me. Then, right as I'm about to leave, you know, I'm still sitting down, maybe I'm still on Zoom work. Now, hey, before I go, what were you wanting to go over in your mind, just so I know what questions you have when we talk on Tuesday? Well, Jeremy, I just don't. Now, right when this happens, this typically is where they will tell you what the real concern is, where you're getting closer and you have to probe more. Okay? Does that make sense? Instead of saying, what do you need to think about, I just relanguage it to, now, hey, before I leave, now, look at my hands. What am I doing? I'm doing this visually. Now, hey, before I leave, notice I'm still leaving. What was it that you were wanting to go over in your mind, just so I know what questions you'll have when we talk on Wednesday? Well, let's say they say this. You ever get this objection? Raise your hand if you ever got this. Well, what if it doesn't work out? In 3 years, like you said, my bill's more than $196 a month. Raise your hand if you ever got that. Does that even make sense? Okay, can we show you what to do? Okay. So you're going to act confused. So you're going to act confused a little bit more. Oh, what would cause it not to work out in 3 years if it's all determined by the sun? Yeah, the sun's just the sun. Like, you know, we can't make the sun go up or down. Like, the sun just kind of does its own thing. It's a God mind of its own. Now, hold on. You don't have like godlike powers. You can control the sun, can you? Now, what did I just do? I'm playful. Why would I use a playful tone? I start confused. Why would I start confused? Why would I start with a confused tone? Oh, what would cause it not to work out in 3 years since it's all determined by the sun? Yeah, like the sun's just the sun. Like you can't make the sun go up or down. Like it just kind of does its own thing. It's got a mind of its own. And hold on. You don't have like some special powers where you can control the sun, right? And you know what they do? Oh yeah, that's true. Okay? See how I'm disarming you, right? I'm not so serious. Playful there. Make sense? All right, now. Here's what we went over. 3 steps to becoming the trusted authority in your prospect's mind. Number 1, becoming a problem finder, problem solver, not a product pusher. Asking the right questions, but at the right time, and especially with the right tone. And most importantly, eliminating sales resistance. Now, what's your next step there? What are you going to do about this? Is training something you did, or is training something you do? As my good friend Bradley says. Well, it's something you do if you want to make more sales than you are now. It's something you did if you want to stay where you're at forever. So where do we go from there? So you can follow me on Instagram, Jeremy Lee Minor. You can always get one of our books at Barnes & Noble, things like that. Tomorrow we'll be out at, I think we have a booth here with 8 or 9 of our guys. I'm going to do some industry-specific training, door coaches, more on Zoom, a little bit tweaks with Zoom and on the phones. You're welcome to come over there. I think we're going to do that. And I want to say, oh, I don't even know what we'll do. We'll just announce it on social media. Now, one last thing. I'm going to ask you this. Let me hop up here. Yeah, thank you. So as we wrap up, I'm going to leave you with this. There are many levels to this ball game we call sales. You simply decide which level you're going to play at. You know the number one question salespeople ask me? Jeremy, how do I have more confidence in sales? Well, that's easy. You have to gain more skill level. Because your confidence level will always come back to what? The level of your skill. How do you have a high confidence level with a low skill level? You can go out and get pumped up all day, but at the end of the day, when you're not making any sales, where does your confidence level go back down to? Where your skill level is. So you're going to raise your confidence. You're going to raise your level of skill. Okay? So as we leave you this, communication, sales, persuasion has been around since the world, actually before the world began. You want to know how? My team put together this 2-minute video for you. I'm going to play it, and I'm going to come back up and wrap up. In pretty much every religion, most of them talk about before the earth was created, there was this great war in heaven. You might have heard about it. But think about, how was the war fought in heaven? Was it fought with guns? Was it fought with tanks? Was it fought with swords or bullets or weapons? No. It was a war of words. It was a war of influence. It was a war of persuasion. In fact, all of us were persuaded to be here on this earth. And in fact, everything in our lives is affected by our communication skills or lack of communication skills. Even wars are fought on earth because of lack of communication. As the late Stephen R. Covey once said, first seek to understand and then be understood. The future of mankind will depend on how we learn how to communicate. And at 7th level, our mission, our core, is to change the way sales is perceived in society forever. This is much bigger than you and I. So will you join the movement? Will you work together with us to accomplish this for the future of humanity? Thank you.
it's gonna be well deserved. We're talking about, we got some of the brightest stars in the solar industry coming up, and I want to make sure everybody's excited. So, first of all, are you guys like ready for this? Like, are you like ready, or are you just like, yeah? All right, let me see. I want to hear how ready you guys are. On the count of 3. All right, he's ready almost, okay? Okay, everybody do that. On the count of 3. 1, 2, 3! If everybody did what he did, we would have much louder noise here. Let's level it up. Can we go a little louder? Go a little louder. Let's make sure everybody out there knows what's going on in here, which is the Solar Objections Championship. Let me hear you on the count of 3. 1, 2, 3! You're almost there, almost there. All right, last one, I promise, last one. You know what though? Some of the people standing up, they're the loudest. You guys want to be as loud as the people standing up? What do you got to do? Hey, stand up. Here we go. I want the main stage to hear you guys. I want everybody to know the Solar Objections Championship is happening right now. On the count of 3. 1, 2, 3! Let's go! We are about to get started, guys. Now, we're talking about some of the top solar pros in the country, and we did this last year, so I want to bring up somebody who was one of the contestants, Mr. Joel Gossett.
What's going on, everybody? Listen, I'm a little sour because last year the title was taken from me. It was a lady, I don't know if you guys ever heard of her before, Melissa Ramiza. So wait, what ended up happening was we found out we ran the tape. She paid the whole audience $100. They sent a Venmo to cheer. No, I'm just kidding. Let me come down here, give her a hug. Ladies and gentlemen, Melissa, the champ from last year. Well deserved. I want you guys to get hype, man, get loud. These guys are gonna come out and bring their best. Enjoy the show.
All right, who's ready? I want to show you guys a little something. I was really proud of this championship chain, so I made a little video for you guys to watch. Check it out. Go. All right, you guys ready for the video? Yeah. All right. All right, here we go. It's almost over. Sometimes you gotta roll with the punches, right? Just like handling objections, right? All right, here we go. Another video showing you guys who's gonna be up in this. I wish we had music, but we'll go with the no sound. Here we go, here we go. Let's pay attention, guys. All right, here we go. From New York, Colorado, Florida, Utah, California, all over the country. Woo, who's that guy? Let's go. All right, no further ado, let's all bring out these all-stars who are about to compete in the Solar Objections Championship. But 1 second, you know how this all started? This whole Solar Objections Championship started? A little Facebook group. You guys ever heard of a Facebook group called Solar Objections? Guess what? From that little Facebook group that started after COVID is one of the reasons why even SolarCon exists. So I want to make sure you guys, if you don't know, go to SolarObjections.com, join Solar Objections on Facebook. Here we go. Are you guys ready? Up first, from the great state of New York, now in Florida, we're talking about a guy who did 100 deals in 1 month with Sparta Solar, Anthony Purity! What's up, Anthony?
How we doing?
And next, from Colorado, Golden Door Award winner, everybody give it up, Kayla Mooney! What's up, Kayla? All right, next up, if you guys ever on social media, you might have heard of this guy, the Volvo Solar, Real Sales Dynamics, Mr. Carlos Morales! What's up, Carlos? And next, with no further ado, from the great state of Utah, anybody know anything about Utah? Golden Door Award winner from Utah. That's an oxymoron, right? How does that even happen? Everybody give it up, Nick Nascimento! With Xsell Coaching. What's up, Nick? All right, last but not least, who made a quick change because we had somebody had an emergency. We got somebody I've known for many years, not only knows door-to-door, knows virtual, knows call centers, is the real deal in handling objections. Well, you'll find out for yourself. Everybody give it up for Trey Herschel Hudson! All right, everybody, this is a simple game that's called the Solar Objections Championship. We're gonna have 15 objections. We're gonna have each Solar Pro answer 1 objection, and guess who's gonna vote? You guys. That's why I was getting loud and ready to applause and be excited. So I won't know who the winner is unless you tell me by applause, making a lot of noise when they go. If you like what you hear, this is not a fan. You just pick the person you like. The answers you hear that you really like. I want to hear the noise. And if you're back there, please come on down. Everybody, come on down. There's seats over here. Let's fill it up. Come on down. Here we go. You guys ready? Let's get started, right? Let's do this. We're gonna start with Herschel Hudson. Trey, you ready? All right, what we're gonna do is have you stand up. Here we go. Here we go. All right, you know what? I really appreciate you coming over my house, and this sounds cool, but I'm doing a million things. I'm super busy. I appreciate your help. Thank you.
Yeah, 100%. That makes perfect sense to me. That's why I was actually trying to set up for a time whenever you actually had time. Will anybody be home in the morning tomorrow around 10 a.m.?
Yeah, I should be that way.
All right, we're gonna come by and just drop off the information. You don't have to buy anything. I was just making sure someone will be there, right?
Yeah.
All right, we'll see you then.
All right, thank you. It sounds good. What do you guys think? All right, that's it. All right. All right, Nick Nascimento, please stand up. Hey, Nick, yeah, I know you stopped by my house. I'm super busy. You're a super nice guy, but I gotta go. I'm busy.
I'm with you. I'm actually in a rush too. I'm just in between appointments, Joe. It was Joe, right?
Yeah.
Sorry. So I only have a second. I'm only doing this, Joe, because I am qualifying homes based on certain things like your electric bill, how long you've been here. There's 15 out of 100 homes that can basically have the rate locked in to hedge inflation.
Yeah.
And again, you and I both don't have time. I gotta go. This would probably be for tomorrow. I already have a couple clients. You guys would be on backup between probably 5 and 8, depending on if other homeowners get approved. If they do, I might not even swing by, but this will probably be for tomorrow, okay? Have you guys done this application for net metering yet?
What is that?
I'll just continue.
All right, what do you guys think? All right, I think it's time to change up the objection for the Volvo Solar. If you guys haven't seen this guy on Instagram and YouTube, check him out. Real Sales Dynamics. Literally, just search the word solar. You'll see his face all over the place. Here we go. Hey, Carlos, you know, I appreciate you coming over, and I've heard some crazy stuff. Actually, I'm not going solar because my neighbors said they had a roof leak.
I get it, Joe. It's Joe, right? I'm guessing sometime in high school, you had a girlfriend who broke your heart, right?
How'd you know?
Yeah, dude, it happens to everyone. But now you're happily married, you have kids, everything's working out for you, right?
Oh, yeah, super happy.
So just because there was one bad experience, that didn't taint it for the rest of your life.
No.
And you're thankful for that.
That makes sense.
So yeah, so unfortunately, there's some bad girlfriend solar companies out there. We're not one of them, thankfully. We do a 152-point inspection before we even install any single thing on your roof. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that makes sense.
Now, to be fair, and I don't want you to hate me for it, you might not actually be eligible for the program. About how old's your guys' roof?
It's like 30 years old.
Okay, shoot. Okay, to be honest, real quick, I don't want to put a bunch of panels up on top of there until we take care of it.
Yeah.
There's a chance, possibly, that we can actually tie in the roof plus the solar, and don't kill me if we can't, we might be able to get you a tax credit on the entire thing. Does that sound fair enough?
I did not know that.
Yeah.
What do you guys think? Uh-oh. I think I'm gonna hear some noise for this one. Super popular. Kayla Mooney's up here, and it's the same objection. Here we go. Hey, Kayla, I really appreciate you stopping by, and I was thinking about actually going solar. Then one of my neighbors came over and said they had a roof leak. I'm not going solar, but I'm gonna have a roof leak.
Oh yeah, no, I'm sure what you're referring to is the screws that we put in the roof.
Yep.
Okay, so yeah, you told me earlier you got a new roof, right?
Yep.
You got a new roof, awesome. Did they let you know they put nails in that roof, right?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, awesome. And I'm assuming the reason you were comfortable with that is because they had warranties, so they were on the hook for any damage that did occur down the line?
Yeah.
Okay, awesome. So we're doing the exact same thing. We do put screws in the roof, but we do things differently where if you come in, we actually connect to the roof, and as well as the attic space and the electrical. So if anything does happen down the line, you have us to take responsibility.
Oh, so I have nothing to worry about?
Yeah.
Oh, what do you guys think? All right. Here we got 100 deals in February, guys. Spartan Solar. Here we go, Anthony Fiorentine. Are you ready, my friend? Hey, Anthony, bro. Hey, Anthony, you know what? You guys are like a dime a dozen. I got like 10 people coming a week. Like a 10-person stop by my house already.
Yeah, I'm just gonna pre-frame this. Like, my pitch is very short and sweet. I think everybody makes the mistake of selling too much. So you're gonna notice a common trend where I'm like super quick.
Yeah, so I want to make sure, like, you're cool and everything, but like, you guys are a dime a dozen. You're like a 10th person to come this week.
Yeah, dude, honestly, 100%. That's kind of what everybody's been telling me. Unfortunately, you guys got flagged as a high usage area. That's why we got sent out here. Just to cut right to the chase, because I literally only have a minute. And like I said, I'm actually brand new. Okay. All I do is see if the homeowner, pay over $100 for power. Yeah. And if you actually haven't missed any payments in the last 18 months.
No, I haven't missed anything.
Okay, cool. So like I said, I'm brand new. So if you pay over $100, my engineer Sandy comes over, brings you up a brochure, shows you exactly what you would have paid last month if you already had it. If it makes sense, great. If it doesn't, it doesn't. Said your name, what, Joe?
Joe.
Okay, cool. You're gonna be around like 15 minutes?
Yeah, I'll be around.
Okay, he's finishing up with the neighbor. I'll stop by.
Oh, sweet. What do you guys think? All right. You know what? Let's get Trey back up here. I'm sure you've heard this a few times in your career. Hey, Trey, you're a super nice guy, but like there was like 9 people this week that came by. You're the 10th person this week already.
Yeah, they always send the bad guys first, so that's why I came by. I just want to make sure you're going to be home tomorrow at 10.
Yeah,
all right, we'll see you then. Thanks
all right,
so
see you then. What do you guys think? That was great. All right, here we go. Nick Nascimento, Xsell Coaching, not only a solar closer, but a coach. This is something everybody hears all the time. Let's see how Nick handles it. Hey, Nick, this stuff is awesome, you told me, but I'm just like doing a lot of things. Can you just email me the quote?
Have a good day, Joe.
All right, what do you guys think? All right, that was different. Okay. All right, here we go. Let's see what the Wolf of Solar does with this one. Hey, Carlos, this seems complicated, and I want to see what you're talking about, and I would love to see what the numbers are. Can you just email me the quote?
I didn't know that you guys had solar on your last house.
No, never had solar.
You didn't?
No.
So you don't know how net metering works?
What is that?
Okay, so that's how the buy-back of the utilities works?
What's that?
Okay, shoot. Okay, so really quick. In the same way, if you were going to call a mechanic, you need to actually bring the car in.
Yeah.
On our end, I need to do a full point inspection of your home to kind of figure out the exact needs of your house, right? solar isn't a cookie cutter thing, right? It's not just one email, it's actually a full inspection of your home to see if we're gonna be a good fit. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that makes sense.
So I'm just gonna go ahead and pull out my drone, take some pictures, and then are you guys gonna be available in the next 15 minutes?
That's gonna be quick, about an hour?
About an hour? Shoot. I'm actually gonna be with Diana down the street. I might be able to do about 2 hours. Everyone on title gonna be home.
I can do 2 hours.
2 hours? Okay, let's go and do it.
All right, so thanks. Appreciate that. What do you guys think? I love that one. All right, Kayla Mooney's back up, and Kayla, hold the mic by your chin so everyone wants to hear all those amazing words you're saying. Here we go.
Check. We're good.
Kayla, I really appreciate you stopping by, but you're actually talking to the wrong person. My wife is the decision maker.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I'm sure your wife probably wouldn't be opposed to saving money, would she?
Oh, she absolutely loves to save money. She goes to the store, coupons, like, he loves getting discounts, especially clothes. Everything's a discount.
Yeah, if I could save you $50,000.
How much, what?
Upwards of $50,000 on a bill that you're never going to cancel. Do you think your wife would be opposed to buying more shoes?
No, yeah, she'll be getting plenty more shoes. And
Awesome. Okay, so basically, obviously I want to respect both of you guys. You know, she's going to have different questions than you're going to have, so I do have to make sure that you both are here. When are you guys more available, mornings or evenings?
we're both available more evenings for sure.
Evenings? Okay, yeah, so I'll be by, sit with your neighbor Sarah down the road at like 4. I can pop by around 6. Are you guys both going to be here?
Yeah, I think we can make that happen.
Okay, awesome.
Oh, that's pretty good. What do you guys think? All right, we're going through this pretty quick. We might have some bonus objections we have to, so be ready for that. All right, Anthony Fiorentine. Same thing. Here we go. Hey, Anthony, I appreciate you stopping by, but I'm not the one, whatever, sounds cool to me, but my wife is the decision maker.
Yeah, dude, I totally understand. You bring the money, she pays the bills type of things?
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, my wife's Italian, super stubborn, so same way. I don't want you sleeping on the couch, but
yeah.
At the end of the day, is she home right now?
She's here, but she's, doesn't want to talk to you right now.
Okay. Yeah, because I only have a minute. I just need to make sure it's even worth your guys' time real quick.
Yeah.
Because I'm not trying to do anything right now. I couldn't even if I wanted to. You might go grab her real quick. I'll just take that 2 minutes.
All right, 1 second. All right, what do you guys think? All right. All right, so far, I want to have a midway, I want to hear, because this is like very even to me. What do you guys think? It's pretty even right now, right? Like we're not getting a louder noise for one person. Let's do a midway pause. I want to see what you guys are feeling at this point. Who's doing the best? Whose objection handling makes the most sense? Who's giving you the most tips? I want to give you guys each a chance. So I want to hear everybody make some noise. If you don't, pick one person that you like and scream as loud as you can. Make sure they know it. I'm gonna go first. Here we go. For Herschel Hudson on the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. No booze. On the count of 3 for Nick Nascimento. 1, 2, 3. Pretty good. Pretty good. Here we go. For Carlos Morales, the Wolf of Solar. 1, 2, 3! Blew me away with that, man. You're popular, bro. Here we go. Kayla Mooney, the Golden Door Award winner. On the count of 3. 1, 2, 3! All right. Here we go, Anthony. You ready? You feeling good? All right, here we go. Anthony Fiorentine, the Sparta Solar. On the count of 3. 1, 2, 3! All right, everybody, the Wolf of Solar's ahead right now. So just to let you know, if you want to win this, you got to pull some rabbits out of your hats because the Wolf of Solar is leading right now. You guys agree? Everybody agree right now? All right, come back from behind. You guys can win this still. All right, here we go. The next objection is, I think, Herschel, right? All right, here we go. Next one. Yep. Next one. And here we go. Hey, Trey, I appreciate you, stopping by. But I already have a solar system. I still have a huge power bill, so like I'm not doing this crazy thing anymore.
Oh, I totally understand. How much are you paying now?
Bro, I'm still paying $400 a month, and I have solar panels. Yes.
Get out of town. Okay, that makes perfect sense. You're at $400 a month.
Yeah. And I have a solar system. That's what I'm saying.
That's crazy. How many panels do you have?
I have like 10, I think.
Wow, you have 10 panels right now?
Yeah.
You still have a $400 bill?
Yeah.
I don't know if I'm gonna be able to help you, but is it okay if I come by tomorrow around like 10 a.m. and I'll see if there's any way we can fix what happened here?
You do that for me?
If you let me.
All right, sounds good to me.
Well, great, I'll see you tomorrow at 10.
I appreciate that. What do you guys think? I actually love that. That was great. All right. All right, same objection. All right, here we go. Hey, Nick, I appreciate you stopping by.
Yeah.
You know, I don't know if you see, like, just look up. I got a solar panel, you see it, right? And I'm still getting large bills.
Dude, I'm sorry for that. So with what we do, Joe, first of all, I have to empathize with you. That can kind of suck a little bit, you know? How much is your utility remaining with utility?
I'm paying $400 and I have panels on my roof.
How much is your solar bill?
My solar bill is like $100 or something.
Okay, so like 500 collectively?
Yeah.
Okay, so if you, Joe, just to put this in perspective, okay? I'm detached from helping you out, okay? But if you had not put the solar on your roof, your total bill would probably be $600-700 a month, right?
Well, I didn't really think about that.
Yeah, so it's probably a good thing that you at least have some of that. Now, again, I don't have a lot of time right now. I don't even know if you have roof space for more panels, but assuming you do and there's other things that line up, Joe, would it make sense? I might be able to fit you in and potentially hedge the inflation for the rest of your bill. Because I assume the reason you did that was because your bill's going up, right?
Yeah, exactly.
So I can't even get you approved, Joe, until I know exactly how much power you're using. And we sign off and commit saying, hey, we will produce this much, and you'll know exactly how much of your bill is remaining. Okay? Again, I'm slammed helping people out. I might be able to fit you guys in tomorrow. It's going to be sometime between 5 and 8. If I have other homeowners that get disqualified, Joe, I'll try to come by a little sooner, okay?
That sounds good to me.
Okay, awesome.
What do you guys think? Hey, are you guys awake back there? Do you like anybody in the right corner? Who do you guys like in the right corner over there? Who do you like? The wolf? Is that what you've been keeping quiet for? Okay. Here we go. We're back up again. Here's the next one. All right, the Wolf of Solar, Carlos. You know what? I appreciate you stopping by, but I don't know if you noticed, my roof is really old and I need a new one, and I cannot afford a new one right now, I promise you.
Yeah, I completely understand that. That's actually exactly why I'm here, Joe. So the biggest thing is, has your insurance company already hit you up about the roof? Not yet?
Not yet.
Okay, honestly, it's looking about 20 years old. If you guys end up with a major roof leak, unfortunately, it's not going to just be the amount of money in your pocket right now. You're going to end up spending hundreds of thousands of dollars to repair everything in your house. I can tell.
That's true.
Honestly, you have a really nice house.
Thank you.
Right? So on my end, my job's really simple, and you might qualify for it, you might not. We might be able to work with your insurance company to help out with the roof, and then we'll put panels on top of it afterwards. If the insurance company thing doesn't work out, there's a chance. Florida's a little bit weird, to be honest. What's going to occur is, we'll tear off your entire roof, if you're eligible, put up new shingles, brand new shingles. You're gonna love them. But here's the main thing, is then we're gonna retrofit your home. After the installation, you're now gonna be wind mitigated for 225 miles an hour. Meaning if another Irma shows up, you guys are gonna be covered. Most importantly, and I can't promise it, but I'm pretty sure I can, you guys won't pay a penny out of pocket.
What?
Yeah.
Yes, sign me up.
Okay, great.
What do you guys think? All right, Kayla, this is the same one for you. Are you ready? Keep the mic. I want everybody to hear the words you're saying, okay? Hey, Kayla, I appreciate you coming over, but did you look at my roof? Pretty old, and I don't have $1 to spend on a new roof, so I appreciate you stopping by.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I actually noticed that. That's why I stopped by. You know your neighbor James next door?
How do you know James?
Yeah, I actually worked with him, so that's the reason I came over, because you mentioned you're a really good guy.
Oh, I didn't know you knew James. That's awesome.
Yeah, absolutely. So I did notice you need a new roof. Unfortunately, with the program we have, we actually can't put solar up on the roof. So what we'll do is we'll come in, we'll do that site survey, look, and if we do see damage, have you ever pushed it through insurance by chance? Have you tried to get it through?
Yeah, you can do that?
Yeah, so that's something that I did for James actually, and I can't promise to do the same for you, but what we did, we actually pushed it through insurance, got approved, siding and paint. Now that's something that, of course, I can't promise, but what I'll do is I'll try to work with insurance to get you the best deal possible, so that we could move ahead with the solar project.
You do that for me?
Yeah, I can do that for you.
All right, I like that. What do you guys think? Man, Carlos, you got a dedicated fan, bro. Here we go. We're going for a new objection. You guys ready for a new objection? Yeah. Anthony Fiorentine. 100 deals in February, guys. Spartan Solar. Look out for this guy. Still blowing up. Hey, you know what, Anthony? Appreciate you stopping by, but yeah, I think it's pretty cool. But my wife won't let me put those ugly things on my beautiful roof, obviously.
Yeah, dude, totally understand. Joe, mind if I just level with you for a second?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, at the end of the day, most people don't look at their roof as much as they look at their bank account. And the reason that most people are switching over, there's a bunch of wives out there, like mine included. At first, she felt the same way. She didn't want to put it on the roof. What she ended up finding out was that it was able, over the next 25 years, we were going to save enough money to put our kids through college with the amount of money we're going to save.
What?
Yeah, so at the end of the day, she might think they look ugly. Yeah, we do have the brand new ones. I think they actually look pretty cool. At the end of the day, it's just preference. But do you think like saving $150,000, $200,000 over the next 25 years would be worth looking at them every day?
Oh, did not know it's that much money. Oh yeah, sounds good to me.
It'd be a lot. So yeah, if you, are you going to be, is she home right now?
Yeah, she is actually.
Okay, yeah, do you mind if we just like take a look?
Yeah, come on. What? You got my house, bro. What do you guys think? I don't want nobody in my house. How do you think this guy in my house? All right, we're going to do the same objection for my man Trey Herschel Hudson. Stand on up, baby. All right, Herschel, Trey, I appreciate you stopping by, but I think it's pretty cool. But you know, my wife is really hesitant on getting those ugly panels on my beautiful roof.
Got it. So if I understand you correctly, Joe, you're saying you don't mind it, but your wife doesn't like the ugly panels.
Yeah, I mean, that sounds cool to me what you're saying, but she's against it.
That makes perfect sense. I don't know exactly how we're going to fix that, but we'll both, if she's the one that doesn't like it, we'll both of y'all be home tomorrow around 6 o'clock so I can stop by and show some ideas that I might have and how we can fix that for you.
What ideas? I just told you she doesn't like it.
Yeah, no, 100%. A lot of people don't like it whenever they first look at it. But let me ask you a question. Do you like paying your power bill?
I hate paying my power bill, bro. It gets higher and higher and higher. It's never going away. It's insane.
Got it. Well, maybe I'll be able to help you out with that. Let's talk to her tomorrow at 6 and see what she's got to say about it.
All right, I'll listen to you.
Perfect. We'll see you then.
What do you guys think? All right.
Joe, let me hit that one.
I hear you loud.
Just to give a little like context,
go for it.
With these, with the wife, and it's not that person making the decision. Like, dude, I'm not trying to waste any of my time. Like, get me the wife right now, and then I'll talk to her because I'm not going to relay it through you. It's like, I'm not going to set an appointment up with a non-decision maker and then come back and waste my time when I could have had like 6 more. Out of my 100 that I did, like probably 70 to 75 were same day walk-ins. It's like, just get to the decision maker as quick as possible and then you can determine if it's even a good fit and then you're either in or you're out.
Get it out of your head that same days are possible. Same days are possible and he's proof of it. Let's go. All right, Nick, you ready for the next one?
Yeah, I want to hit that one too.
That doesn't work like that, buddy.
It's okay.
Let's go to the next one. You ready?
Yeah.
Hey, you know what, Nick? I appreciate you stopping by. But I have a really good friend who's a real estate agent, and she's telling me it's gonna be really hard to sell my house if I put solar on it. So I appreciate it.
Oh, Joe, come here. Check it out. So first of all, I'm with you. Your real estate agent is actually right. A lot has changed with solar and net metering, the laws. Okay. So from what they know, when you sold the home, it used to have to pay off the system. Okay. For what we do for the qualifications for this program, we can lock in the rate. It's a hedge inflation. That's why we put up these ugly panels on the roof, right? And now the payments pass over to the next homeowner, okay? Now, I don't want to get your hopes up. There's a lot of things that have to line up. That's why we have this checklist, okay? Again, I'm working with a lot of neighbors out here. You guys will probably be on backup for tomorrow, maybe the next day. Is she here tomorrow?
She'll be here.
Okay, cool. By the way, I was going to mention, you know Zillow, right?
Yeah, of course.
So, which is more credible, Zillow or real estate agent?
Zillow.
I would say so. I think they sold more homes, yeah? So
yeah.
Don't take my word. Zillow says it sells for 4.1% or more on average, okay? But again, I don't want to discredit your real estate agent. They're right, things have changed. We can thank Joe Biden for that, okay? So again, this would probably be for tomorrow. You guys are probably here in the evening, yeah?
Yeah, evening's good.
Okay, perfect. I just need you guys to have your utility ready and no expectations.
Oh, cool. Thanks, Nick.
Okay, thanks, Joe.
What do you guys think? All right, we're getting towards the end now. So if you guys really like somebody, you really have to make some noise because we're going to have a real champion here next. All right, same question. Here we go. Carlos Morales. Yeah, I don't know if you know, but my best friend in the world, my BFF, is a real estate agent and told me all about this solar thing and said, do not get solar panels, it's gonna hurt the value of my house. So, sorry buddy.
I get that, and I'm sure your best friend, the real estate agent, is an amazing agent. You know Tom Brady?
Of course.
Okay, so let me show you his house real quick. You notice there's solar panels all over his house?
Yeah.
You gotta imagine Tom Brady probably has a really good real estate agent, right?
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, and the thing is that he invested in solar on a $100 million home. And you have all over South Tampa really nice houses with solar. Do you think they want their value of their home to go down or go up? Up, right? Because most people want a smart home, not a dumb home, right?
Yes.
Yeah, to be fair, right? Smart home is the whole way of everything. So here's the main thing. I'm not even sure if the home's gonna be eligible. If it is, we're gonna lock in the rate for your house right now and for the people in the future. So more importantly, if you end up having a veteran trying to get your home, like let's say with a VA home loan, he's gonna be able to qualify for your house, unlike the houses around the block that didn't go solar, because your rate for utility is going to be locked in versus theirs, which keep going up. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that makes sense.
Cool. I'll go ahead and see you tomorrow at 6.
Yeah, I got to talk to my real estate agent again.
Yeah, absolutely. And by all means, by the way, go ahead and give a real estate agent my number. Real estate agents love me.
Okay, that sounds good to me.
Sounds good, man.
What do you guys think? All right. We're almost to the end here. We're going to get some closing objections, discovery objections, so be ready. Here we go. Kayla, I appreciate it, and you showed me the numbers, and you know, it doesn't look crazy, but I thought this was free.
Okay, can I ask you where you heard that?
Like my family's friend's sister's mother was like, you know, I'm getting solar for free.
Okay, gotcha. Yeah, so I would just say, man, don't believe everything that you hear. You know, now there are programs within the state that can pay for a portion of the system for you, but unfortunately, nothing in life is free. Now, what we actually do is take your bill that you're currently paying with the utility company, and we're going to take that, eliminate it, and replace it with one that's going to be fixed and be inflation-proof. Now, would you prefer a bill that you would know what you're going to pay every single month versus one that's going to raise?
Yeah, but it's not free.
No, it's not free. Now, what we do is it's called a redirection program. We're going to take the money that you're currently spending with Xsell and actually fund the project with that, and you're going to save roughly like $20,000 to $40,000 on that.
Oh, so I'm not spending my own money.
No, you're taking the money that you're currently donating to the utility company and using that to pay for the payments.
Oh, that makes so much sense to me. What do you guys think? That right corner, you're dedicated, loyal fans over there. Here we go. Same one. My man, Anthony Fiorentine. Hey, Anthony, I know you're stopping by, but why would I pay money for solar panels? I heard it was free.
Yeah, dude, honestly, a lot of people have. Let me ask you, I'm assuming when you heard that, you probably thought it was too good to be true. That's why you don't already have it?
Exactly.
Okay, perfect. So the problem with that is partially that's correct, partially it's wrong. It's actually not free. But what we do is if you guys qualify, and that's the reason we're only doing a certain amount of houses in each transmission subsection, where we'll actually cover all the upfront costs for you to do it as a company. So you don't have to pay anything out of pocket to do it, and all you do is redirect what you would have been paying to the utility company into a lower fixed payment for the panels. Then it eliminates the bill. But I don't want to.
Isn't that free? I'm not spending money, you're saying.
Exactly. So it's free to actually put them on. No money out of your pocket. If we can't fund the project with the money you're already spending to the utility company, the application gets denied. But to be totally honest, just to cut right to the chase with you and be totally honest and transparent, I don't want to give you too much information right at the door here. I'm honestly brand new. I just see if you're the homeowner, pay over $150 for power, and if you haven't missed any payments in the last 18 months. You fit in those categories?
Yeah, I do.
Okay, cool. So my engineer, his name's Sam. He's actually finishing up with your neighbor. He'll be done in about 5-10 minutes. You gonna be home?
Yeah, I'll be here.
Okay, perfect. I'll tell him to come by. He knows way more than me. He's been doing it for 10 plus years. Show him a picture. This is Sam. He's gonna come by, show you the numbers, compare it apples to apples. If we can fund the project with the money you're already paying, would you want to submit the application to the utility company?
I mean, it's not gonna cost me money, yeah.
Okay, perfect. Because we're at like 97 out of 100 applications in this neighborhood, so we're just trying to work with proactive people. Your name was Joe, right?
Joe, yeah.
Okay, cool. His name's Sam. We'll be here in like 5-10 minutes.
All right, perfect. What do you guys think? What I love about this is that he's not afraid to say he's new, because it works. You don't have to say you're the most experienced person. Homeowners probably don't even like that if you're super experienced, right? Beautiful. Here we go. Here we go, a new objection. We're off to the final ones here, everybody. We are about to find a winner for the Solar Objections Championship. Hey Trey, I appreciate it. I I get the idea of solar panels. You've gone through the numbers with me. It makes sense. But me and my wife, we just paid off all of our debt. We do not want any more debt. So I appreciate it, though.
Got it. So you're saying you just don't want to take out any more loans right now?
Oh, definitely not.
Perfect. We have exactly the program for you. Will you guys be home tonight at 6 o'clock so I can show it to you?
Oh, yeah.
Great. We'll see you then.
Awesome.
Everybody knows we talk about leases, right?
Yeah. What do you guys think? No? I thought that was beautiful. All right, here we go. Same one. Hey, Nick, you know what? I appreciate it. You showed me the numbers. Everything makes sense, but you were telling me about getting a loan, and we were just talking, my wife and I, and like we just paid all of our debt off, so we just decided not to get a loan.
So you have a mortgage, right?
Excuse me?
You have the mortgage?
Yeah, exactly.
Or is home paid off?
No, it's not paid off. I'm paying for my mortgage.
So you already believe in debt, right?
Yeah, that's true. I have that debt. Yeah, that's true. I didn't think about that.
Yeah. And you guys, why'd you guys get a mortgage? Joe?
Because I have to live somewhere, and I'd rather have my own home than renting another person's house.
Just throwing your money away, making someone else
out the window, getting nothing.
Dude, it's crazy. These billionaires own these utility companies. Okay, this is the same thing. Now, if you want traditional solar with a $15,000 battery, I'm not your guy, Joe. Okay, what I do is I look at there's certain metrics, like depending on how much you guys are paying, how long you guys have been here, to get you guys approved for this. Now, you guys have already looked at the numbers. Sorry, you guys have already looked at the numbers. If we get you approved, this is a locked-in payment, and it's hedging inflation, okay? Instead of it throwing your money away to the utility, all we're doing is picking up that funnel and moving it over to an investment bucket called your home, right? I already know you guys believe in that principle, otherwise you guys would be renting your home right now.
That's true.
You wouldn't have gone through that hassle. And here's the difference with real estate and solar, is real estate requires money down. You're leveraging debt to go get yourself an asset to build wealth. This is very similar, except because we have a bunch of go-green hippies like Joe Biden in office, and if you like him, it's okay, I don't have to help you. We're leveraging their policies to basically use taxpayer money to get this with no money out of pocket. So,
I didn't know that. That's good to know. What do you guys think? Oh, we got some fans over here. Here we go, here we go. Next objection, we are gone to the last couple here. Here we go. Hey, Carlos. What you explained was awesome. This is something I'm definitely thinking about doing, but I make sure you know, I never make a same-day decision.
I completely understand. And honestly, I don't have panels in the back of my car, right? This isn't a doorstep decision whatsoever. All we're doing right now is just trying to figure out if you're going to be eligible for the program. Here's how it works. We're going to do a site inspection of your home. Again, you know how many bankruptcies in the last like 3 years, right?
No.
Anyone a member of the mob in the last 5 years?
No, what are you talking about?
Okay, just double checking. Okay, just double checking. All we're going to do is we're going to do a quick site inspection of the home, check for eligibility, and go over those docs. We need an open work order in order to be able to get insurance to do that in the first place. Afterwards, we're going to meet back up for the final design in about 10 days, where I'm going to go over again the A through Z, because I know there's going to be things you're going to forget, because I talk really quick, right? The biggest thing for me right now is I just don't want you in a position where you're just going to consistently donate money to the utilities for the next 25 years, right? You already told me earlier, you turned off your AC, which the kids yelled at you about.
Yep.
You turned off the lights, which your wife yelled at you about, right? I'm trying to eliminate all those things so we can eliminate the utility bill. Does that sound fair enough?
I want that.
Okay, sounds good, man.
Awesome, thank you. What do you guys think? All right. I think this is the last one or two here, guys, so we're about to get started on the voting for the champion. All right, here we go. I think this is the last one, guys, so be ready. Here we go. Same one? That should be the last two. All right, here we go. That's not it.
Well, he's pulling that up just to give like some context behind like why I say I'm brand new and obviously I'm not. It's just to pop the pressure bubble so they don't, like nobody wants to get sold on the door. You can, and then it also allows you to say you're brand new and then tell them all the information that you want to tell them when they're actually listening. Like it's amazing to watch their body language and just them completely disarm, and then they actually want to help you and like start to feel bad for you a little bit when you tell them that you're new. So that's what I do.
Appreciate that, Anthony. Let's go. What do you guys think? All right, here we go. Last one, because we're running out of time. So this is the last one for you guys. So we're going to the next one. Here we go. Last one. Caleb Moody. Now, I appreciate you stopping by. But I know we talked those numbers and it makes sense, but 25 years is a long time. I'm not sure if I'm ready for that kind of commitment.
Yeah, absolutely, man. Commitment's hard, right? But may I ask you, when is your end date with your utility company?
There's an end date?
Well, that's what I was curious. It sounds like you don't want to do a commitment, right?
Oh, I'm committed. Oh yeah, it makes sense. I never thought about it like that.
Yeah, absolutely. No, sir, like, it's really not up to me, it's up to you. Now, at the end of the day, because you would agree you can't cancel your bill with the utility company. You're going to pay until you die.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah, unfortunately, that is the way it is now. You don't have to say yes to solar, but if you do say no to solar, you're just saying yes to paying more. Would you agree?
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, absolutely. So all we're trying to do is put you in a better financial position where you would have a bill that has an end date, and then after that, it would be free. You feel like that would be a better financial
You're saying 25 years is better than forever.
I don't know. That's up to you, man.
That makes sense to me. Thank you. What do you guys think? All right. There's the last one. Here we go. You got to make some noise if you like it. Hey, Anthony, 25 years, you tell me? I know this stuff sounds good and it makes sense, but 25 years is a long time from now, and I'm not sure if I'm ready to make that kind of commitment.
Yeah, man, I 100% level with you on that one. How long have you guys been in this house for?
It's been like 5 years.
And is this the first house you guys have ever owned?
Yeah, actually.
Okay, cool, congrats. And how long was the mortgage that you took out on?
30 years.
How long do you plan on being in this house for?
I'm not planning on going anywhere.
You might be here for all 30?
Yeah.
Okay, awesome. Yeah, so the reason that most people do the 25 year, and we have other options that he can show you, is just you're locking in your lowest possible payment. And if you're going to be here for a long time, when was this house built?
It was like 2010.
And it will probably be standing for more than 30 years. Right?
Yeah.
What happens when you pay the last payment on the mortgage? So same exact thing with this. 25 years after you've made all your payments, if you guys plan on staying all that time, it goes to zero and then you never have a bill. With the utility company, what's the main reason you chose them when you moved into the house X amount of years ago?
What do you mean? I have no choice?
Yeah, no choice, right? It's because it's the longest lasting monopoly. They've been around for 130 years. So 130 years is way longer than 25. We just asked for 25 because that's what most people want. Usually matches up with the mortgage, and then it gives them the lowest possible payment.
It does match my mortgage.
Yeah, so are you guys doing anything right now? Because I have about 5 minutes in between my next go back that I'm supposed to go hit. I can just show it to you real quick of why it makes sense.
5 minutes?
Yeah, 5 minutes.
All right, come on. What do you guys think? All right, guys, we're about to pick a winner. We are running out of time, and I want to make sure we have the right champion here. What do you guys think about the Home Solar Objections Championship? What do you think about the panelists, guys? You guys are amazing. Well, we got to pick a winner. We have a front runner, but let's see if the front runner wins. It comes down to you guys, even in the back. If you like somebody, make some noise as loud as you can, but pick one person. That one person you think deserves the championship chain that Melissa Remize is about to hand over. Loud as you can for the person you like. If you guys like Herschel Hutchin, Trey, on the count of 3. 1, 2, 3! All right, here we go. We got my man Nick Nascimento with Xsell Coaching. If you guys think Nick should be the winner, the Solar Objections champion, on the count of 3, make some noise. 1, 2, 3! All right. Here we go. We got the Wolf of Solar, Carlos Morales. Pick one person, you like this person, I want you to make some noise. On the count of 3. 1, 2, 3! All right. Here we go. Kayla Mooney, Golden Door Award winner. You guys think she's the winner, and this is your choice. Make some noise. 1, 2, 3! Uh-oh. Here we go. Anthony Fiorentine, if this is the man you want to win the championship chain, make some noise. 1, 2, 3! All right, we have a tie. Carlos Morales, Kayla Mooney, stand up. Here we go. We need one winner. We have a tie. One of these are going to be the championship. I'm going to go behind them so they don't know who we're rooting for. You guys, whoever you like. I'm going to put my hand over the person you think should be the winner, and then that will be the winner. They won't know who we're cheering for, so cheer, make noise, doesn't matter. Here we go. If you guys think this person should win the Solar Objection Championship, raise your hand! Make some noise! All right. if you guys think this person should be a Solar Objections champion, make some noise! We have a winner, everybody. Miss Melissa Ramiza, please come to the stage. All right, your winner of the 2024 SolarCon Solar Objections Championship is the Wolf of Solar, Carlos Morales! What do you guys think? Make some noise for your panelists for the Solar Objections Championship. Everybody. Hey, one more thing, everybody. We're doing a big giveaway at the Virtual Solar Club. Starlink laptops, give it away right now. If you have any time, go to the Virtual Solar Club. We're doing a big giveaway. Starlink, let's go, baby. All right, guys, have a great one.
Times more than her. And I was like, that's the dumbest thing anyone will ever say to someone who's working with them. I was like, all right, fine. Jumped into it, worked with, Legacy. Okay. Yeah. So I worked for Legacy Power for 5-6 years. Okay. So ran their whole San Diego office with Stephen Cohen and Mike Gucci and those guys out there. And then started the company, it's at this point about 3 years ago. So now we're Texas, California, Florida. Pacific United Power. Okay, very nice. So and literally everyone we brought in is all 32. It's like, yeah, it's literally the whole, I think we're at 26,000 now. Okay. And then there's a bunch on TikTok and other spots. So it brings in a lot of people.
Podcast.
Yeah.
Like podcast something.
Yeah. I can certainly be down here. Let's do the actual numbers, not just Instagram bullshit thing. Because I'm sure you have 10 million subscribers down there.
Let me get your email.
Fucking email. I do not fuck with email whatsoever.
That would be so cool.
I'll pop in. Real sales agent.
Yeah.
I gotta do the rep card, I gotta click the thing, 15 other things. Like, just
did you put your number?
No.
I forgot his number.
Oh, Jesus.
What is it?
210.
I do that too.
2272. Your phone should have already known my phone number. I got a power thing. What's your name?
I'm Michaela.
Carlos.
Carlos, great to meet you.
Love it, dude. Yeah, how long are you telling me?
Literally tonight. I heard out like tomorrow. 8 hours in the morning. I gotta go right back over there. Then we're doing a blitz.
I got both microphones. You can film it right now.
Nice. Florida. It's like central, crappy little town where you do blitzes. You know, the places that reps don't want to live. Yeah. The places where nothing's open after that.
To Gary V.
Hello, everybody. SolarCon, Halloween. All right, sit. Let's do this. So happy to be here. You know, it's an interesting time for me to be at this conference because I had a really funny thing happen when I landed. I left New York early this morning. I'm leaving right after this talk. And I landed to like one of the weirder texts that I've gotten in my professional career, which was from my publisher of the books that I write. And she's amazing, Hollis, who I adore. But she said that the sales team was nervous about my sales for my book that's coming out called Day Trading Attention that literally drops in a month. And I got super fucking pissed because I was laughing to myself because I've been a very successful author for a very long time and I've always wrote New York Times best-selling books, and I was fascinated by the short-term fear of the publisher, and it really got me into a mindset. I went like live on Instagram, told everybody to pre-order the book so I could stick it to them and all this stuff, and I'll ask you to do that later, but it actually got me thinking to how that really ties into the talk that I wanted to talk about here, because I think what's really interesting, and one of the reasons I said yes to doing this conference was if I really think about my career, I talk a lot about my first business being a lemonade stand, which is true. You know, when I was 6, 7 in Edison, New Jersey, I had a lemonade stand on Tingley Lane in Edison, New Jersey, and what I was focused on, while I got my friend Robbie Turnick or Marissa Bird or Andy Greco or Eric Godfrey to stand behind the stand and serve the lemonade, what I was doing was making signs and walking up and down the streets trying to figure out what tree or post to put the sign on for the lemonade. Without reading a business book, without the internet teaching me, intuitively, as a kid, I was focused on where the attention was. I would literally remember sitting on a corner. This is like kind of sad and sick and a little fucked up, but I'm pretty proud of it. I remember literally sitting on the corner of different streets trying to figure out when the cars would whiz by, like, is this tree better than this street post? Or, like, it was inherently in me, in my DNA, to care about attention, to know where the attention was to put the sign. However, when I was thinking about this talk, I also remembered that lemonade stands were my first business, maybe. Because right around that same year, there was something else I did as a purebred entrepreneur, which was I would go around my house and find random things in drawers and then go outside and go door to door and ring people's doorbells and try to sell them it. And by the way, not cool shit like solar, like a fucking pencil. And so that is what I want to talk about today, which is as a human being, that fundamentally, including the other, you know, lemonade was in the summer. In the winter when it snowed, I was very much in door to door. I would go door to door and ring people's doorbells and ask them if they would let me shovel their driveway for $5. That's what I did my whole life. And so I've had the luxury of tasting what I believe is the most interesting conversation for this industry in the room right now, which is both sides of the equation on how to make the business result happen. There are two ways to make things happen in business. One is called sales, the other one is called marketing and branding. And I believe that for the most part, most people in this room fall into one of those two categories. Some of you have the capacity, like me, to do both. Some of you like one more than the other. But what I really want to talk about is how ridiculous the opportunity is right now on what's going on with branding and marketing. I don't think I need to sit up here and break down door-to-door sales. I think the DNA of this room understands that pretty well at this point. What I'm more interested in is, does this room understand how extreme the opportunity is for the sales to come to them? I need to stop right now because there's a gentleman in the fourth row wearing a Sixers jersey. And it's really throwing me off because as we both sit here, first of all, I'm super impressed. I got stuck. I booked this 6 months ago and got caught that the Knicks and the Sixers are playing right now while I'm on the stage. But you coming through, do you just like the jersey or are you a real Sixers guy? Respect, it's a battle right now. I'm looking at my phone every minute. Going back to the talk, let me give you a history lesson from one man's point of view on what social media has been about the last 15 years and why for a lot of you that have not gone all in to grow your business. And by the way, I've met a lot of people in the VIP prior to this. I'm aware that not everyone here is selling solar. A lot of you are in the industry. And whether you sell B2B SaaS in here, or whether you sell something that supports this industry, or whether you're wrapping up being in this business and you're about to start something else, or if you're a part of your life where you're concerned about other things in the world besides business and you're about to run for office or raise capital for a nonprofit, the number one thing that matches every single person in this room, regardless of what we do for a living, is you can't make anything happen until someone hears or sees it. Attention is the only currency that everyone in this room shares as the starting point to do whatever you want. Attention is the asset. And once you have the attention, like I do right now, what comes out of your mouth becomes the variable of if it's gonna go well. The creative is the variable. I can sit here and tell you what is true. I can tell you as we sit here right now, for this business, for this industry, that being the best in the world at buying Facebook ads will explode your business. Not Instagram, not TikTok, Facebook. Right now, I can tell you that. It is true. Facebook ads, right now, especially for homeowners, is an incredibly underpriced media. You can buy more attention in Utah, or Tennessee, or Louisiana, or New York. You can buy attention on Facebook proper right now at a remarkable rate, including 1 to 5 mile radius. It's pretty scary how effective it is. As a matter of fact, my father's liquor store in Springfield, New Jersey is going through it right now. For the last 4 weeks, I've completely revolutionized my dad's day-to-day. As you know, people aren't going to stores as much. And it's working, and he's in a very good mood, which makes me happy. But there's an interesting reason why over the 4 weeks and not over the last 10 years, when I still knew this was true, but it wasn't happening. Over the last 4 weeks, this is 4 weeks, we've become obsessed in actually listening to what I talk about. And what I talk about is, if you don't know how to make the thumbnail, or the first second of the video, or the copy that supports it, or the hook in the first 10 seconds in a video on Facebook, it's not gonna matter that you have someone's attention, they're gonna scroll right by. Everybody in this room has the potential to disproportionately grow their business. It is completely and utterly predicated on your ability to make content on social media organically. Let me go back to the history lesson. My friends, actually here's a good question. By show of hands, and don't bullshit it because it's pretty valuable for everyone to see this. It doesn't matter if you did or you didn't. This is completely irrelevant, but I just want people to see this and look around when the hands go up. By show of hands, how many people, in 2024, how many people had a Twitter or Facebook account in 2007? Raise your hands, raise it high. I just want people to see. Okay, solid amount. This should land with a lot of you. That social media that we all were growing up with from 2005 to 2018, that was more like email marketing. How many people here, by show of hands, have done email marketing in their careers? Raise your hands. So for the hands that went up, you know how emails works, right? You get as many people on as possible, and a certain percentage of them open it. And then you have a certain percentage that converts. I'm an OG email marketer. For my dad's liquor store in 1996, I had hundreds of thousands of people on an email newsletter with 90% open rates. Raise your hands again if you've done email marketing. 90. But here's why I had that. It was 1996 and 7 and nobody was doing email yet. How many people had email in 1996 or 7? Raise your hands. So kids, watch this. All of us OGs, we used to read every fucking email. That's what you did in 1996. You thought it was like real mail when you fucking read it. And then marketers ruined it. And we spammed the fuck out of you. And now 20 and 30 and 40% is remarkable. And that's how it worked. Social media, for the first 15 years from 2005 to 2019, was email marketing. People like me, pot committed to getting as many followers as possible, and then a percentage of my followers would see it, right? I would have 3 million followers on Twitter, and you have 30,000 or 900, and that would mean I would consistently get more people to see what I put out than you, because my list was bigger. And then something happened. It's called TikTok. The TikTokification of all social media platforms has fundamentally changed the lives of every single person in this room. There are people in this room. How many people here, and be honest and be humble, will raise their hand when I say this? You can admit right now by raising your hand that you kind of nailed in social media and you didn't go 10 out of 10. You've been half pregnant with it, and it's not a major part of your business. Please raise your hand and be honest. Please, actually stand up. I'm sorry, I know you're lazy, but stand up if you're one of these people. I want everyone to do this. I really appreciate everyone standing up because I want people to see the vision. And please keep standing up. And I know a lot of you are bullshitting, I just saw your hand, so please stand up if you've mailed in social media. Thank you, I was talking about you, Darwin. Before I let you sit down, I just want all of you who are standing to hear something. It is very rare in life that you can completely blow it for a decade and a half on something that has been pretty out there for a period of time and literally start doing it right tomorrow and get remarkable returns. If you didn't take care of your health for your whole life and you start going to the gym hardcore next week, that's good. You're starting the process, but you're not gonna look like fucking an Adonis in a week. You can sit. I appreciate that. I wanted the people to stand up because I want you to physically feel how ridiculously excited I am about this. Look, part of me is super pissed. I've worked my face off for 15 years and everything I've built has been fully commoditized. Besides my brand. But my list is no longer an advantage over everyone who stood up. There are people in this room right now, and there's many people that have stood up. I'm gonna predict 8 of you are gonna listen to me. I mean this. I believe 8 of the people that stood up will take what I said very seriously, and tonight, in their hotel room, or driving home, or at a restaurant, will make their first really thoughtful piece of social media content and post it on TikTok and Instagram. And of those 8 people, one of them, with no followers, I mean, don't even have an account, or post it 3 times a year, one of those 8 people will get something decent out of it. Make sure before you do that to get your profile right and have your email and your business linked up there so people can find you. But it is insane to me that I am gonna post something tonight. I have 15 million followers on TikTok. I've been doing this every fucking day for 20 years, and it is insane to me that one of the people that just stood up is gonna post something tonight in video form and get more people to see it than me. If you do not understand what I just talked about for the last 2-3 minutes and why that is an outrageous opportunity, then I don't know what to fucking tell you. For the first time in the history of marketing and selling, you can reach tons of people for free. Social media, watching people complain about social media in business makes me laugh. They're complaining that they're not getting enough people to see their stuff. They're shadow banned. There's too much competition. It's fucking free. It's free. Fuck the algorithm. It's free. Direct mail, billboards, radio, television. How many people here in their career have spent money on a billboard? Raise your hands. Money. How many people have done newspaper ads? Raise your hands. Money. Direct mail. Money. The post office isn't like, hey Stan, I fucking like you, go. They want your money. Commercials. TV, local commercials. Raise your hand. Money. Google AdWords. Raise your hands. Money. This is free. And unlike the last 15 years, where though it was free, it was fucking hard to really grind day in and day out to build a huge following to then cash in on, it is now not even that. If you make one good video, one, you can reach an obnoxious amount of people and something good can happen. I appreciate that. Do you know how insane that is? We are complaining about the single greatest opportunity in the history of marketing. Because other people are doing it too. I really want to leave right now. Like for impact, you know, so that everyone's like, you know, like just like really get in your fucking dome. But I'll stay, because I'm obligated. I'm literally going to talk about in detail what I just said. I'm going to say it again. If you do not understand that you should go home after this, you should probably leave right now and start making pictures and videos in written word. In this business, where you know what territory you're gonna go and Saturday knock on, I can literally be in fucking New Jersey, run ads in Utah, and actually sell against you. without physically being here and I'm forget about me. I'm just saying that nobody knew who I was, and probably outflank you by spending $200 a day in that neighborhood. My friends, marketing always wins. I love selling. I love it. As a matter of fact, I'm gonna sell right now. Zach, where's my book? I'm gonna sell. I'm a little bit pissed with my publisher right now, so I'm gonna need a little bit of your help. Thank you, Zach. Appreciate it. Thank you. This is my new book. New book. Couple things. Real talk. If you can't afford 20 bucks, please don't buy it. I don't know if you know what Pirate Bay is, but you can like steal shit. And I'm sure my book will be on there the first day it comes out, and you can literally pirate it. You don't even have to buy it. But if you want to buy it, it is GaryVee.com/DTA. And I need all of you to buy it for yourselves, because for $28, I have 36 minutes and 34 seconds. I can only go into so much detail. How many people here read jab, 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 right hook when I read it? This is the follow-up to it, but it's 10 years later. No, it's not yours. Oh my God, you have it, bro? I need it back, by the way. I need it for some videos. Get up here, I gotta hug you. You literally brought jab, 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 right hook, right? No, I already hugged you. Dude, bro, get up here. It's like I fucking planted you. I'm like in love with this. This was sushi. I wrote this 10 years ago, and it was just in 10 years, which is insane. And in Egypt, like, of course it wasn't out yet. Bro, your hair is epic, by the way. I wrote it 10 years ago, and the book that I just showed you, Day Trading Attention, was originally called Jab, 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 Left Hook. The reason I wrote it is the reason I came to talk to you today. Everything has changed, and now there's details again. Most of you, how many people feel like they gave social media a real try, but it didn't work for them? Raise your hands, please. Good news, I gave basketball a real try. But I'm not in the fucking NBA. The reason everybody who just raised their hand that they feel good that they gave it a real try and it didn't work, I have great news for you. It meant that you suck. Because it works. It means it didn't work for you because you're not good enough. But the good thing about anything in life is just because you weren't good enough about it yesterday, you do have the potential to be good tomorrow. Me and this very handsome, we'll clap for that. I agree with that shit. Was it Alex? I don't know. Was Alex at Elliott? I was with this good-looking dude here in the middle of the thing that I was talking to, and he was listening to me when I was telling him what to do. He's doing well. I'm doing well. Every day, people on my team, I have a 2,000-person global advertising agency called Vaynerchuk, right? There are unlimited people in my company. There's in Singapore, in Australia, in Amsterdam, who come up with an idea or a tactic that's better than what I do. It's an everyday thing. This is the hardest game in the world, but the most lucrative. Being great at videos, pictures, and written words to get through and break through the competition, everybody else trying to get that attention for free, is the hardest. But it is wildly lucrative. And what I'm trying to tell all of you is the dirty little secret is most people aren't going after it. Yes, we're competing against the world, but we're not. Of the 8 billion people on Earth, there are only hundreds of thousands that are taking it as serious as I am. And of those 100,000s, a lot of them aren't even actually, as a human being, have the natural talent to really maximize. They struggle with their communication. As a matter of fact, a lot of people shouldn't be doing video, but should be writing. A lot of people should be doing pictures or hiring an animation studio or doing cartoons. There's a million different ways to do it. This is about self-awareness of who you are and how you communicate. But let me be very frank with you. Social media marketing, organically, posting organically, is now the single most important thing to do for every business on earth. And it's crazy, right? Like, I get it. Like, trust me, I work with the biggest brands in the world. Pepsi, Gillette, Fanatic, they don't want to hear it from me. They want to do TV, they want to fucking do sponsorships. Like, they don't want to hear it. And all of y'all, I know that a lot of you have tried it. But I'm telling you, just like doing a proper push-up will get you more muscles than doing a bullshit push-up, just like doing a proper fucking squat versus mailing it in and doing it wrong. This is like exercise. There's a way to properly do it, and you'll get the results, and then there's the bullshit way to do it. And unfortunately, in social media marketing, there's no fucking Ozempic. There's no fucking shortcut. You can't take a pill and lose 40 pounds. You have to actually get good at it. Here's the thing that I'm most worried about and most excited about. They're the same. What I'm gonna tell you right now is uncomfortably true. What I'm saying to you right now is not a secret. People are starting to figure this out. This industry knows each other. It's a small industry. How many people here were successful in this industry 10 years ago? Raise your hands. I'm gonna ask them a question. If you feel like you were a success in this industry 7 years ago or later, raise your hands. Just raise it. A lot of you who just raised your hands know that there's a lot of kids that have only been doing this for 24 months starting to make some noise. How the fuck do you think they're doing that? Attention is the only asset. And a lot of you mail in social media because you know you're not good at it, and you come up with bullshit excuses why you do it. I don't want to fuck with TikTok, it's China. We come up with excuses on things that are hard that are good for us. It's the same reason I made excuses about going to the gym for the first 38 years of my life. I didn't have time for it. I'm way busier than I was 10 years ago. I have plenty of time for it. You have lots of things to worry about in business and a lot going on. I'm telling you from the bottom of my heart, making organic social media, day in and day out, posting a video and picture, 6, 7, 12, 15 pieces of content a day. A day. Now, how do you get there? How do you get to 15 a day? You get there 15 a day by making a video and slightly tweaking it different for TikTok than you do for YouTube Shorts than you do for Instagram. Kind of the same video, but maybe different per second. If you're talking to TikTok and you're recruiting sellers and you're going after young bros, you might have a slightly different message than if you're going after LinkedIn and going with professionals that might have rich homes in rich areas. Do you think about this? You live life. You're not the same version of yourself in every room you're in. There's a version of you that's in a business meeting that's serious, that's very different than when you go to Las Vegas with your boys for the weekend. You're still you, but you're contextual to the room that you're in. That's how these platforms work out. LinkedIn, YouTube Shorts, TikTok, Instagram, Facebook, Twitter, Snapchat. These are all underpriced attention platforms that all of you can grow on and grow your business. The fact that you don't have to put in 3-4 years to get somewhat of a following and you can do it on one post is intoxicating. But nobody will get any views in this room if they don't know how to do it. Let's go into how to do it. First and foremost, I'm shocked that everyone's confused by what I'm about to say, but I see it every day because this is what I do for a living. If your shit's not tight in the first second or two, you're dead. Like, I'm gonna put this, that's all about. So what the fuck are you waiting 19 seconds to say something that someone would give a fuck about? This is craft. This is marketing. This is copywriting. A lot of you, because I looked at SolarCon hashtag, some of you are trying to do it. I see it. But a lot of you aren't putting any effort into your copy that supports your videos. You're mailing in the copy. The video you put effort on, but all that real estate of the copy that supports the video, not proper. A lot of you don't even have your proper websites or your phone numbers or your data on your accounts when someone discovers you by accident to know how to even do business with you. These are principles. These are details. The other thing that I want to talk about is why so many people are video blogging and doing podcasts now. It's a cheat code for making content. It's hard to just wake up and just make content. The reason you do podcasts or your video, or you go, by the way, one of the biggest reasons I still publicly speak is for the content. Because I'm operating all day. There's nothing, like, I'm in it. I'm in 12 hours of meetings that I can't film. It's information that's not mine to share. You've got to find ways to put yourself in positions to make content. For years, I did tiny podcasts. One, because I was putting people on, and two, because I just needed content. Anybody here can get on a podcast. It may have 7 listeners, because you're early in your journey and so are they, but it's still an opportunity for you to make content. They're still going to ask you questions, and you're still going to answer them, and you still can chop it up and make content. My friends, very quickly here, especially with the advancements of AI and what that's going to do for the amount of content that comes out over the next decade, everyone in this room, everyone in this amazing city, everyone in this state, everyone in this country, and everybody in this world over the next 10 years is going to realize this is the only thing. Everybody is a vulnerable player in whatever they do if they don't build brand, because somebody with brand is going to come along and take their shit. Period. Couple things, real talk. You don't need to be in the content. You don't want to be in the content? Cool. You really don't have to. There's a reason Geico has lizards. Maybe you make a mascot for your shit. I'm serious. Right? Maybe you hire, maybe somebody in your organization. Look, a lot of us have loser sister-in-laws, but maybe she's got a ton of charisma and she could be good on camera for you. Brother-in-laws, brothers, sisters, uncles. There's nobody here who doesn't have a schlemieli relative. And so, maybe you bring them into the fold. Maybe some of your employees, like I have in our family, and you feel comfortable making them the face. It's all good. Maybe, with the way that technology is working, is you do film it, but then you do AI avatars to cover who you are. Or maybe you realize what I've been doing for the last 15 years. How many people here have a good sense of who I am and consume my content? Raise your hands. Thank you. What all of you know is there are very few humans over the last 15 years that have put out more content on the internet than me. What you also know is I don't share shit about my personal life. A lot of people come up to me like, Gary, I don't want to do this. I don't want people in my business. I'm like, good news. You don't give it to them, they don't have it. You're in control. So all the excuses that people are going to come up with why not or not, there's an answer for it. What I'm scared about is, unlike 10 years ago when I was doing this, there was still time. I do believe that we're now within striking distance of the walls closing in, and I think a lot of you are going to lose a lot of business by not doing it. I really believe that. And that sucks. I don't know how else to say it. As an entrepreneur, and I'm really an entrepreneur's entrepreneur, I fuck with so many of you so heavy you couldn't imagine. It sucks to go hard from the dirt and build up your shit, and then get outflanked on strategy and lose your shit. It wasn't fun listen, I gave this talk to bookstores in 1997. I just want everybody to hear this. The talk I'm giving to you right now, I gave a version of this 20 years ago to bookstores. I said, this Amazon thing is not a joke. But again, there's a lot of youngsters here. Who's over 45 in here? Raise your hands. You'll remember, people underestimated how big the internet was. They didn't know. I gave a keynote to the taxi and black car service industry in Washington, D.C. in 2011, 12, 13, 14, I don't remember. And they did not take Uber seriously. I know there's people sitting here right now and being like, Gary, you're probably right, but I'm good. I got my shit down, I got my sellers, I got my neighborhood, I'm good. That's what a lot of real estate people said about Zillow. My friends, listen to me. You have to take what I'm saying serious. This technology thing is not stopping. It's going to get bigger. And where there's money, there's interest. And when there's money that's fragmented amongst a bunch of you in small pockets, there's opportunity for consolidation. You are dramatically more vulnerable than you think if you don't start getting serious on building brand. And the place to build brand is social media, and we're very fortunate for that, because unlike the 70s and 80s and 90s and early 2000s, it's free. The reason that so many of these creator brands are causing troubles for big companies like Prime Energy Drink and Poppy and Beastables Chocolate is because The reason these companies had big advantages was there was too much money to do television ads and get into Walmart. Now you just can sell on TikTok Shop or Shopify or do TikTok ads and get 40 million views and sell it under Amazon PlayStation. My friends, everything's getting commoditized in the world through technology except the ability to build brand. Your brand, your reputation, your name, your company's name is all you've got. So I beg you to become a practitioner. You know how many people say to me, Gary, especially when they honestly, that book I just showed you, I just read it a couple weeks ago in LA in studio because I wanted to do the audiobook. Real talk, I was bored. It's so detailed. And so the people that are going through it right now, early people that are reading it, people that are reviewing it, what have you, they're like, man, this is hard. And I was like, no shit. The problem is everything good is hard. Everything good is hard. And people tell me, Gary, I don't have time to do this. I'm like, let me get this straight. You don't have time to get customers? When you tell me you don't have time for social media content, my brain converts it into, I don't have time to grow my business. Too many people are spending their time on dumb shit that doesn't matter. Like an hour and a half lunch, talking about some dumb nonsense that leads to nothing. Versus putting in the fucking work to be pictures and videos on free platforms. How many people under 35 are here? Raise your hands. Let me give you, I love it. Let's clap it up for the youngsters. Youngsters, let me give you the preview of what's going to happen to you. Social media is not living forever. In about 10 to 12 years, you're going to see videos on me say to you, the fuck are you still doing social media for, you idiot? VR is going to come. Shit's going to change. And let me give you a preview. We may never, I mean this, we may never have another era where the distribution of awareness and brand building was free. So I'm going to give a preview to all the 35-year-olds so you can watch this one day, probably in VR. And you'll be right back in this room. Instead of being 27, though, you'll be 49. And you're going to be like, why the fuck didn't I listen to him? Because I'm telling you right now, the 35 and under crowd here is going to regret not going hard at this next 5 years doing this if they don't do it, because it may never come around again. My friends, we are living in the greatest era of business opportunity. The problem is we're living in the greatest era of business opportunity. What that means is you're competing with everybody else. You want to think you're good? Show me. Show yourself. But the opportunity is extraordinary, and I implore all of you to get very serious about something that most people take for granted. Organic social media strategy, creative, do it every day, do it as many platforms as possible, and get good at as many platforms as possible, because it will impact your business, and it will protect you from the people that are doing it. Thank you. All right, I left a lot of time for Q&A, so thank you for standing over. Hey, you guys all want more? I'm gonna crush this Q&A, so you're gonna have to do it again.
Hey, that was awesome.
Thank you.
Amazing. I think you hit the social media pretty hard. You guys like that? I wanted to hit on a couple of different subjects real quick, and then, give us your thoughts. We have a company here, Sun Peak Investments, and we noticed that a lot of reps are making big checks. They get a lot of money, right? But sometimes not spending it right. They want to get the Lamborghinis, or they want to get those fun stuff. What advice would you give to reps and companies out there making the checks, but don't know what to do with it?
Look, especially the crowd that raised their hand about consuming my content, you know where I sit on this. And I know a lot of people get mad at me because they're like, no, I gotta enjoy life. And I'm about that life. Last night I bought 7 custom New York Jets jerseys of very weird players that most people don't even know are on the team, and spent $900 on something no human should spend $900 on. But I can afford that, and within pocket. So I understand buying things. My big thing, especially for the kids that get fast money, I just think a lot of people buy dumb shit to impress people. Right? They want to get the girl, they want to show their mom that said they would never make it. We buy things to show everybody else that we made it. I get that. I don't judge that. ask people to understand the reason most people buy very expensive things is to impress people they don't even like. And so when you're 23 and 27 and 29, it's even more common. I'm just saying, in a world that shows you unlimited people on pre-roll YouTube and social media flexing Rolexes and Lambos and yachts and private planes, I promise you, it's not as delicious as you think. It's fun, it's fine, and honestly, go get that, but don't spend it early, because a lot of you spend it and don't ever make that kind of money again. And then it really sucks. You know what really sucks, my man? You know what doesn't suck? Never flying private. You know what really sucks? Flying private in your 20s and flying commercial coach in your 40s.
Let's go. What do you guys think? All right, I'm gonna keep going. Different subject. I want to give you guys as much value as possible. Appreciate you, Gary. You know, I'm also a part owner in a company called Virtual Solar Club, and you notice that, you know, the world, ever since COVID, has really gone virtual. I wanted your advice. Is virtual the future? Is virtual now? What advice would you say to the solar industry?
I would say virtual is hybrid now. How many people had a Google Hangout or Zoom meeting this last week? Raise your hands. So that's happening. At the same token, how many people are physically actually in this room right now with me? So we're hybrid right now. Do I think in 20, 30, 40 years that will be more percentage virtual? I do. I don't think it's going to be these goggles. I think it's going to be contact lenses, and it's going to be AR, VR, or something even more, less friction. I don't know. That's not what I do for a living. I act when those things are invented and understand what people do. But it's very clear to me that people are very bad at history. When people are like, no, we're never going to do that. I'm like, do you understand that if I dug up a caveman and walked him into this room right now, he'd be like, what the fuck? You know, like, I was a very bad student, but I was good at history. Do you understand that like 120 years ago, which is like nothing was invented that we live in? You know, it took like weeks to get to Europe because you were on a fucking boat. You're like, oh. Like, I don't understand that people don't understand that, like, this isn't it. Like, let me give you the preview, kids. This shit right here is gonna look like a beeper from the 90s in 20 years. That's how it works. So, do I think virtual is now? Sure, hybrid. Do I think virtual will continue to grow? Of course. Do I think for the people that clapped and you guys want to win, that you got to get your timing right so you don't get ahead of your skis? Because when people do future stuff, they get caught. They get caught that like next year, and it takes 9 years. When I was doing Twitter and Facebook in 2006, I was like, by 2010, people are going to really understand social media. It's 2024, and I just spent 40 minutes begging you to fucking pay attention.
What do you guys think? We got a few minutes left for the great Gary Vaynerchuk, and I'm going to take a question from the crowd, so start thinking of your question. I see somebody ready to go. But I want to ask one more, so the next person will get a question in. So we were talking earlier in the green room, and you were talking about the struggles of the solar industry this last year. And you mentioned that, you know, it costs money, solar costs money, people don't have money. I wanted to correct you one thing. Solar, if it's the right situation, like we all know, helps make money for home.
I get it.
So I want to ask that question again and have that perspective, understanding that this is something that in the right situation helps homeowners make money.
It's the right situation, which means it's not every situation. Like, listen, I'm not in the business of delusional rosy covered glasses, and I'm not saying you are. Good news, I don't think anyone's going to be confused here. For that right situation where it makes people immediate money without putting out money, you guys already sold them shit. That's real talk. So, that's not interesting to me. They've already been sold. You're trying to figure out for people that are not in the exact perfect situation where it's perfectly easy right away for them to switch, right?
100%.
So to me, that's what I get excited about, which is like, to me, I believe that switching to solar and trading your own energy, I love all those theses.
Yeah.
But you know this. First of all, you know that all of you know this. First of all, consumers are stubborn. Some people, when I just said that, were sitting here like, no, bro, Gary, you don't know it. There's literally people that literally day one would win and they're still saying that they won't switch. And I'm saying, I just said that out loud because I know people make dumb decisions all the fucking time based on yesterday.
100%.
Like, people, I went around in 1997 telling people I took my dad's liquor store from 3 to 10 million in the first year selling on e-commerce, and people were like, nah, the internet's a fad. There's people in here watching kids that don't even know what the fuck they're talking about in solar exploding because they're using social media and you're still sitting on your fucking ass. People make dumb decisions constantly. What our job is to continue to educate. You could watch that talk I just gave. Go to YouTube and put Gary V 2009 and watch that shit tonight. I've been trying to tell you fuck faces for a minute.
What kind of content would you make to get homeowners' attention about this?
I think what you have to do, and what I want you all thinking about, is different cohorts. So for the audience that actually has the right zip code, the right tax plan, the right tax rebates in their state, you guys know this better than I do. Bro, the biggest problem with this industry is the biggest problem. I love when people are like, Gary, you're solar. I'm like, that's just...
Have you gone solar yet?
I have no idea. No, but because I live in a fucking 84th floor of a fucking New York City high. I have no fucking idea. But what you need to do is break down cohorts. You have to make content for people. Let's say the state of Ohio comes up with some sort of rebate, and the next day it's real. You have to make content for homeowners in Ohio, and you have to make different content for people that have $500,000 homes than fucking $100,000 homes. The reason I win in social, and the reason I want for everybody, is I make different content for different people. Gender, race, income level, what they fuck with, aka interests. Sometimes I have to say what they fuck with, because people get that. Other people have no idea what the fuck I just said. You understand? Context. Context. So, what would I say to this group? First of all, the number one mistake that salespeople make is they try to sell to the unsellable. Most of you are fucking wasting your precious time trying to sell people that are never gonna fucking buy from you. That's number one. Number two, you said it, and I heard it. There's bad apples in Wall Street, there's bad apples in car selling, there's bad apples in politics, teaching, parenting, corporate America. Don't do bad apple shit. Just because some bad apples are getting away with it now, they will not last. And the youngsters really need to do it. They get caught up. They see someone taking shortcuts, doing some dumb shit. They see they got the fucking things that they want, and then they get fucking seduced by the dark side on some Darth Vader shit. To remind you, Darth Vader got fucking killed.
Amazing. All right, that was my question. I want to get some, only a couple minutes, so make it a good question. Raise your hand if you have a question that you think with the audience get a lot of value.
We gotta make sure that dude, he's gonna flip and shit.
All right, let's go get him, get him, pick them. Take it quick, and we only have a few minutes left.
My man should have worn socks, because then he would have been faster.
Yes.
My name is Dion Velasquez. I'm
William?
Say again?
Did you say William?
Dion Velasquez.
Dion, pleasure.
I'm the CEO and owner of Velasquez Solar. And we have a question. It's a
Bro, you're doing a good job. Your homie's got your back heavy.
Thank you. So, what's the best advice that you will give your younger self?
My younger self?
Yeah.
Mine's very, very specific. I'll give it to you. But mine was very weird, and I'll say this because I think there's probably a dozen people that really need this advice too. My younger self, my man, I had a lot of wisdom. The shit I'm spitting now, I wish you knew my 16-year-old friends. They'd be like, he was on this shit then. Like, I got lucky. I don't know how else to say. I don't like using that word because I think losers weaponize luck on hardworking people. But I'll use luck in this instance. I got lucky with DNA and my mom, right? It was in me, and then I had the best mom of all time that fucking, you know, I had the seeds, but she ordered that shit. She did it proper. So I came out, by the time I was 18, I was ready to kill everyone. Because I didn't give a shit about what any of you fucking thought. I loved myself, and I had skills, I put in the work my whole life, and I was like, fuck it, let's kill everyone. But I had a real flaw on some kryptonite shit. My biggest issue, what I would have told my younger self, is that you're gonna get fucked up with not having candor to people you like. And it's crazy. Me on stage, me and my content, me and my books, everything I've been doing for the last 45 minutes, I shoot it heavy straight, pure candor. But if I love you and you're my boy, or you're my cousin, or you worked with me for 5 years like Dustin, and I convert to not knowing you, I love you, but I don't know you. And as every day goes by that I know you, and I take strangers to acquaintances, and I take acquaintances to friends, and I take friends to family. It's how I'm wired. And the more I care about you, the harder it is for me to tell you the truth. And because I've always been managing people since I was like 20, I really struggled. Every single thing that has not gone well for me with people, in personal relationships, and by being a boss, every one of them, every one of them, is because I didn't have the strength to tell them how I actually felt, because I was scared that they would get scared if I told them they weren't doing a good job. And it took me a long time. I'm 48, it took me probably into 5 years ago, and bro, on some real shit, being vulnerable, I'm probably 5 out of 10 on it now. But going from a 1 to a 5 has completely transformed my personal and professional life. And so for everyone here who has a tough time saying to someone they love, or relatives that work for them, or things of that nature, there is a kind, I call it kind candor. There is a kind way, and I promise you, nobody tried harder to get around it. I did some flip shit. I was doing all sorts of shit. But you will regret it. It will not work. You have to find a way to deliver candor if it's your truth, because both people lose. You will have resentment, and they will be angry at you for being full of shit, and it will not work. And that's what I would have told myself.
We got time for one more good question. Raise your hands high. You know we have a good question for Gary B. I'm going to pick Matt Bueller.
Alright Gary, so I've filmed hundreds of these salespeople over the last few years, and their job is communication. It's talking to people. But the moment I turn the camera on them, a lot of them freeze up and they lose it. So what's one practical tip that you could give them that helps them relay that amazing communication that they have into doing it in front of the camera?
A couple things, brother. First of all, I need you to hear this. Look, video killed the radio star, so video will outperform. But a lot of people are winning on just audio and just written word. When you get deep into the social media thing that I'm hoping you all get deep on, remember, piratebay.com, you'll get the book for free. You don't even have to buy it. I want you to all read it, because it's there. You'll see that first of all, you have to pick your medium. The answer to your question, because I was so early video, that was like 4 years of my speaking and writing books. Most people freeze on video because they're self-conscious of how they look, right? Or they struggle. Already they understand that this is going to be on the internet, and a lot of people struggle with negative comments. Both are the same game. It's that you're valuing a stranger's opinion and their own pain that they're deploying on you over your own growth, happiness, and accomplishments. It is sad that so many people stay stuck in high school. A lot of you don't post because Johnny Pants 49 said you're ugly. Literally. I just want to remind you 2 things. One, when people talk shit to you in your comments, you shouldn't feel bad for yourself. You need to feel compassion and empathy for them. I don't know how many of you are living unhappy lives and do this, but I genuinely believe what I'm about to say. One of the worst existence currently in our world is a human being that spends their evenings or downtime going around to other people's profiles and saying negative things to drag them down because they're hurting so much inside. That is a very, I genuinely don't get mad when people are like, fuck you, Gary, you suck. It really I genuinely, deeply have empathy, and I'm like, I hope they get to a better place, because could you imagine living that life? That's just misery loves company at scale, 24/7, and it's a bad place to be. So first, for anyone who's not posting, you know, because they're not even thinking about the video, they already went to the second move that's going to be posted, which is why they already weren't as their natural self that they could be on stage. I would just tell you to not worry about that, because it's not, when you're 92, you really don't give a fuck about all this dumb shit. You know, and then the other thing is practice. Real talk. Some people, like, it takes you a minute. Like, nobody rides their bike the best time in their life the first time. Nobody's the best they've ever been at tennis the first time they pick up a racket. Nobody's the best at making out the first time they make out. It's a fucking disaster. Don't even let me get into sex. People are a real fucking disaster that time. Some real embarrassing shit going on in the world the first time that happens. Same with video. First time you do it, a lot of people, 20, 30, 90 reps. I'm surprised that people don't understand that hard work is one of the most important punchlines in the world. It's been so, by the way, I've been so pumped that everybody's trying to demonize hustle and hard work. I'm so hyped on this that they're trying to cancel it. I'm like, yes, more. Tell every kid that they don't have to do shit, because then I'm gonna kill all those young fuckers. Hard work. Like, who the fuck ever accomplished anything without the reps? Who the fuck ever accomplished anything without the reps? You don't want to come into the office? Good, more for me. You don't want to grind? Good, more for me. And by the way, no judgment on them either. Work-life balance comes in all shapes and sizes. Money. Let me end with this. This is perfect. Because of all of that gangster competitive shit, let me go a completely different way. I was born in the Soviet Union. I came to America. I lived in a studio apartment with 7 family members. I lived in a studio apartment in Queens with 7 family members. My parents didn't buy me shit. I didn't even see my dad the first 14 years of my life. He worked in a liquor store trying to build the American dream. My mom was not only poor, she's cheap as fuck. I know what that world looks like. I've also worked my face off my whole life to get to a place where I now get to run in circles with people that make money that makes no sense to me. Let me just promise for all of y'all who haven't seen either side of the extreme, money solves little. It's got optionality to it, there's plenty of good with it, but it does not solve your pain. You can't buy your way out of insecurity.
Everybody give it up. Gary